Chapter 12:12. Although Klein had only been in the forsaken land of the gods for less than a week, he had already gained a sufficient understanding of this place through Little Sunday. He knew that ordinary humans and even saints had to use flames to create light in the darkness. Otherwise, it was very easy for them to be attacked by dangerous monsters hidden in the depths of the darkness, or be devoured by the darkness and disappear without a trace, never to be found again. At this moment, the elderly clergyman did not carry an animal hide lantern. He passed through the mist in the darkness and slowly entered the church that was illuminated by the dim yellow light of the lantern. If it wasn't for his deep and calm eyes, without a trace of madness, Klein's first reaction would definitely be that he had encountered a special monster. Of course, this state of being like a normal person and being immersed in darkness were so contradictory that any creature with a standard level of intelligence could easily conclude that the newcomer might be even more terrifying than special monsters. Klein had only seen one person who could walk through the darkness without being affected and had sufficient intelligence and spirituality. Blasphemer Amon. Sensing that the dim yellow light had already shone on his face, the tall old man in a dark black clergy robe with his back slightly arched stopped in his tracks. He looked at Klein beside the demonic wolf statue and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where did the master of this city go?" Klein was the kind of person who would try his best to resolve problems peacefully if he could avoid fighting with strangers. As he raised his guard, he calmly replied, "I just entered this city. I don't know where its owner went." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire church suddenly dimmed. A thin mist surged in from the outside like a tide and drowned the inside. The lantern in Klein's hand could no longer illuminate the windows and the door. It was dark outside and nothing could be seen. In the blink of an eye, the church that worshipped the demonic wolf statue seemed to have been isolated from Noise City. Its location was unknown. Klein's pupils dilated slightly. He looked at the white-haired clergyman and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The stooped clergyman replied in a condescending manner, "I'm afraid I'll have to go. I am the attendant of the Lord God's throne, the angel of the Holy Word, Steph. I walk the land of the past on behalf of the Lord, searching for the blasphemer hidden in the darkness." As he spoke, the old man's figure swelled to 4 meters tall, and dark illusory feathers appeared behind him. They intertwined and weaved into 4 pairs of deep but sacred wings. Angel of the Holy Word, Steph, an attendant beside the chief god's throne, a land of the past. This is a blessed of the true Creator, a subordinate of the Angel of Fate, and a member of Ro's redemption? It's no wonder he can travel in the darkness. It's because he has the protection of the power of corruption. That evil god is still searching for the beyonder characteristic of an attendant of mysteries? Klein had no choice but to raise his head and stare at Stephen, who was still wearing the black robe of a clergyman but had 4 pairs of angel wings on his back. Even in his angel form, this supreme being still had obvious wrinkles. His hair was white, and there were many contradictions all over his body. Klein pretended that he had never been enemies with the Aurora Order. That blasphemer has long since escaped. I am also looking for him. Angel of the Holy Word, Steph, stared at Klein for 2 seconds and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "That's not something I can say directly." Klein sighed with a smile. "I'm a lonely traveler." After he gave this answer, he suddenly felt an extreme darkness arise in his body and sink downwards, fusing with the shadows created by the lantern's light. The pitch-black figure then distorted and came to life, stretching into another German sparrow, a German sparrow with sinister eyes and a lonely bearing. This, Klein's pupils constricted as he didn't hesitate to reach out his right hand to the side and grab at the air. At this point, if he hadn't guessed that Steph was using his answer, then he could join the Aurora Order and believe in the true Creator. At this moment, he already knew what an angel of the Holy Word was. This was clearly an angel of evil word. Using the other party's answer, one could intercept a portion of it or amplify the ambiguity to create a spiritual speaking effect. When Klein said that he didn't know where the owner of the city had gone, Steph intercepted, "I don't know where I went," making Klein trap himself and isolate himself from the outside world. When the angel revealed his identity, every word raised his level and strength. When Klein answered who he was, he used this opportunity to separate out a lonely traveler. From the moment he appeared in Noise City, the black-robed Steph carried a strong sense of malice. And just as Klein attempted to summon a certain image from the historical void, the sinister German sparrow seemed to be telepathically connected to him. He also grabbed the same projection, and the two canceled each other out. Seeing that the scholar of Yor's powers had been restrained, Klein's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and recited a word in Jotun. But in the next second, the word was stolen. At some point in time, a head covered in blood had grown out of the hunched 4-meter-tall angel of the Holy Word, Steph's left shoulder. It was very similar to his original appearance, but it was much younger. It seemed to be in his 40s. Around the head were two skinless, mangled arms. They grazed different souls and used beyonder powers to steal thoughts and thoughts. At the same time, a bloody head grew out of Steph's right shoulder. It looked like he was only 20 years old. Of the 3 heads, one grazed souls and stole Klein's thoughts. The other coldly stared at the target, deepening the lonely traveler's self-awareness. The last mouth opened and closed. "You're lying. You're the blasphemer who destroyed the descent ritual of the Son of God and interfered with the Lord's descent into this world twice. You're one of the targets I'm looking for." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he calmly said a word in Jotun. "Leotaro." This was the true name of the Lord of Storms. The reason why Klein's thoughts weren't stolen was because he had lined up the things he needed to do next. The lines were all the same, so the theft of the first part didn't affect his subsequent thoughts. This was a valuable experience he had gained from his confrontation with Amon. Of course, if he were to encounter Amon again, Klein suspected that such a method might not work. Once the god of mischief was prepared, he would definitely come up with new tricks. Just as Klein said that the angel of the Holy Word, Steph's eyes shone with dazzling bolts of silver lightning. They covered the entire ancient city of Noise, piercing through the darkness that enveloped the cathedral. They tore apart all the depravity, secrecy, darkness, impurity, and evil. Inside, Klein and the sinister German sparrow were at the core of the lightning storm. They didn't even grunt before they dissipated. Then the silver, twisted, and terrifying bolts of lightning engulfed the surrounding area, the demonic wolf statue, and the angel of the Holy Word, Steph. Amidst a dull boom, Noise City completely collapsed, turning into true ruins. Across the dry riverbed, Klein's historical projection quickly turned incorporeal as his true body returned to the real world. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Flaming Jump to open up a distance from the Noise ruins. During this process, he pulled out paper figurines a few times and shook them into angels to remove any traces. The desolate plains returned to silence once again. After an unknown period of time, the ruins of the cathedral trembled. Steph shook off the dust and rocks and slowly stood up. His white hair had thinned a little, and his black clergyman robe had become tattered. This angel of the Holy Word silently left Noise City, identified his direction, and walked into the depths of the darkness. Half a day later, a figure approached the city ruins from another direction. It was none other than Klein, who had circled around from afar. He hadn't had the time to investigate Noise City, and now he was returning, hoping to find clues to the true whereabouts of the original existence. Rather far away, Klein repeated the process of entering the world above the gray fog to investigate, summoning the historical projection, hiding in the ancient fragment, and using the historical projection to summon the historical projection again. After completing the preparations, he once again stepped into Noise City, and in absolute silence he returned to the cathedral from before. Along the way, The corpses that had fallen to the ground had either been reduced to ashes or charred. It had completely lost the sense of horror and bizarreness. That fellow named Steph isn't dead. From the looks of it, the remnant divine powers of storm here can only injure an angel. Klein stopped in front of the open cathedral ruins and muttered to himself regretfully. Of course, he only felt a little regretful. He didn't have any extravagant hopes of finishing off an angel so easily. As he swept his gaze, Klein saw a few fragments of the demonic wolf statue. They were dark black on the surface and dark red on the inside. They didn't look like common stone. To be used by the dark demonic wolf to carve its statue, these stones are definitely not simple. Furthermore, they don't look like they're from nearby areas. Perhaps I can find out where the dark demonic wolf hid before coming to Noise City by investigating their origins. As a miracle invoker, or even an attendant of mysteries, the dark demonic wolf must be good at eliminating traces. It's very difficult to directly track his whereabouts, but if I can find most of his hiding spots, I can pry into his habits and style. By grasping a person's past, I can predict their future. Klein took 2 steps forward in thought, bent down, and attempted to pick up a fragment of the statue. At that moment, a charred hand suddenly reached out and blocked his fingers. From the corner of his eye, Klein saw a charred corpse standing up at some point in time. The charred corpse held a crystal monocle in its other hand and wore it over its left eye. Amon, left eye. Klein's heart tightened before he felt a strong sense of doubt and suspicion. In the next second, the charred corpse smiled and said, "Sorry, I wore it in the wrong place." As it spoke, it took off the monocle and moved it to its right eye. Chapter 12:13. Klein once again realized why Amon was the god of mischief. At that moment, he didn't even have the desire to lampoon. All he wanted was to immediately end the historical void projection and escape from Amon. No Amon in front of him. The charred corpse that had been parasitized wiped away the charcoal on its face. Before Klein disappeared, it smiled and said, "There's no rush. You're just a projection from the historical void. I can't really parasitize you, and you should know very well that I'm not alone. It's difficult for you to make an effective counterattack." "What are you trying to say?" Klein, who was holding a simple lantern, thought silently for a moment. He picked up a statue fragment that was black on the outside and red on the inside and asked cautiously. At that moment, Amon had already transformed into his own appearance. The only problem was that his skin was still relatively dark. He adjusted his crystal monocle and chuckled. "You know that I know that you're searching for that dark demonic wolf in an attempt to obtain a miracle invoker beyonder characteristic from him. And I'm also very interested in that. Why don't we play another game and see who can obtain it first? What's the point of this? Don't tell me that if I don't play this game, I won't pursue it, and you won't think of a way to snatch it from me?" Klein remained calm for 2 seconds before shaking his head. "I refuse." He had no intention of listening to Amon's conditions. The more he listened to a top swindler, the more disadvantageous he would be. Amon smiled and shook his head without any anger. "You'll regret this. I originally planned on using a miracle invoker beyonder characteristic and an attendant of mysteries beyonder characteristic to exchange for Sapphira Castle if I won. I'll also give you some time to move the secret gathering you organized in advance. And now I can only consider stealing your fate and bearing the burden of being corrupted by the source. All right, although it's dangerous, it's exciting enough. I'm already prepared to accept it. Let's see who becomes the leader in the end. With my father's experience, I don't think I'll perform too badly." What? Corruption from the source? The experience of the ancient sun god? Klein originally didn't wish to continue discussing the topic of miracle invoker beyonder characteristics and Sapphira Castle with Amon, but his heart stirred when he heard that. He recalled Amon's description and couldn't help but ask, "The source refers to the original creator?" He desperately wanted to know what kind of unbearable fate Sapphira Castle would bring him. Amon pinched the edge of his monocle and looked at Klein for a few seconds. It's better if I don't answer this question directly, because you won't believe a single word I say. Why don't you tell me? I'll judge whether it's true or not." Klein suppressed the urge to blurt out and calmly replied, "Maybe it's just that you haven't come up with an excuse yet." Amon didn't mind at all and smiled. "You can take it that way. Hee hee. Sometimes the truth you discover yourself is definitely more convincing than what others tell you. If you have time, you can walk around the forsaken land of the gods. You should be able to find a lot of clues there. Of course, if you have the courage to enter Chernobyl, you will know more." Klein didn't pursue the matter further. He stared at the collapsed cathedral that was bathed in dim yellow light for a while. "The dark demonic wolf discovered your existence, so it migrated in a hurry." Amon nodded slightly and said, "It's not just me. He also sensed the gaze of the hanging man he has been hiding in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years, so he is very sensitive to such matters. A sequence two, or even a sequence one angel, can only hide in the forsaken land of the gods and live an ignoble existence. Isn't the living environment here a little too harsh?" Klein sighed inwardly before saying, "You definitely left more than one avatar in the City of Silver." "You definitely left more than one avatar in the City of Silver. Why didn't you attempt to stop me from reviving there? Why didn't you send a stronger avatar over?" Amon used his right index finger to press against the lower edge of his monocle and laughed. "That would have caused you to choose to revive in the outside world. This would have caused quite a bit of trouble for my subsequent tracking. And if I were to relax a little, due to the miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic in the forsaken land of the gods, there's a high chance that you would revive here. In the following game, the only accidents that need to be considered are the hanging man, Ouroboros, and them." "Just as I thought," Klein said thoughtfully. "That's right. Even in the same area, as long as you exceed a certain distance, your main body and avatar shouldn't be able to instantly fuse or swap locations. Back then, the reason why you were able to transform back into your original body when you first entered the forsaken land of the gods was because the abnormalities in Sapphira Castle had similarly interfered with this place, causing your main body to sense it and wait at the entrance ahead of time." Amon listened with a smile and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Do you think that's the case?" "Guess if I've transformed back into my original body." Klein raised his right fist and pressed it against his nose. After thinking for a few seconds, he revealed a smile. After a few seconds of thought, he revealed a smile and said, "I'm guessing that your other avatars are setting up the corresponding rituals to allow your main body to directly descend." Before he could finish his sentence, his figure had already turned incorporeal and dissipated. The historical void projection's maintenance was removed. In the wilderness outside Noise City, where Klein was hiding, the air suddenly stirred as illusory monocles appeared in midair. They stared at Klein's figure, as though saying, "I've finally found you." However, Klein's figure also rapidly faded away. Back when Amon wore the monocle back to his right eye, Klein's main body had already returned from ancient history to the real world. With the help of Paper Angel, he used Flaming Jump and other Beyonder powers to quickly leave. The reason why his historical void projection could speak to Amon normally was because he was essentially a marionette. He was a German sparrow that was projected by Kona's Kilgore. He had a worm of spirit that originated from history in his body, and he was controlled by the projection of Klein outside the city. As for Klein's main body, he would frequently enter the historical void, allowing the projection outside the city to intermittently gain consciousness and maintain control over his marionette. This caused the Klein who was conversing with Amon to fall into deep thought from time to time. Sometimes he would stare for a few seconds, or he would need to recall what Amon had said. Against the god of deceit, Klein didn't dare to be careless. After leaving Noise City, he circled 2 more times and went above the gray fog to investigate the nearby situation with his true vision before slowing down. Corruption from the source. I wonder if Amon is lying to me. Indeed, I'll have to enter Chernobyl one day to take a look, but it has to be after I become a miracle invoker and have a certain level of self-protection. Otherwise, I'll be sending myself to his doorstep. With the lantern that Donnas had sacrificed, Klein casually proceeded forward in the increasingly dark environment. Thanks to this experience, he finally had a deeper and more intuitive understanding of the dangers of the forsaken land of the gods. An extremely vile and distorted environment, fanatical cultists, fallen angels, groups of Amon wandering everywhere, mythical creatures hiding in the darkness, evil gods watching everything from a certain spot, remnant divine powers that I can use and others can use as well, as expected of the forsaken land of the gods. The danger far exceeds my imagination. As Klein sighed, he retracted his attention to the dark, demonic wolf. To be frank, Klein didn't believe that he had any advantage in tracking this mythical creature, be it his understanding of the forsaken land of the gods or his grasp of the target situation. He was far inferior to Amon, who had explored this place for more than 1,000 years, as well as the true creator's blessed and believers. My only advantage is that I'm of the same seer pathway as the dark demonic wolf. Furthermore, I have Sapphira Castle. The Beyonder characteristics between us have a strong tendency to converge. This will have a certain effect on fate and judgment. However, Amon is a king of angels from a neighboring pathway. There's also the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence between him and the dark demonic wolf. The effects won't be much worse than mine. Worse. Klein thought carefully for a moment when he suddenly had an idea and found his greatest advantage. That advantage was he was very weak. Compared to Amon, the true creator's attendant, and the dark demonic wolf, he was very weak. Under normal circumstances, this was a disadvantage, but at times it wasn't impossible to give Klein what he wanted. My level is low, and my strength is weak. This means that I can instead become the dark demonic wolf's hunting target. It's very difficult for me to find him, so I might as well get him to find me. A scholar of your might not interest the dark demonic wolf. But if this scholar of your can trigger Sapphira Castle, that's another matter. I can trigger Sapphira Castle from time to time, or leave behind the gray fog's aura to fish the dark demonic wolf out. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that there was a possibility of his idea being realized. Of course, this was definitely very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might end up baiting Amon, or even the true creator. As for the dark demonic wolf, it was very likely that he would choose to observe in secret before suddenly attacking, not giving him a chance to prepare. Before using this method, I have to make sufficient preparations. There's no rush. Klein took a deep breath and grabbed at the air, taking out a fragment of the demonic wolf statue that was black on the outside and red on the inside. Although he hadn't been able to obtain the item due to Amon's obstruction, this didn't stop him from taking it out from the historical void. This was because he had already seen it and held it in his hand. Furthermore, the level of the item itself wasn't considered high. At this moment, Klein wanted to use the fragment to reverse engineer the dark, demonic wolf's hiding spot and figure out its style of doing things step by step. In the wilderness, ruled by endless darkness, Klein held the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light. After some identification, he changed directions and gradually went deeper. Bakeland, Hillston Borough. Furs, who had already gone on a trip, finally received a reply from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1214. There aren't any worms of Star at the moment. He wants me to take note of what people who want to buy Worms of Star need. Furs read through her teacher's letter and silently heaved a sigh of relief. However, thinking of how she was about to begin the hunt for the Saint of Secrets, Bootes, she felt nervous again. After all, he was a demigod existence. He was a sequence 4 saint a year or 2 ago, so it was possible that he was already a sequence 3. Although the leader of the operation is am hermit as bait, I still need to worry about my safety. Besides, the Aurora Order has Rose Redemption backing it. There's also an angel, a king of angels. Furs didn't regret agreeing to German Sparrow's request. This was something she wanted to do, but due to the high risk, she couldn't help but feel flustered and uneasy. She couldn't help but think of another possibility. If Mr. World participates and is in charge, I definitely wouldn't be so nervous and worried. It wasn't that Furs didn't believe in am Hermit's strength and experience, but that the World German Sparrow's achievements were obvious. He had hunted more than 1 or 2 demigods. It made her feel at ease just thinking of him carrying out such a mission. Zio, who was sitting by the fireplace, glanced at her friend and asked, "Are we going to begin the hunt?" "Yes." Furs nodded solemnly and said, "It's not that fast. Everyone needs some time to prepare." Hunting a demigod wasn't like hunting foxes in the suburbs in autumn. One could bring their equipment and gather friends before setting off. This required extremely strict and meticulous planning. Furs believed that am Hermit had to personally come to Bakeland or stay at another predetermined battlefield for a period of time to figure out the exact situation before she could formulate an effective plan. As for Miss Justice, she was still accelerating her digestion of the Dreamwalker potion. This might take another month or 2, or even longer. To Furs, she could afford to wait. This was because she also wanted to digest the scribe potion and set up the ritual to become a traveler before the operation officially began. The only thing she couldn't be sure of was if the World's German Sparrow would rush her. "I'll try my best to convince him." "No, I'll let Miss Justice convince him." This is the strength of a spectator. Just as Furs mumbled a few words, she saw Zio turn around and say hesitantly, "That MI9 liaison officer suggested that I officially join them today. He said that with the new king succeeding the throne, there's no need to worry about many things in the past anymore. People like him and I will also have a chance to be put in important positions." Furs listened attentively and deliberated for a moment. "Isn't there an investigation against us? I should be able to find out that there's a certain force behind you." Zio nodded. "They believe that I was abandoned after that incident. Also, they suspect that the faction belongs to the Church of Evernight." Zio believed in the Evernight goddess, so the mention of the church was undoubtedly referring to the Church of Evernight. However, considering that her friend was a believer of the god of steam and machinery, she added another sentence to prevent any ambiguity. "Ha ha! That's a disguise that Mr. World got us to put up," Furs said with a smile as she combed her hair with a relaxed expression. She then made herself serious and mature. "Zio, this is an opportunity for you. Acting as a judge clearly requires the support of the officials. Relying on yourself to be the judge of Bakeland's underground world isn't enough. You also lack sufficient help. If you can really enter the magistrate's court, circuit court, or criminal court for a few months, your potion should be completely digested. All right? I heard that MI9 has an abnormal affairs court that specializes in handling beyonder cases. If you become a judge there, perhaps you'll be able to strive for the rank of a disciplinary paladin in February or March next year." Seeing that Zio was clearly tempted, Furs hurriedly added, "When you make enough contributions, you might be able to restore your father's reputation to a certain extent." "When you make enough contributions, you might be able to restore your father's reputation to a certain extent. Anyway, George III is dead. As long as you don't direct the matter to his reputation, Govington, too, might not stop you." Govington was the eldest son of George III. He had now succeeded as King of Rouen and wore the Balaam crown. Zio fell silent for a while before finally nodding slowly. "I'll give it a try." "Yes, when things stabilize, you can bring your mother and brother to Bakeland. Although the situation is tense and the price of food has skyrocketed, you definitely have a quota in MI9. You can provide for them." The more Furs spoke, the more she felt that joining MI9 was a good thing. After convincing Zio, Furs entered her bedroom and prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to pass her words to Mr. World. Right on the heels of that, Furs summarized the main points of her teacher's reply and explained her thoughts, hoping that German Sparrow would be more patient. Just as she finished praying and was about to leave the room, her vision suddenly blurred. She saw a crimson tide surge out of the void and instantly drown her. Furs then realized that she had arrived in the ancient palace and was sitting on her usual high-back chair. However, there was no longer the stalwart figure shrouded in grayish-white fog at the end of the long bronze table. At that moment, there was only her and German Sparrow around the long, mottled table. Furz's mind suddenly tensed up as her mind became active. She quickly said, "Mr. World, what I meant just now was that it's best if you have patience. This can make things simpler. It's fine if you don't. We will begin the hunt as soon as possible." Klein chuckled hoarsely and said, "There's no need to be nervous. I'm not in a hurry." When his final goal became the angel-level potion formula and grade 0 sealed artifact, he had sufficient patience on this matter. Phew! Furs secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked in puzzlement, "What happened?" She asked in puzzlement, "Then why are you looking for me?" Klein replied in an unperturbed tone, "Don't you wish to digest the scribe potion as soon as possible? Apart from recording the customs of different places, I believe you also need to record all kinds of beyonder powers. The higher the corresponding level, the better the effects of digestion." Furz's eyes lit up when she heard that. Yes, after blurting it out, she felt that there was something wrong with her attitude. She hurriedly added in a timid manner. She hurriedly added with some timidity, "Is this the advance payment you mentioned?" Klein nodded slightly and said, "Let's begin. Let's begin. Be prepared. I've borrowed a grade 1 sealed artifact from Mr. Fool. It corresponds to the level of a saint. To a sequence 6 scribe, the success rate of recording angel-level beyonder powers was extremely low. It was close to 0. Therefore, Klein didn't attempt to summon Miss Messenger or Mr. Aztec from the historical void to showcase their skills." Furs sat up straight and nodded heavily. "Okay." The next second, she saw the world's German Sparrow raise a white bone scepter with blue gems embedded at the top. Amidst the bright light, bolts of lightning leaped out of the void and entangled with each other, forming a forest of lightning that emitted a destructive aura. Furz's eyes were reflected by the silvery white light, and she was shocked both physically and mentally. After the lightning storm subsided, she was stunned for 2 seconds before she said in a slightly timid manner, "I failed." "Again," Klein replied calmly. The lightning storm descended on the ancient palace above the gray fog again and again. After an unknown period of time, Furs exhaled and leaned back in her chair. She couldn't hide her joy as she said, "The lightning storm has arrived." Success, success. She finally recorded a lightning storm. It's finally over. Furs immediately relaxed. Then she heard the world's German Sparrow say emotionlessly, "All right, next beyonder power." Next? Furs saw the crazy adventurer at the bottom of the long, mottled table reach out his right hand and grab at the grayish-white fog. Out of thin air, he took out a thorny, bronze-green cross. Record. This is the power of the cross? Furs tried hard to make her expression appear normal. After the scribe potion had been largely digested, the number of godhood powers she could record had increased from 1 to 2. No. Klein glanced at Miss Magicians and said, "Record my ability to summon the unshadowed crucifix." "I failed," Furs whispered. The reason for her failure was that she didn't have the time to record. Klein dispelled the maintenance of the unshadowed crucifix and once again reached his hand into the fog of history, taking out an iron-black revolver. "I didn't succeed." Furs replied with a complicated expression. All she wanted to do now was return to the real world and digest what she had just gained. But she didn't hear the bell signaling the end of class. Nearly 30 times later, when Furs felt a throbbing pain in her head and her mental strength began to dry up, she finally recorded a historical void image summoning. At that moment, she felt tears welling up in her eyes, but she held back her exhaustion and tried her best to show the attitude of a good student. "This can summon people and objects that are related to me from the historical void. When the time comes, who should I summon or which item? Klein looked at Miss Magicians and replied coldly, "Me." Furs forced a smile and said, "Which era did you come from?" "The last time we met." Klein had already thought of an answer. That was when he had deliberately brought Miss Magicians back to Bakeland from the world of ice and snow before destroying George the Third ritual. He had already become a scholar of your. Furs nodded solemnly and subconsciously asked, "What if I fail?" "The probability of failure when summoning someone beyond my level should be very high. Use Laymanos Travels tomorrow to record this ability again," Klein said calmly. "I'll succeed in 2 tries?" Magician's Furs instinctively had such a question, but seeing how certain the world German Sparrow was, she didn't dare to say another word. She raised her hand and gestured. "Then can I go back?" Klein tersely acknowledged and made Miss Magicians leave Sapphira Castle with a look of joy. Sonia Island in the primitive forest. Alger Wilson led a few of his subordinates and entered an elven ruin that was rarely visited by humans. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1215. Withered vines hung down and covered the decaying wooden buildings. The entire ruins were frozen in a depressing atmosphere that no one had set foot in for a long time. Alger and a few sailors circled around the ruins in the desolate winter environment, but they still did not find anything of value. "Captain, batches after batches of adventurers have come here. What else is left for us?" Finally, a sailor in his 30s broke the silence, rather impatiently. His words resonated with the rest of his companions, and they all chimed in. "It didn't take us much time to find this place. I'm sure others can find it easily as well." Yes. Let's continue fighting the Phasacians. Captain, are you planning to turn this place into a stronghold?" Alger slowly swept his gaze around, making the sailors stop complaining under his gaze and choose to obey. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I plan on using this place to ambush the Phasacians. Let's observe the terrain first and see if it's suitable." With such an excuse, the sailors barely perked up, and the group quickly entered the depths of the elven ruins. As he walked, Alger's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered, and he subconsciously turned his head to look behind a giant tree. There were traces of the soil being turned over, and it was less than a year old. Alger retracted his gaze and pretended not to notice anything amiss. He looked elsewhere naturally. After exploring the elven ruins, they returned to their new camp. At this time it was already close to evening, and the forest was getting colder and colder. After Alger and the sailors had their dinner, he left 2 patrolmen behind, and each went into a different tent. The cold wind whistled through the trees, causing the bonfire to sway. Alger, who had planned to leave the campsite in the middle of the night, suddenly heard a faintly discernible singing from afar. The song was ethereal, like a lady singing softly, expressing her inner worries. This caused Alger to unconsciously recall the past. He recalled his mother who had passed away many years ago, and recalled his childhood when he was bullied and humiliated. An indescribable sadness surged uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart, preventing him from waking up immediately. Instead, he waited for a few seconds before he abruptly turned over and sat up. He frowned deeply and listened attentively. This time he did not hear anything. It was as if the melodious singing had never appeared. Alger narrowed his eyes, grabbed the thick jacket, and put on. He walked out of the tent and came to the campfire. The 2 sailors on night duty had just finished a round of patrol and were basking in warmth. "Did you find anything unusual?" Alger asked in a deep voice. The 2 strong sailors shook their heads at the same time. No. Alger's brows relaxed a little. He turned around, intending to patrol the area on his own. At this moment, he saw something from the corner of his eye. The 2 sailors were too close together. If they were ordinary pirates, this would not be a problem. However, Alger's men were sailors who had received formal training from the Church of the Storm. They definitely knew that in such an environment, the patrols had to maintain a certain distance between each other. They could not be too far away, nor could they be too close. They had to be able to see each other, and at the same time they had to prevent being attacked and taken away at the same time. Alger took 2 steps forward without batting an eyelid, pretending to casually turn his head and ask, "Did you find anything normal?" He changed the question from before, making it extremely strange. The 2 strong sailors shook their heads in unison as they replied without changing their expressions, "No, no, no." Alger's expression relaxed as he nodded gently. "Very good." He then turned around and slowly walked into his tent. Just as the sailors' gazes were cut off, Alger suddenly pulled out the blade of poison and the gargoyle glasses. He then opened his mouth and prepared to sing a song. At this moment, the ethereal and sorrowful song from before appeared once again. It reverberated in Alger's ears and pierced into his psyche. This was an abnormally ancient ballad. It sang of extreme sorrow and melancholy, making Alger's spirit body seem to grow pale and incorporeal arms that constantly tore at his body. Alger's expression warped as slippery. Light black fish scales appeared on the surface of his skin. His dark blue hair that was as messy as seaweed stood up one after another, turning abnormally thick. The thoughts that originally existed in his mind were disrupted by the song and the pain. They could no longer take form. Alger collapsed as he struggled and squirmed on the ground. He looked less and less human as he was on the verge of losing control. Suddenly, the song stopped as a slightly indifferent voice entered Alger's ears. "There are some elven bloodlines. Then let's do this. Make good use of Ciata's Beyonder characteristic." Alger's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he slowly got up. He saw that a figure had appeared in the tent at some point in time. It was a woman with glossy black hair. Her facial features were exquisite, and her ears were slightly pointed. Her eyes were deep, and her contours were soft. She wore a complicated and unadorned dress. Even though she didn't have the height advantage, she still gave off a feeling of superiority. "Are you the elf queen, Queen of Calamity Kohainem?" A thought flashed through Alger's mind as he took the initiative to ask. The woman played with a golden wine cup with beautiful patterns and calmly said, "Haven't you already seen me?" The woman played with a golden wine cup with beautiful patterns and calmly said, "Haven't you already seen me?" Alger instantly recalled the similar song he had heard on Possu Island. He recalled his dream of entering the underwater coral palace and seeing a high elf. After a few seconds of silence, Alger said in a deep voice, "You're actually still alive." At the same time, he silently chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name, but he didn't know if it would work if he didn't say it out loud. The woman with her black hair tied up in a high bun replied without any change in expression, "It's very difficult for an angel to perish without encountering an enemy." "Then why did you split the characteristic and place yourself in a strange state, making you wait for an opportunity to revive?" Alger had learned of the corresponding situation in the tarot. He asked out of curiosity and to stall for time. The elf woman, suspected to be Queen of Calamity, Kohainem, snorted. "Because the throne of storm is occupied by Leodoro, and I'm powerless to resist the tyrant. Also, there are fewer and fewer elves. My anchor is becoming more and more unstable." Others might not know who Leodoro was, but Alger knew very well. He didn't dare to continue this topic in the real world. Just as he was about to ask Queen of Calamity Kohainem's purpose for descending here, the elf queen had already taken the initiative to speak. "Do you want to become a demigod?" "She wants to use my body to revive. She wants to advance to sequence 4 and obtain godhood as bait to corrupt me?" While Alger was tempted, questions surfaced in his mind one after another. Considering how Mr. Fool could purify all kinds of corruption, Alger acutely felt that this was an opportunity. This reminded him of a term Roselle the Great had once mentioned, a sugar-coated bullet, and now he had quite a high chance of swallowing the sugar and throwing the bullet back. "What do you want me to do?" Alger didn't appear too eager as he raised a question based on his personality. Queen of Calamity Kohainem scrutinized him for a few seconds. When you're qualified and have the opportunity to come into contact with the Book of Calamity, take out something that others won't notice and bring it to the Western Continent. The Western Continent, the legendary homeland of the elves? Alger frowned slightly. Didn't the Western Continent disappear? The corners of Kohainem's mouth curled slightly. Since it disappeared, it will reappear. When the apocalypse comes, it will definitely reappear. Without waiting for Alger to ask again, the Elven Queen paused and said, "You don't have to personally send that thing to the Western Continent, but you must entrust it to someone trustworthy. Although I'm not good with curses, I can still make you die in pain after you violate the agreement. But what if the Western Continent doesn't reappear, or if we can't enter it?" Alger said after some serious thought. The eyes of Kohainem, who had shiny black hair and gentle facial features, were somewhat vacant, as if he had sunk into a beautiful memory. After a few seconds, she calmly said, "If it really doesn't reappear, then the agreement will be null and void. Entering the Western Continent might really require an incantation or a password, but I'm not sure what it is. However, you can ask an existence." "Who?" Alger asked in puzzlement. Kohainem swept a glance at him and said coldly, "The Mr. Fool you were reciting in your heart just now. I have a feeling that he is the key to whether this matter can be completed or not." Alger's heart tightened as he hurriedly lowered his head and replied, "I understand." Upon seeing this, Queen of Calamity Kohainem nodded slightly and said, "If you wish to become a demigod, keep this agreement. If you wish to become a demigod, keep this promise. When the sun rises, head to the elven ruins." After saying that, the elf queen's figure quickly dissipated, like an illusion that was often seen in the sea or desert. Alger suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a tent, having just woken up. His memories were a little chaotic, but he quickly sorted out the connections. He and his sailors had just inquired about the location of an elven ruin. They had arrived nearby, but had not had the time to explore it. The exploration, the singing, the mutation of the sailors, the appearance of Calamity, and the conversation were all just a dream. It's no wonder I was so careless. Despite knowing that I might encounter the Queen of Calamity, I didn't pray to Mr. Fool in advance. The Queen of Calamity relied on her angel level to create this realistic dream? Or does she have the corresponding sealed artifact? Even if she exists in a special state, she still has a way to borrow its power? Alger listened to the movements outside the tent and found that everything was normal. He immediately sat down and piously prayed to Mr. Fool. In just 20 to 30 seconds, Alger arrived above the gray fog and saw Mr. Fool sitting at the end of the long, mottled table. After the hanging man greeted him, the Fool Klein said casually, "You saw Kohainem?" The hanging man, Alger, replied seriously, "Yes, but we can't be sure that it's the Elf Queen." Chapter 12:16. The Fool Klein grunted softly. He didn't deny the hanging man's guess, nor did he confirm that it was Queen of Calamity Kohainem. After all, it was impossible for him to take out a gold coin in front of her and do a divination on the spot. The hanging man Alger waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't give a clear response, he hurriedly described the contents of the prayer in more detail. It began from the woman suspected to be Queen of Calamity Kohainem saying that he had some elven bloodline, all the way to the promise of becoming a demigod, the possibility of reappearing in the Western Continent, and the key to completing the agreement. After recounting everything, Alger shut his mouth and lowered his head. He didn't dare to directly ask Mr. Fool for his opinion. He obediently waited for the great existence to speak. Some elven bloodline, sending something from the Book of Calamity to the Western Continent. The vanished Western Continent might reappear. Western Continent. The Fool Klein listened quietly and closed his eyes. He said calmly, "It's very dangerous, but it's also an opportunity for you." He had already gained initial control of Sapphira Castle, and the power he could mobilize had reached the level of a Sequence 2 angel. As for Queen of Calamity Kohainum, she was only at this level. Klein was rather confident that he could resist the various accidents brought about by the Elf Queen. It was precisely because of this that he dared to say that this was an opportunity for the hanging man. Of course, the premise of seizing the opportunity was that the hanging man wasn't rash or rash. He had to constantly remember to ask for protection. Therefore, Klein deliberately emphasized that it was very dangerous, making the hanging man remember to pray to Mr. Fool before he took action. Such a short sentence contained two meanings, but Klein believed that Mr. the Hanging Man would definitely understand it. Alger was delighted as he mimicked the sun and replied rather sincerely, "That's right. I only believe in Mr. Fool." This made Klein feel uncomfortable as he recalled the pain of being drowned by the endless lightning. All he could do was smile without saying a word. The hanging man, Alger deliberated for a moment and took the initiative to ask, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the incantation or password to enter the Western continent? I want to know too." The Fool Klein sighed inwardly. "It's not time for you to know yet." "Yes, Mr. Fool." The hanging man Alger didn't ask further as he bowed, respectfully. When he returned to the world of reality, he immediately walked out of the tent and took the sailors with him. Under the light of dawn, it took them some time to reach the elven ruins. The scene here was exactly the same as what he had seen in his dream. Withered vines covered the decaying wooden buildings, and inscriptions could be seen in some places. The air was a little stiff, as if no one had set foot here for a long time. After looking around seriously, Alger suddenly thought of a problem. That was, how should he face the church after he became a demigod with the help of the Queen of Calamity? I'll directly rebel and become the sixth king above the 5 seas? But that way, I won't have a chance to come into contact with the Book of Calamity unless I design something that forces the church to use this grade 0 sealed artifact. Not only will it be very difficult, but I'll also have to become a sea king or even a calamity to succeed. Yes, I can seek the help of the world. If I want to continue staying in the church, I have to give them a good reason that they can't refuse. Alger frowned slightly and didn't hide his solemnity. In the eyes of the sailors who followed him, this was a sign that he wasn't at ease with the ruins. As his thoughts churned, Alger gradually came up with some ideas. Many of the church's documents have records of powerhouses who became demigods due to fortuitous encounters. 2/3 of them were corrupted by evil gods and devils, and they eventually lost their lives in the purification process. However, 1/3 of them passed the test and became high-ranking deacons or cardinals. Now that the war has erupted, the situation in Rouen is tense. As long as no problems are found, the church likely won't mind having an additional sequence for demigod as cannon fodder. After that, I'll slowly regain trust. The premise of all of this is that the Queen of Calamity really doesn't attempt to corrupt me or leave a mark on me. Considering that the church has all kinds of sealed artifacts, I have to pray to Mr. Fool for blessings. According to Miss Justice, Angel's Embrace can effectively fool the mind and tests related to dreams. With the tarot members all advancing to demigod or about to advance to demigod, Alger really didn't want to become an existence at the bottom. Just like in the church in the past, he had done so many things in order to be superior to others. At this moment, he was naturally willing to take a certain amount of risk for this. Having made up his mind, Alger immediately led the sailors into the ruins and explored step by step according to the route in his dream. This time, he didn't split his subordinates into small teams. On the one hand, he was worried that accidents would happen, and on the other hand, he hoped that all of them would be his witnesses. After 15 minutes, Alger and his crew arrived beside the gigantic tree that had signs of being flipped over in the soil. Before he could take in his surroundings, his vision suddenly blurred as he saw a gorgeous palace formed from coral. Above the palace were layers of rippling, dark blue seawater. Huge pillars stood tall, propping up an exaggerated dome. It was tall and magnificent, but also gloomy and dark. Alger looked around and realized that the sailors beside him had all disappeared. He immediately realized that he might have been pulled into an illusion. He silently took a deep breath and slowly walked into the coral palace. There were elves inside. They were either roasting fish, putting spices into the solidified animal blood, or using 2 tree branches to bring food to their mouths. None of them cared about strangers entering. Alger then cast his gaze at the 9 steps that were more than 100 meters away. On the steps was a coral seat inlaid with sapphires, emeralds, and lustrous pearls. The elf queen, Queen of Calamity, was sitting there looking down at Alger. Very good. Kohainem nodded slightly and threw out the exquisite golden wine cup in her hand. The gentle but strong wind cheered as it held up the wine cup. They were like tiny pixies that lined up and carried the corresponding items as they quickly approached Alger. Alger reached out to receive it and looked down. He realized that there was a pool of blue liquid inside the golden wine cup. It was fake, dreamy, and not real enough. Drink it and head to the waters near Simeem Island in the Rorstad archipelago. Find this coral palace. There's something you want inside. If I don't drink this cup of wine, I won't be able to see the palace? Alger asked thoughtfully. Although he was facing an angel, he was still able to communicate rather calmly. This was because he saw a particular mighty existence every week, so he was already used to such situations. Queen of Calamity Kohainem nodded and said, "That's right." "Yes." "Will this leave a mark on me?" Alger asked cautiously. "Yes. Therefore, before you enter the Coral Palace and obtain the corresponding item, you can't return to Pasu Island or meet the angels under Leotaro." "How can I meet His Holiness just because I want to?" Alger heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He then asked, "When I obtain that item, will the effects of this cup of wine disappear?" Elf Queen Kohainem replied without any change in expression, "No. No, you need to eat that characteristic directly. When the time comes, this cup of wine will transform into a seal, preventing the characteristic from corroding your body for the time being. After that, how you prepare the ritual and explain it to the Church of the Storm will be up to you. Let the characteristic belong to me first before holding the ritual. This way, there might be a better way to make the Church accept it." Alger thought for a moment before raising his hand to bring the cup to his mouth. The ice-cold liquid slid down his throat before vanishing in an instant. The entire coral palace shattered as the light of dawn and the remnants of the gigantic tree with some green leaves appeared in front of Alger once again. "They didn't make me sign a contract or make me swear an oath. Yes, drinking that cup of wine is equivalent to making an agreement." Alger retracted his gaze and said to the sailors around him, who didn't notice anything, "There's nothing here. Let's take a deeper look." Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein also retracted his gaze from the crimson star representing the hanging man and nodded thoughtfully. "That's the grave of Siaras and Mobit. That golden cup has such a use. It's indeed Elf Queen Kohainem. What's her current state? Half of it is in the Book of Calamity, and the other half is hiding somewhere. Is it using the golden cup or its own characteristic to influence reality? Mr. the Hanging Man isn't corrupted for the time being. I'll take a look when he goes to the Rorstad archipelago." As his main body could only last a limited amount of time in the historical void, Klein didn't stay any longer. He returned to the pitch-black wilderness and continued walking in a certain direction with a lantern that emitted a faint yellow light. As he walked, Klein turned his head to look at the east, which was the symbol of Chernobyl. He couldn't help but slow down. "Once I obtain enough information from the dark, demonic wolf's hiding spot, I'll head east. I'll keep walking until I reach the border and confirm the situation. Then, I'll consider the matter of the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic. Amon probably didn't expect me to suddenly leave. He definitely knows the dark, demonic wolf's past very well. It's unlikely that he will do the same investigation as me. Yes, but he will definitely track me." Klein slowly exhaled and sped up his pace. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the black and red, desolate plains. The pattering rain began to fall. Klein dragged a black umbrella out of the historical void. With an umbrella in one hand and a lamp in the other, he walked forward alone. About a week later, the future docked somewhere along the long coastline of Rouen. Admiral of Stars Katlia held a stack of tarot cards in her hand as she said to Bosun Nina and company, "I'll be staying in Rouen for a period of time. I'll be staying in Lone for a period of time. You have to watch Frank and prevent him from doing any strange experiments." Chapter 12:17. Hearing the captain's instructions, Nina curled her lips and pointed out the window. "Is Frank's experiment not strange?" Katlia couldn't refute for a while, so she sighed and said, "If there are any signs of danger, write to me at once." As a mysticologist, she also had her own messenger. "All right." Nina puffed up her chest and said, "After all, I'm the most mature and staid person on the future." At this point, she asked curiously, "Captain, what are you doing in Rouen? What mission did he accept? Are we going to sabotage the enemy's rear?" Nina was of Fasak descent and Katlia was considered half Intis. In the recent war, she would naturally have some inclination. Therefore, Nina guessed that the captain had established contact with the Intis intelligence department. "You can say that," Katlia replied strictly. In a sense, Nina's guess was not wrong. She had indeed accepted a mission to go to Bakeland, the capital of Rouen, to wreak havoc. However, her target was not the official forces, but the cultists. Besides, there was still the chance to meet the Queen. She probably hadn't left Bakeland yet, and the earliest she could do so would be after the new year. At this thought, Katlia suddenly felt a little excited. Ever since she left Dawn, she had never really met Queen Mystic. They only exchanged letters or were on the same ship, but for various reasons, they did not communicate at all. Nina didn't dare to ask further. She pointed at the door and said, "Captain, is there anything else? If not, we're going out." Admiral of Stars Katlia nodded, indicating that the bosun of the future could leave with her subordinates. Just as Nina was holding the handle and twisting it gently, Katlia suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Don't worry!" Nina, Nina, whose blonde hair was tied into a high ponytail, turned around with a confused look on her face. "Don't get drunk," Admiral of Stars Katlia emphasized seriously. "When I return to the ship, I'll let you have a good drink." Nina immediately revealed a charming smile. "Deal." Katlia thought for a moment and exhorted, "Apart from Frank, you also have to pay attention to Heath's condition. Don't let him get curious about the unknown voice and don't get too tired. Also, pull Audiobook out of his room frequently and control the frequency and number of times he comes into contact with mysticism knowledge." I know. Do you think I don't know them?" Nina waved her hand and agreed. After the bosun and her subordinates left the captain's cabin and closed the door, Katlia cast her gaze outside the window, looking at the Bakeland that she could not see. After a few minutes, she pulled a tarot card out of her hand. It depicted a lonely old man with a glass lamp and a walking stick. The hermit card. Late at night, Bakeland, Queen's, Earl Hall's house. Audrey, who was wearing a white chiffon nightgown, suddenly opened her eyes. She took a blue cloak and draped it over her body. She then got out of bed and walked to the full-body mirror in the room. Using the crimson moonlight that shone through the curtains, she carefully observed herself. Her emerald green eyes seemed to glow. They were lustrous and clear, allowing people to clearly see every detail. Audrey closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all the abnormalities had vanished. The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit as her cheeks protruded slightly. Her eyebrows curved slightly as her eyes darted around slightly. She praised herself inwardly. "Audrey, you've finally come this far." She had completely digested the Dreamwalker potion. According to Audrey's confidence and predictions, She believed that she would finish digesting the potion after February. To her surprise, she encountered so many strange and completely different dreams during this period of time. These included multiple dreams, dreams caused by mental illnesses, lucid dreams, dreams caused by evil spirits and wraiths, and the dreams of a few demigods. Under normal circumstances, as a dreamwalker, Audrey could roughly determine the level of the creature she was about to enter to avoid encountering danger. However, the few demigods had hidden themselves so well that Audrey only discovered some clues when she entered their dreams. She was shocked. Fortunately, she wasn't discovered a few times. Instead, she accumulated experience, and because she carefully traveled, observed, and analyzed the demigod's dream, she greatly digested the potion. In addition, the other special dreams also gave her a completely different experience. After that, she tried to construct multiple dreams herself. She tried to hide behind the scenes in the dream and cleverly guide its development. She interfered with the subconscious to treat the dream's owner's mental illness or expel the corruption brought about by evil spirits and wraiths. To a certain extent, this went against her self-requirement of only observing and recording without interfering, but it strangely sped up the digestion of the potion. This made her conclude a new rule. If I really want to interfere, I have to be the mastermind and guide behind the scenes. Even if the goal is achieved, no one will notice it. On this point, Audrey did very well. The few people with serious mental illnesses unknowingly recovered after having 5 or 6 slightly strange dreams. And it was very normal for a dream to appear strange and incomprehensible. For me to be able to digest the Dreamwalker potion so quickly, it's mainly because of my luck during this period of time. Without so many unique experiences, I definitely have to wait another month or 2. Yes, I might even be captured by a demigod and thrown into a Beyonder prison, or I might be directly killed. When did my luck become so good? Since I sacrificed ice cream to the blessed of the angel in the domain of destiny. Audrey looked at herself in the mirror and blinked with a faint smile. She quickly retracted her gaze, scanned the bedroom, and walked to the dressing table. There was a deck of tarot cards there. In the room of a girl who liked mysticism, it was rather normal for there to be a deck of tarot cards. Audrey stretched out her right hand and touched the topmost card with her fingertip. She slowly took a deep breath and muttered to herself, "The battle in the Mantha Mountains is getting more and more intense. A port in mid-seashore has already fallen. The defense line in the Hornacis mountain range in Civilhouse County is said to not be able to last until spring. If it wasn't for the fact that we have a certain advantage in the war at sea, the connection with the southern continent's East Balam would definitely be severed. Alfred is still there. I don't know how this war will develop. Thankfully, I'm about to become a demigod. Mr. World has already given me the manipulator potion formula and the main ingredient. The tears of 7 different humans due to intense emotions have also been gathered through this period of dream experience. I've traded for the golden leaf of the Treant Mentor from Young Sunday. I'm only short of the blood of an elderly mind dragon. Phew, I'll try to exchange it from psychological alchemy. Before Vin Rambis died, I was already in charge of a psychological discussion group. But will this expose that Vin Rambis's death is related to me? Or should I request Mr. World to summon the blood of an elderly mind dragon from history? This can last for at least 15 minutes. Once I successfully advance and converge my spirituality, completing the self-suggestion, its disappearance won't affect me much. After all, it's only a supplementary ingredient. Audrey, you actually learned how to fake things. Furthermore, you're faking things on such matters. After making a self-deprecating remark, Audrey began to think about what kind of occasion she should use to complete the manipulator advancement ritual. That required her to consume the potion in a special occasion with at least 10,000 people, with their emotions resonating greatly. As her thoughts raced, Audrey had a preliminary idea. The goddess's Winter Gifts Day, but no matter how large a mass is, it can't accommodate 10,000 people. The cathedral can accommodate so many people. Yes, it's usually impossible. If there's a chance this time, I can donate a sum of money and suggest that we hold a large-scale mass at Memorial Square and other places to placate the souls that died in the war. The most important square is to invite the family, relatives, and friends of the dead and injured. As long as they make up a certain proportion, the emotional resonance will be able to affect the others participating in the Mass, thus fulfilling the requirements of the ritual. After calmly analyzing the situation, Audrey suddenly lowered her head and looked at the mirror on the dressing table. She saw that the faint smile on her beautiful face had long disappeared, leaving behind only a calm surface and the sorrow in her eyes. She stared at herself, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She whispered, "Audrey, you've also become despicable." She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, Audrey had returned to normal. She reached out to the stack of tarot cards on the dressing table and flipped open the top one. The card depicted a goddess of justice sitting on a stone chair, holding a sword in one hand and a scale in the other, coldly watching everything. Bakeland, Helstonborough, in a house with a fireplace. "Have you finished digesting your scribe potion?" Zio had just changed into her home clothes and walked back to the living room when she heard the unbelievable news. Furs nodded with a haggard expression. "Yes. Do you know what kind of life I've been living?" As she was forced to travel to 6 places, she had to experience, admire, and record them day and night. From time to time, she would be pulled into the gray fog to record all kinds of strange or high level beyond her powers. The original lightning storm and historical void image summoning had been replaced many times. Today, she had only returned to the original configuration. "I don't know," Zio answered honestly. "I know you don't know." Furs took a deep breath and said, "What about you? How have you been recently?" "Not bad. I've been arranged to be in the abnormal affairs court. I have some thoughts of acting, and the speed at which my potion is digesting has begun to accelerate," Zio tersely said. "It's very hard for me to imagine you wearing a judge's robe and sitting on it to conduct a trial." Furs sighed from the bottom of her heart. "Are you trying to say that the prisoners and lawyers won't be able to see me?" Zio added on her friend's behalf without minding it at all. Furs laughed dryly. "I'm going to prepare for the advancement ritual of a traveler after some rest." "Aren't you going deep into the spirit world? Do you have a solution?" Zio asked in puzzlement. Furs nodded. "The messenger who got me to summon him. Divine Sovereign of the 9 heavens. Chapter 1218. Summoning a messenger. As Tarot's judgment and a member of MI9, Zio knew what a messenger was, and she knew that the middle echelons of the charismatic order used messengers extensively. Before she could ask for more details, she saw Furs walk unsteadily to the guest room on the first floor with lifeless eyes. She said in a rather ethereal voice, "I'm sorry, but I didn't say anything. Let me sleep for a while. We'll talk later." She slept all the way until the next morning. She was woken up by the fragrance of meat. "Desi pie?" Furs rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room. There was already food on the table. "Yes." Zio came out of the bathroom. "It's at the corner of the street. It's not bad." Furs hummed and sat down at the dining table. She quickly picked up the desi pie and stuffed it into her mouth. After finishing one, she took a sip of sweet iced tea and sighed in satisfaction. This is what life is like. "Oh no, I forgot to brush my teeth." After busying herself with cleaning up, she finally regained her ability to think. She looked at Zio in puzzlement. "Did MI9 suspect that you had secretly become a judge?" "They think it's a reward from the faction that instructed me back then." Zio shared the information she had obtained. Furs combed her hair and smiled. "That's right. Let them ask the Church of Evernight." She covered her mouth and yawned. "I'm going to summon that messenger." After this period of recording, the way she addressed a certain someone had evolved from German Sparrow and Mr. World to that person. This was partly out of respect and partly out of fear of eavesdropping. Upon hearing her friend's words, Zio looked around and asked in puzzlement, "Why are you here? Aren't you going to set up a ritual?" She remembered that summoning a messenger required a ritual. This is only one of the methods. That person told me to use another method. Furs looked at her clothes and found that she didn't have time to change them last night. They were wrinkled from sleeping. Thinking that she was going to meet the messenger later, she decided to pay attention to her image. She hurriedly returned to the bedroom on the second floor and changed into a beige dress with a flounce hem. In preparation, in front of Zio, she raised her right hand and grabbed forward, as though she was trying to pull something out of the air. In her eyes, an illusory book condensed and formed. It flipped quickly and stopped at one of the pages. The next second, her arm sank, and a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the German sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black coat. His face was cold, and his temperament was stiff. Success? This is only my second attempt. I only tried once yesterday, and I failed. Fur's eyes widened, as if she wanted to absorb more light and see more clearly. She knew that she had summoned a projection from the historical void, so she wasn't too nervous. Instead, Zio subconsciously held her breath and looked warily at the projection of German Sparrow. She couldn't tell if it was real or fake. She still had a clear memory of this crazy adventure's battle achievements. Furs actually summoned German Sparrow? Shouldn't it be his messenger? German Sparrow can also descend as a summoned creature? Questions popped up in Zio's mind. Just as Furs was at a loss as to what to do next, German Sparrow's eyes darted around slightly. His gaze instantly turned spirited, no longer looking dull and sluggish. It gave off the feeling that he had come alive. Right on the heels of that, he took out an exquisite, silver-white harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. There was no sound, but the surroundings instantly turned cold as a bone-chilling wind blew. Then, a lady in a dark and complicated dress walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. Her 8 eyes looked at German Sparrow at the same time. German Sparrow nodded slightly and pointed at Furs. This lady needs to go deep into the spirit world to set up 4 special coordinates. Please help her. All right. One of Rionette Tinker's heads bobbed up and down as it spoke. German Sparrow didn't say anything else. As he approached the window, he made the glove on his left hand turn transparent. His figure quickly vanished as he teleported out of the house. He's gone! He's gone! The historical void projection I summoned left just like that? Furs watched with her mouth slightly agape, as though she was experiencing a farce. According to her understanding, the thing that was summoned should be under her control. How could it just leave on its own after saying a few words? Could it be that the historical void projection has a personality like the person himself? No, it's like the descent of German Sparrow himself. Furs glanced at Zio and realized that she was equally confused. At that moment, Furs suddenly shivered, as though she had been targeted by an extremely terrifying creature. She subconsciously turned her head and realized that German Sparrow's messenger was looking at her with 8 red eyes, carefully sizing her up. He's as terrifying as German Sparrow. Furs forced a smile and said, "That's right. Sorry to trouble you." At that moment, Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. "Requires payment. 800. Gold coins. There's even a fee." Furs turned agape, once again, unsure of how to respond. After a few seconds, her mind suddenly became active, and she calculated her savings. After lending £2,400 to Zio, I still have £780 left. I've spent quite a bit during this period of time, but the royalties from before are still coming in, together with some other income and the £300 Zio has returned. I have a total of £1,258. That's enough. Furs was about to agree when she immediately realized a problem. All of it in gold coins? Rionette Tinker's 4 heads shook slightly. "Yes, you Ken. Oh, as expected, it's all in gold coins. I remember that Mr. World has been trying to gather gold coins and exchange them for gold coins. Is it also to pay this messenger? The relationship between him and his messenger is so complicated. Mr. World should still have quite a lot of gold coins. I'll just get him to exchange it for 800 gold coins later. Furs secretly heaved a sigh of relief. All right. After agreeing, she saw the head in the headless messenger's hand raise up and bite the clothes on her shoulder. The colors around her became richer and brighter. The red turned redder, the black turned blacker, and the white turned whiter. Just like that, Furs was led by Rionette Tinker through similar scenes without any sense of direction. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place that seemed to be filled with a faint fog. In the depths of the fog, eyes seemed to look over, but they quickly shrank back. When Magician's Furs summoned German Sparrow's projection from the historical void to Bakeland, Klein's main body immediately entered the fog of history and ran all the way to before the first epoch. His consciousness came alive in the projection, reducing Furs's expenditure. This way, Klein indirectly returned to Bakeland. This was also the reason why he got Miss Magicians to use such a complicated method to summon the messenger. As for the messenger summoned by the adventurer's harmonica, it was an objective existence. It wouldn't increase the burden on Furs's spirituality. Even if the historical void projection of Klein disappeared, Rionette Tinker could still stay in the real world if she wanted to. After a teleportation, Klein's figure appeared in a secluded alley near St. Samuel Cathedral. He used his faceless powers to change his appearance and figure. During this process, although there were still a few pedestrians in the alley, they were affected by the illusion and didn't notice that a companion had suddenly appeared. Right on the heels of that, Klein straightened his clothes, pressed down on his hat, and quickly walked to St. Samuel Cathedral. He found a seat by the side in the prayer hall and sat down. After taking off his top hat and reciting the honorific name, he piously drew a crimson moon on his chest. Then he clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and prayed to the Evernight goddess in a low voice. I'm searching for traces of the dark demonic wolf's past to grasp his exact situation. At this point, Klein recalled that the dark demonic wolf might be a former colleague of the Evernight goddess. They should have a sufficient understanding of each other, so he hurriedly added, I wonder if you can give me some hints. He didn't wait for a response as he maintained a calm state of mind and continued. After I'm done with this matter, I plan on heading east all the way to see if I can reach the western continent and see what state it's in. I'll also take this opportunity to escape Amon's pursuit and search for other possibilities. After praying, Klein tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and whispered, Praise the lady. Just as he said that, a dark night sky, dotted with countless stars, suddenly appeared in front of him. Unknowingly, a piece of information appeared in his mind. It was information regarding the dark, demonic wolf, Kotur. Klein was taken aback for a moment. Only when the starry sky in front of him completely disappeared did he snap to his senses. He sincerely praised the goddess again. After leaving St. Samuel Cathedral, he used creeping hunger to teleport and arrived near the Holy Wind Cathedral in Sherwood Borough. He wanted to pray to the Lord of Storms. Looking up at the towering steeple, Klein was momentarily hesitant, unsure if he should really enter the headquarters of the Church of the Storm Bakeland Diocese. I'm just a historical void projection. I'm not afraid. There's nothing to lose from praying. What if the Lord of Storms hears of Amon's situation and decides to bestow 0 to 32 to me? That way, I won't have to take the huge risk of hunting the dark, demonic wolf. One should always have some expectations. Klein thought for a moment before finally making up his mind. He carefully raised his hand and summoned Winner Enuni, who hadn't been parasitized by Amon, from the historical void. He made the marionette transform into him and walk into the Holy Wind Cathedral. In just a minute or two, a dark cloud suddenly floated over Bakeland. There seemed to be a flash of silver lightning in the Holy Wind Cathedral, but no one noticed it. Chapter 12:19. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and everything in the Holy Wind Cathedral returned to normal. In a nearby corner, Klein raised his hand to rub his forehead. The corners of his mouth twitched as he mumbled, "So be it. Why did you have to strike my marionette to death?" He then took a deep breath as his figure quickly faded away and disappeared. The historical void projection was about to end. After all, the high-level powers that a scribe had replicated were clearly different from the original. The burden of summoning a sequence 3 at a sequence 6 was rather heavy. Even if a scholar of your could transfer his consciousness over to reduce the expenditure, it was impossible for Furs to last too long. In the outskirts of Bakeland, downstream of the Tussock River, Leonard hid his red gloves and slowly walked towards a particular spot. Suddenly, Palazaros's slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "How's that former colleague of yours recently?" Recalling the conversation on the tarot, Leonard suppressed his voice and said he just avoided a trap set by Amon's avatar. And is pursuing the truth of certain matters in the forsaken land of the gods. After Palaz Zoroast heard that, he didn't say another word and allowed Leonard to continue walking. After setting up the special coordinates, Furs was thrown back to the real world by German Sparrow's messenger. "I feel so tired, but I just woke up. It must be that high sequence, beyond her powers, expend too much of my spirituality." Furs covered her mouth and yawned as she looked at Zio with a haggard expression. "It's possible." Zio agreed with her friend's judgment. Her intuition told her that the German Sparrow projection that she had summoned was definitely not simple. It might even be equivalent to a saint. After some hesitation, Zio said, "Sleep a little longer. Go back to sleep. Don't try to advance in this state." In a case I previously tried, the murderer was a psychopath. He would deliberately make his friends, his students, and the vagrants he took in consume potions in all kinds of negative states. He watched them lose control and mutate into all kinds of monsters, disgusting and terrifying monsters. What is this guy's goal? Furs was stunned for a second. Two purposes. One was to observe whether the same magic potion would cause the same loss of control in different people. The other was to record the corresponding scene in the form of oil painting. He believed that the madness, the pain, and the distortion had an incomparable beauty that could stimulate his most intense creative passion. Zio recalled the trial, feeling both hatred and a baffling, lingering fear. He was a complete lunatic. This kind of guy should be killed. Furs shuddered at the mere thought of it. She grimaced and said, "Is he a cult member?" "Perhaps, but there are no clues. On the surface, he's an outstanding painter, and he's very famous internationally. If it wasn't for the disappearance of more than 5 of his students and friends in recent years, attracting our attention, we might have only discovered this matter after he completely went mad and lost control into a monster." When Zio said that, she suddenly paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, the law enforcement team that captured him vomited when they opened his secret basement. There were terrifying mutated corpses placed there, and there were oil paintings that left people horrified but had a strange charm. A detestable guy, but also a very attractive story. Furs thought and pressed, "Is he a devil?" "No, he's a psychiatrist." Zio denied her friend's guess. "You sentenced him to death?" Furs asked in anticipation. Zio shook her head. "His defense lawyer convinced me that he's more suitable to be a sealed artifact researcher." "There's a lawyer?" "Your abnormal affairs court has lawyers. Isn't it all a direct trial?" Furs asked in surprise. Zio combed her blonde hair that had grown longer. "We have some beyonders of the lawyer pathway. They also need to act." "Of course. They don't know that they're acting." "All right." Furs yawned again and pointed at the reclining chair by the fireplace. "I'll take a nap first." "Aren't you going to work?" "I can apply for leave," Zio replied succinctly. Furs didn't ask further. She walked to the fireplace and collapsed. 2 to 3 hours later, She woke up and meditated for a quarter of an hour. Following that, she found the traveler beyond her characteristic and supplementary ingredients that her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, had given her and concocted a potion. The potion's color was white but transparent, like half-melted snow. From time to time, light green bubbles would emerge from it. Holding the potion, Furs looked at her good friend who was guarding her and smiled. She smiled and said, "If I lose control, don't hesitate to behead me. No, pray first. Perhaps there's still a chance to save me." Zio nodded slowly. "Maintain your current state." Furs silently exhaled. Without any hesitation, she raised the potion and gulped it down. In the blink of an eye, she felt beams of light appear in her body and in front of her. They rampaged about, opening one illusory door after another. Furza's consciousness couldn't help but enter one of the doors as her body turned transparent and vanished. In this chaotic state of mind, Furs nearly lost her sense of self. Thankfully, she had been tormented recently and had a strong will. Furthermore, from time to time, she would sense the 4 special coordinates in the spirit world. Finally, she woke up bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, she realized that she had entered the depths of the spirit world. It was difficult to determine her exact location, nor could she find her way back. With the help of the 4 special coordinates, Furs slowly traversed back to a familiar place. She left the dense, stacked colors and the thin fog and walked out of the spirit world. Those 4 special coordinates aren't only used to help me find a way back, but they can also effectively maintain my self-awareness. Teacher is only a sequence 7, and he doesn't have any actual experience. It's inevitable that there will be some flaws in his knowledge. As Furza's thoughts raced, she cast her gaze at Zio and smiled. "I'm a traveler now." Zio heaved a sigh of relief. "What additional Beyonder powers did you gain?" "The main thing is that there's an additional teleportation, as well as invisible hand. In addition, the number of demigod-level Beyonder powers I can record has increased to 4. The exact effects should be close to sequence 4. Furs did a self-examination. She then raised her hand and drew a tarot card from the room that was used for divination. It was a man with a scepter in his right hand, pointing to the sky, and his left hand pointing to the ground. In front of him were the Holy Grail, scepter, sword, star coins, and other items. The magician's card. The day of the longest night every year was the birthday of the Evernight goddess, commonly known as Winter Gifts Day. On this day, all the believers of Evernight would head to a nearby cathedral to witness the sunset. When night came, they would participate in Mass, enjoy Holy Communion, listen to the choir, and do all kinds of activities. 1350 was a heavy year for the Evernight believers of Rouen. The intensity of the war and the rise in prices made them lose their good mood. However, on this Winter Gifts Day, they still walked out of their homes. This was because the Church of Evernight would be holding a large-scale Mass in the various squares to appease the souls that had passed away. At the same time, many foundations would also distribute food vouchers at the Massachusetts. Those who received them could use them to obtain the corresponding items at any relief point or cathedral. This caused some of the believers of Storms and Steam, who didn't celebrate Winter Gifts Day, to head to the nearest square. Westboro Memorial Square, the place where George III was blasted to death. Audrey wore a black cloak and carried the golden retriever, Susie, who carried a small leather bag on her back. She walked among the nobles with a plain expression. Her expression didn't seem abnormal, but there was some pain and guilt hidden within. She had already obtained the blood of the elderly mind dragon and concocted the manipulator potion. It was placed in the small bag on Susie's back. Susie was already a sequence 6 hypnotist, so Audrey believed that not many people present could discover her abnormality and snatch the item from her. The blood of the elderly mind dragon came from the hermit Catlia. It was said that she had obtained it from Queen Mystic, and Audrey had paid £3,000 to buy it. This was in line with her expectations. This was because she didn't really want to obtain the ingredients from psychological alchemy. After all, her immediate superior, Vinrambis, had only died a few months ago, and she was already gathering the items needed for her advancement. It would inevitably arouse suspicion, and the other members of psychological alchemy had the ability and wisdom to notice this. Furthermore, becoming a demigod means coming into contact with the counselors of the Psychological Alchemy Council. According to Mr. World, there might be an angel of the mind domain hidden among them. I should prepare for a while longer. When I have a suitable encounter and excuse, I'll consider raising my status in the council. I'll first conceal my strength for a period of time. With her blonde hair tied up, Audrey lifted the hem of her skirt and slowly walked to her predetermined spot. Along the way, many nobles extended a friendly hand to her, hoping to help this beautiful, noble, but weak girl pass through crowded areas and obstacles. However, they were all blocked by Earl Hull. He let his eldest son, Hibbert, take care of his youngest daughter while he held his wife's arm and walked in front. From time to time, he would turn back to look at the most dazzling jewel in Bakeland. Not long after their family arrived at their destination, the Archbishop of the Church of Evernights, Bakeland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, walked up the platform in a black robe with red patterns. He looked around, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Praise the goddess. When the believers below gave a response, the saint said in a low voice that everyone could hear, "That's right. Today is a celebration of the night, but the goddess responds with mercy. He has compassion on every mother who has lost her child, on every lonely child, on every person who has suffered greatly. He said that all of this will come to an end. All of this suffering will return to silence and peace." Chapter 1220. As Anthony Stevenson's words echoed in Memorial Square and spread to other places, the people of Rouen who participated in the Mass of Repose felt touched, sad, warm, and depressed. In different squares, different choirs began reciting the poem. The ethereal and holy voice seemed to resound deep in everyone's hearts. The crimson full moon rises and reflects on the land. Everyone sinks into a sweet dream, dreaming of themselves, of parents, wives, husbands, and children. This is forever. Note 1. Unknowingly, everyone felt as though their minds had been baptized and their spirituality was naturally released. They seemed to have really entered a dream, strolling in a quiet darkness. Here lay their children, their parents, their wives, their husbands, their friends. There was no more suffering, no more pain. There was peace and gentleness in their expressions. "We will look up at the night sky," tenderly say her name, "Evernight Goddess." If she hears it, she will definitely agree. She will definitely reveal a pure smile to the dead. "Come, rest, sleep in peace, my children." Note 2. The people strolling in the dream once again felt a strong sense of sadness, as though they understood that they were really going to bid farewell. They recalled all the beautiful scenes of the past, the scene of the family sitting around the dining table enjoying delicacies and chatting to their heart's content. They recalled the person who looked at them warmly. They recalled the pain of seeing them hurt and hearing of their passing that seemed to tear their souls apart. They recalled the dark clouds and parting brought about by the war. They slept peacefully in this peaceful kingdom, no longer having any worries. However, the survivors had to suffer day and night, turning haggard and withering. A tear slid down, followed by another. The people at Memorial Square's remnant mass could no longer suppress the emotions in their hearts. They silently and unreservedly vented the accumulated pain. Great sadness filled the air, intertwining with the choir's chanting as though it had a corporeal form. "Cross your hands, place them on your chest," say the silent prayer, and shout from your heart, "The only home is peace." Note 3. The people who were crying silently with their eyes closed subconsciously followed the content of the poem and did similar actions. Then they were infected by each other and shouted in their hearts, "The only home is peace." The sadness reached its peak. More than 10,000 people in Memorial Square, felt a strong resonance. At this moment, Audrey opened her eyes, bent down, and took out a bottle of potion from the leather bag on Susie's back. Countless fragments of light floated in the potion, as though it was the manifestation of the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey didn't hesitate. Under such circumstances, she unscrewed the cap and gulped down the liquid inside. Unlike in the past, where she could still experience the potion sliding down her throat and into her stomach, Audrey felt. She felt that she could no longer feel her body. Her entire being seemed to have condensed into a ball of thought and merged with the illusory sea around her. This was the first time that she had seen the sea of collective subconscious without going through the island where her dreams and mind were. It was like she had returned to her mother's arms before she was born. She had returned to the very beginning, where she was washed, disintegrated, and influenced by the imprints left by the ancestors of mankind. There was fear, madness, and all kinds of terrible mental pollution in it. Audrey couldn't resist it for a moment. Her consciousness faded, and her figure swayed, about to melt. Affected by this, Audrey, who knew that she was about to be assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious, also resonated with it. She felt uncontrollable grief. The grief passed from one thought to another. Soon, it filled the thoughts that Audrey had mutated into. It pierced into her soul body and her soul. Affected by this, Audrey, who knew that she was about to be assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious, also felt a resonance. She felt an uncontrollable grief. The grief passed from one thought to another. Soon, it filled the sea of collective subconscious. It pierced through her soul body and soul. The voice in her ear became clearer and louder. Finally, it echoed in the sea of collective subconscious. The only home is peace. The only home is peace. The only home is peace. Audrey repeated the prayer as her figure quickly became clear. With just a thought, she split into many transparent and illusory versions of herself. They roamed the sea of collective subconscious, arriving at the mind islands that represented different people and climbing them. In these places, she directly saw where the sadness of different people came from. It came from the cannonballs that fell from the sky, from the airships that formed a formation, from the letters sent back from the front lines, from the bad news delivered by the postman, from the splattering of flesh and blood in front of her eyes, from the sudden collapse of a loved one, from the pile of toys that no longer had an owner, from the violent coughing in the great smog. The only home is peace. The golden retriever, Susie, also closed her eyes during Massachusetts. She recited the words in human language in her heart, not noticing any abnormalities around her. Suddenly, Audrey's voice sounded in her soul, her body of heart and mind. Susie, I succeeded. I've always been very worried. I was worried that as my sequence advanced, I would be more and more affected by the potion. I would become colder and colder, becoming more and more like a mythical creature instead of a human. Susie looked up in a daze, only to see that the blonde girl beside her had her eyes closed, but her face was covered in tears at some point in time. Then she heard Audrey say in her heart, "Fortunately, I can still feel their sorrow." How nice! In Susie's eyes, another drop of tear fell from the corner of the golden-haired girl's eye, sparkling and translucent. At this moment, the sun withdrew its last ray of light, and the night brought peace. Everyone opened their eyes at the same time and said in a calm voice, "The only home is peace." After crying uncontrollably for a while, Audrey, who was originally bright and cheerful, became a little more delicate, with a touch of sadness, which made everyone who saw her feel affection from the bottom of their hearts. Under all kinds of protection, she returned to Empressboro and returned to her room. Only at this moment did she have the chance to seriously examine herself, digesting the knowledge and experience she had obtained from the potion and the sea of collective subconscious. Others might not be able to tell, but Audrey knew very well that the tall, beautiful blonde girl in the mirror already possessed immense strength and exaggerated dragon scales for defense. She was the kind that could shatter a piece of steel with a single punch. Oh, I can still dragon transformation, which is equivalent to using an incomplete mythical creature form. However, I have to wait until I get used to the potion and constantly stack the correct psychological cues. Otherwise, I'll directly lose control. Every dragon transformation can't exceed a certain amount of time. Otherwise, even if I have treatment methods that target my mind and soul, I'll be deeply infected by madness and chaos, causing me to lose control. My current limit is about a minute. The core ability of a manipulator is called control. I can let the body of heart and mind enter the mind island of others through the sea of collective subconscious, directly tampering with their subconscious, reading their thoughts, and silently driving them to do all kinds of things. Paired with control is virtual personas. I can create many personas, allowing them to have a corresponding body of heart and mind. This can resist many of the effects of the mind domain. On the other hand, it can allow me to silently invade the target's mind island while conversing with others without any signs on the surface. I can only create 13 virtual personas at present. A manipulator can also create a terrifying mental plague. I can use the sea of collective subconscious to spread all kinds of mental illnesses and extreme madness. Yes, awe has become a large-scale mind deprivation. It's no longer just an effect of awe. I can also turn my designated thoughts into a mind storm that engulfs the surroundings and affects all enemies. As a manipulator, it's a must to have the ability to roam the sea of collective subconscious. This is called consciousness walk. Otherwise, if I were to slowly arrive at the predetermined place after going through complicated maneuvers like before, the target would have already left. Audrey looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly revealed a faint smile. Then she puffed up her cheeks and opened her mouth as though she was about to spit out something. Since her mythical creature form was a mind dragon, she definitely had psychic breath. This could directly stimulate and damage the target's body of heart and mind body. It was an area of effect, enhanced version of psychic piercing. Audrey's green eyes darted around slightly as she retracted her gaze and sighed inwardly. This is a demigod. These powers even make me afraid. And how powerful must Mr. World be to be able to kill Vin Rambus above the gray fog in the ancient palace? As the participants of the hunt finished their preparations, they decided to organize a private meeting to discuss the specific details. Manipulators are that terrifying. Magicians Furs looked at Miss Justice beside her and blurted out in shock. Just now, Audrey had briefly mentioned the changes she had undergone after becoming a demigod. Although she didn't go into detail to protect her trump card, it still left the magicians, the Hermit, Judgment, and the Star alarmed. Actually, it's not that terrifying. Mr. World knows very well. Audrey cast her gaze to the bottom of the long, mottled table. The World Gehrman Sparrow didn't nod as he tersely acknowledged. I also had a powerful helper to kill Vin Rambus. He paused for a moment, then said, "Before we discuss the hunt, I want to know how to make the House of Abraham feel my friendliness." Note 1. Adapted from Tennyson, Lotus Eater. Note 2. Adapted from I.B.A. Browning, The Children's Cries. Note 3. Adapted from Thomas Hood, The Bridge of Sighs, and Tennyson, Lotus Eater. P.S. Update before making changes. Chapter 1221. Friendly? Upon hearing World's German Sparrow's question, Magicians first nearly doubted her ears. The image of Mr. X's head, which was covered in cracks, and bloodstains, instantly surfaced in her mind. Just as Furs was deliberating over a good excuse, Audrey glanced at her and smiled at World's German Sparrow. To make the House of Abraham feel your friendliness, what's important isn't what you do, but what Miss Magicians writes in the letter. That's right. Unless I directly appear in front of Miss Magicians' teacher, his understanding of me will only be limited to the various rumors and the things Miss Magicians tells him. As long as the story she tells is good enough, it doesn't matter even if it doesn't match the actual situation. Klein suddenly realized that he had gotten into a dead end when thinking about the corresponding problem. Magician's Furs understood Miss Justice's words, but she didn't think it through thoroughly enough. After looking at the hermit, the star, and company, Audrey said to Furs, "You need to convey Mr. World's goodwill to your teacher." You need to convey Mr. World's goodwill to your teacher. For this, you can weave some stories instead of telling the truth. Then what do I need to say? Magician's Furs took the initiative to ask. It wasn't that she wasn't good at fabricating stories. On the contrary, it was what she was best at. But the problem was that writing a novel that people liked and writing a story that people believed weren't the same. The latter would undoubtedly be easier if she could obtain the advice of a senior psychologist. Audrey had already thought of the details of the letter before she opened her mouth. At that moment, she replied in an unhurried manner, "That's right." At that moment, she replied unhurriedly, "Clearly your teacher must have noticed your rapid advancement, and because of Mr. X's death and all kinds of sensitive issues, he has a certain degree of suspicion and wariness towards the Beyonder circles you participate in." Yes. Furs nodded, slightly, agreeing with Miss Audrey's judgment. If her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, was a careless person who was abnormally insensitive to various signs, she wouldn't have survived until now. She would have long been captured by the Aurora Order or died in the hands of other forces that were interested in the House of Abraham. Audrey continued, "That's right. Under such circumstances, he still maintains contact with you, teaches you knowledge, gives you formulas, and provides you with ingredients. This means that on the one hand, he recognizes your personality and character. On the other hand, he has certain expectations for you to become a sequence for demigod and for you to obtain important information from the mysterious and dangerous Beyonder Circle. What we want to do is exploit this mentality." Audrey originally wanted to use the more neutral term grasp to replace exploit, but after a slight pause, she chose to face herself and the essence of the matter. Seeing that Magician's Furs was listening attentively, and that Judgment, the Star, and the Hermit were looking forward to what she was going to say next, Audrey pursed her lips and said, "After you return, you can write to him and tell him that you've become a traveler. After you return, you can write to him and tell him that you've become a traveler. Let him be happy about your growth, but also surprised by your exaggerated advancement speed. Then, answer the question he raised previously. Say that the gentleman who wishes to purchase the worm of Star mentioned something. It's that the ancient curse in the Abraham family's bloodline seems to come from a secret existence named Mr. Dorr. This is a question that your teacher has never told you, but is absolutely concerned about. Without a doubt, he will feel fear towards the gentleman who seems to know of your connection with the House of Abraham. He will want to avoid him, but he will definitely desire to know more. He wants to figure out the secrets hidden in the curse that has plagued the House of Abraham for generations, and if there's a solution. At the same time, communicating through letters and not meeting him directly will give him a certain sense of security. He might change his residence, change his identity, and use a more roundabout method to send and receive letters, but there's a high chance that he won't lose contact. Maintain this connection and reveal more valuable information step by step to awaken your teacher's desire. Then you can use this to shape Mr. World's image and let your teacher experience some kind of kindness. At this point, Audrey stopped and looked at the World German Sparrow. She could roughly tell that Mr. World had expressed his goodwill to the House of Abraham because he had something to ask of them. However, she wasn't a prophet, nor had she read German Sparrow's mind. She naturally couldn't guess what it was, so she couldn't elaborate further. Klein nodded and laughed hoarsely at Miss Magician's. After we establish this indirect connection, I might propose a trade request to your teacher, using the promise of removing the curse in exchange for something valuable. Through demonestricy, he had already grasped the solution to the curse of the House of Abraham, but he didn't plan on exchanging it for the Planeswalker Potion formula and a Grade 0 sealed artifact. On the one hand, the value wasn't equal. If the difference was too great, Klein would feel guilty. On the other hand, he didn't want to release a dangerous existence like Mr. Dorback into the real world. That would be irresponsible to himself and all the innocent people. He was considering finding another way to make the curse of the house of Abraham disappear to a certain extent. In other words, it might still exist, but it wouldn't affect the normal lives of the Abrahams and their advancement within a certain range. So that's how it is. Mid- and high-level Beyonders in the mind domain are really powerful. They can make people unknowingly do the corresponding things according to their arrangements. Compared to when I first met her, Miss Justice seems to have undergone a complete transformation. She's both fearful and admirable. Magician's Furs glanced at Zio and seemed to read the same wistful emotions in her eyes. She thought for a moment and mustered her courage to say to the world, "German Sparrow, what if my teacher rejects your request for a trade? Do you think I'll kill and plunder?" Klein lampooned in his heart in Mandarin and scoffed. "Don't worry, I won't harm him. I won't force him. Phew. Although Mr. World is a little terrifying, he still keeps his promises." Magician's Furs slowly nodded. "I'll follow Miss Justice's suggestion and write a letter to my teacher later." Klein nodded slightly and looked around. "You can discuss the hunt now." The hermit Catlia took over the reins and said, "That's right. The biggest problem in this operation is how to find the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz." Furs suddenly recalled her previous encounter with Bootiz. She raised her hand and said, "If I can borrow that powerful sealed artifact from my teacher, I can bring it with me and often stroll around Bakeland. Through the convergence of Beyonder characteristics, I can attract Bootiz nearby. This might also attract other demigods of the apprentice pathway, or the leader of the secret order, Zeridal or Blasphemer Amon." The more Furs spoke, the lower her voice became. She felt that this method was too dangerous. If Zeridal and Amon really appeared, she didn't know what would happen to the other members of the operation. But as bait, she would undoubtedly not be able to escape. Catlia nodded and thought, if it's only a grade 1 sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway, the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence wouldn't be that attractive to neighboring pathways. The range would be limited to demigods of the apprentice pathway. And according to what I know, there aren't many of them. It can even be said to be few. Most of them exist in the form of characteristics or sealed artifacts. I suddenly don't want to become a sequence 4. Magician's Furz's eyelids twitched when she heard that. Catlia then cast her gaze at the world, German Sparrow. Let's not talk about whether or not there's a grade 1 sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway. To let the Saint of Secrets and Miss Magicians encounter each other, the premise is that he's also in Bakeland. Furthermore, he's not that cautious and often goes out. Upon hearing this, Leonard said from the perspective of a professional official Beyonder, "That's actually not difficult." This actually isn't difficult. As a demigod of the apprentice pathway, Bodies is definitely in charge of dealing with accidents and providing support to different places in the upper echelons of the Aurora Order. He has sufficient mobility. Ha! This is a term that appeared after the invention of steam locomotives and airships. As long as you can create some incidents against the Aurora Order in Bakeland, there's a high chance that he will come. As he spoke, Leonard glanced at Klein. According to what he knew, in the chaotic battle outside Byam caused by German Sparrow, the Saint of Secrets had appeared and picked up a glove. That's a solution. Audrey and company nodded. At this moment, the world, German Sparrow suddenly said, "Let me remind you that the Aurora Order is an organization that worships a true God. Let me remind you that the Aurora Order is an organization that worships a true God. Once you take action against them, with the implied goal of hunting their upper echelons, the true creator might foresee it and give you a warning." That's possible. Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she observed Catlia, Leonard, and company. She realized that they were equally stunned. This was something they had never considered before. It wasn't that they weren't smart enough, but rather that they had never participated in matters that involved high-level existences. Or rather, even if they had participated, They didn't know anything about it. Then what should we do? Magicians first couldn't help but ask. Klein replied in an enlightening tone, I'll use a gentler method that doesn't directly target the Aurora Order to fish out Saint of Secrets Bootes. Chapter 1222. A Softer Method. However, Katlia, who lacked experience when it came to high-level matters, instantly had a new idea. Let Miss Magicians participate in the various Beyonder gatherings in Bakeland, and accidentally reveal her connection to the House of Abraham, thereby attracting the attention of the Aurora Order? Seeing that the world's German sparrow didn't deny it, Katlia thought as she looked to the other side. How to make this matter reasonable and not arouse suspicion, how to design the steps and process of exposure, and how to lay the groundwork for each gathering. I might need Miss Justice's help. In her opinion, only a manipulator who could accurately grasp the psychology of the people at the gathering could make the plan natural, reasonable, and flawless. Okay. Audrey nodded solemnly, feeling a little excited. She then added, You're right. Although I haven't done anything like this before, I will try my best to make everything seem reasonable. Why do I suddenly feel a little afraid? Why do I feel like none of us have any experience? Apart from Mr. World, who can't participate directly, Hermit might be very experienced in other aspects, but she probably hasn't done such a hunt before. This isn't a game. This is a cruel operation where someone might die if they aren't careful. Magician's furs trembled when she heard that. She deeply doubted the qualifications of most of the members present, including herself. However, when she thought of how Miss Justice and Hermit were already sequence 4 demigods, while she and the Star were sequence 5, she felt that this wasn't too serious of a problem. After all, every powerhouse was someone with little experience who accumulated their strength step by step. Furthermore, they had the world, German Sparrow, the strongest hunter of the 5 seas, to keep watch. Reasonable. Scheme. Control. Upon hearing Hermit and Miss Justice's conversation, Klein subconsciously extracted the keywords. This made him recall his experience of using 0-08 and being arranged by 0-08. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's no wonder the spectator sequence 1 is author. This is indeed a very reasonable development, but it can go from guiding to forcing it. You don't have to worry about the specific arrangements. Go back and think about it carefully. At the same time, you have to make adjustments based on the feedback from the scene. Katlia nodded in thought as she suddenly had a new idea. When Miss Magicians participates in a Beyonder gathering, it's best if you hide in the nearby area and use your control over the sea of collective subconscious to monitor the thoughts of every participant and accurately grasp the feedback. Would it be enough to create only 13 virtual personalities? There should be more than 13 members at the Beyonder gathering. I can take turns to monitor them and choose the ones I pay attention to. Audrey quickly analyzed the feasibility and tersely acknowledged, No problem. This was also a form of training for her. At the same time, it was also a form of acting to a certain extent. She didn't directly use her Beyonder powers to influence the target, but through an accurate grasp of the target's mental state, she could use her words, performance, actions, and script to control the corresponding personnel. Seeing that there were no problems on Miss Justice's side, Katlia looked at the magicians. In order to prevent any sudden attacks, as well as to better grasp the situation around you, I need to plant something on you. What is it? Magicians, Furs asked warily. Katlia glanced at the world, who was at the end of the long, mottled table. After obtaining the approval of Mr. Fool's Blessed, she raised her hand and pressed it against her glabella. A pair of nearly transparent eyes appeared in front of her. They didn't have any eyelashes and were cold and emotionless. This is the eye of mystery prying. After becoming a mysticologist, I can place it on someone else's body. What it sees is equivalent to what I see. Furthermore, once it enters a concealed state, it will be very difficult to be discovered by other means. Katlia gave a simple introduction. Upon seeing this scene, Klein leaned back slightly and let out a long sigh inwardly. Back when he first grasped spirit vision, he had seen something similar behind old Neil. If he had the accumulated mysticism knowledge he had now, he would have been able to detect the problem earlier. Perhaps things would have developed differently. If these strange eyes were planted on me, wouldn't I be watched by Ma, am hermit when I go to the bathroom? Magicians first secretly drew a cold gasp and asked hesitantly, "Can I plant it before every gathering?" Can I plant it before every gathering? If we make frequent contact, it'll be very easy to be discovered. Besides, Saint of Secrets, Bootiz, won't only appear at the time you choose. Katlia nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge and explained. Finally, she said, "Don't worry. I won't see what I shouldn't see." This was a lesson learned through blood and tears. Furs was silent for a few seconds before she slowly exhaled. "All right," Katlia nodded slightly and continued, "That's right. After discovering clues to the House of Abraham, the Aurora Order will definitely do a certain level of investigation. And to be safe and to prevent any accidents from happening, they will definitely send someone with sufficient confidence. Among them, Saint of Secrets Bootiz is undoubtedly the person who is most interested in the House of Abraham. Furthermore, Bakeland isn't suitable for the activities of a king of angels, so the chances of him appearing are the highest." At this moment, the star Leonard, who was leaning back in his chair, raised his hand. "Not necessarily. According to the information we have, the Aurora Order has another high-ranking member in Bakeland named Saint Tenebris. After Mr. A's disappearance, he appeared to organize some matters. When the time comes, the person in charge of tracking down clues to the House of Abraham might very well be him, and not the Saint of Secrets. After all, it's his parish. The demigod I encountered when assassinating Mr. X is Saint Tenebris?" Klein nodded inconspicuously in enlightenment. Katlia was already prepared for this. Without any hesitation, she said to the star, "I might need your help in this matter. I might need your help with this. You should investigate more cases involving the Aurora Order and attack them more often. This way, it will be inconvenient for them to carry out their activities. After discovering clues to the House of Abraham, they might very well seek reinforcements and let, yes, the Saint of Secrets, who is more mobile and more covert, be in charge." Leonard thought of the recent mission list and nodded slightly. Sure. As the captain of a Red Gloves team, he had the authority to do so. The only question is, could this also be foreseen by the true creator? After Leonard agreed, he turned to look at Klein. Klein thought for a moment and pointed out from the side, "You are also under the gaze of the gods." Leonard retracted his gaze in enlightenment and said to the hermit Katlia, "That's right. I have no more questions." Katlia pushed up the glasses on the side of her face and cast her gaze at Judgment. "The Beyonder Circle that Miss Magicians participates in will be limited to East Borough and Bakeland Bridge. This should be a place you are very familiar with. You have to constantly pay attention to any abnormalities and immediately inform me of the situation around the gathering location. All right." Although Zio was disappointed that she could only handle external matters, she knew very well that with her strength, she could only do so much. At this moment, Katlia thought for a moment and said, "You are a judge. When the time comes, you might need to do some area of effect prohibitions. This might not be effective against the Saint of Secrets Bootiz, but it should be able to cause some interference. Don't doubt it. With preparations and only providing support, a mid-sequence Beyonder can also affect a saint to a certain extent. The premise of all of this is that a demigod is fighting a demigod, and I'm only providing support. The education that Zio had received from a young age and the MI9 she had joined emphasized cooperation. It was very easy for her to understand Ma and Hermit's words. At this point, the plan had taken shape. What followed was to adjust it bit by bit through practice. Just as Furs heaved a sigh of relief, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Previously, Mr. World mentioned that Bootiz might have a grade 0 sealed artifact. How should I deal with it? Frankly speaking, she didn't have a direct impression of how terrifying a grade 0 sealed artifact was. This was because she had never encountered one, nor had she seen others encounter one. However, she had experienced the grade 1 sealed artifact that German Sparrow had borrowed from Mr. Fool many times, so she knew how terrifying it was. And a grade 0 sealed artifact was an entire level higher than a grade 1 sealed artifact, so its might was obvious. In the rumors that Furs had heard, some grade 0 sealed artifacts could even destroy Bakeland, or even the world. Katlia fell silent for a few seconds. On the one hand, we can use Miss Justice's grasp of the minds of the people around her to search for possible traces. On the other hand, we can use Miss Judgment's understanding of the various anomalies in the area and combine it with divination to determine if there's such a sealed artifact. If we don't receive any feedback and the Saint of Secrets Bootiz really has a grade 0 sealed artifact with him, you don't have to be too afraid. He won't kill you immediately. He will definitely try to control you and find a safe place to interrogate you. We will have enough time and opportunity to separate him from the sealed artifact. Remember, the sealed artifacts a Beyonder possesses aren't completely a portion of their strength. During this process, didn't you also record some high-level Beyonder powers? If the situation is dire, don't hold back. Escape with all your might. You don't sound very confident. Magician Sfurz's face suddenly turned pale as she forced a smile. I'll do my best. At this moment, German Sparrow, the world, took the initiative to say, when necessary, you can pray to Mr. Fool. When necessary, you can pray to Mr. Fool. I will also ask him to provide some protection ahead of time and give some revelations. As this operation couldn't threaten Klein's true body no matter what, and it might involve a grade 0 sealed artifact, he who had gained basic control over Sapphira Castle could only obtain some revelations. That's good. Magician's Furs, Zio, and company silently heaved a sigh of relief. As the private gathering came to an end, Klein looked at Katlia and said, "From the looks of it, there's no way to end the operation before the new year." "Looks like we won't be able to end the operation before the new year. I'll pay you in advance." He then condensed a portion of mysticism knowledge that he hadn't mentioned before into a pale white brilliance and pushed it to the hermit. Chapter 1223. Dark Angel Sasser might very well be a negative personality that was separated from the ancient sun god. Mr. Dor was once the most powerful king of angels. The House of Abraham also has at least 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts that correspond to the angel-level Beyonder characteristics of the apprentice pathway. The underlying laws of this world are chaos and madness. Mysticism knowledge reverberated in Katlia's mind, making her feel a heavy weight amidst her shock. If it wasn't for Tarot, Mr. Fool's blessings, and the world's German Sparrow's provision, it definitely wouldn't have been so easy for her to understand this knowledge. She would definitely have to bear a huge risk. If she wasn't careful, she might attract the attention of certain high-level existences or be pestered by madness and pain. Thank you for your advance payment. This will greatly help me digest the potion. Katlia opened her eyes and sincerely thanked him. According to her original plan, she should be able to obtain some mysticism knowledge after meeting Queen Mystic. With German Sparrow's advance payment, there was a high chance that she could completely digest the mysticologist potion. Unfortunately, a few days before she arrived in Bakeland, Queen Mystic Bernadette had left the city after following a clue. This left Katlia very disappointed. Upon hearing Ma and Hermit's words, Klein, who was disguised as the world, laughed hoarsely. There is a price to this gift. As his voice echoed, he nodded at Justice and Magicians, indicating that he was also speaking to them. After the private gathering ended, the members left Sapphira Castle one after another. Klein stood up and walked from the bottom of the long mottled table to the seat of honor, sitting at the Fool's seat. He leaned back in his chair and rested his elbows on the armrest. The void beside him rippled and condensed into circles of halos. This was a prayer point of light, a marionette controlled by the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. It had already existed before the gathering, but the corresponding area had been shielded by Klein. No one could sense it, and it had only returned to normal now. Klein cast his gaze at the circle of light. Using it as a base, he expanded his field of vision into the distance. In the real world, a dark mountain stood tall. There was a hole at the waist that extended all the way underground. There had once been many humans who had survived the cataclysm hiding here. Later, they were turned into his marionettes by dark demonic wolf Kotor. During this period of time, Klein had been retracing all sorts of traces and found 3 places where the dark demonic wolf had hidden in the past. However, he didn't gain much. The reason was very simple. Just like now, there was a rock at the entrance of the cave, and on top of it sat a young man wearing a classic black robe and a pointed hat. He had a wide forehead and a thin face. Amon, this angel of time, seemed to sense the gaze from Sapphira Castle. He raised his head, adjusted his crystal monocle, and slightly curled up the corners of his mouth. Klein retracted his gaze as his facial muscles twitched slightly. He muttered, "What a persistent ghost. It's not like this fellow doesn't know about the dark demonic wolf's past. Is there a need to destroy all the clues I need? Furthermore, it's always done a little earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he would have hung him up and given him a beating." Phew! Klein exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. He wore a black top hat and held a dim yellow lantern. He dispelled the historical void projection and left the mountain without looking back, heading deep into the silent wilderness. Klein's footsteps didn't hesitate at all. This was because he had long obtained detailed information about the dark, demonic wolf, Kotor, from the Evernight goddess. He had a sufficient understanding of the god of wishes' character, style, and habits. The reason why he was still pursuing the dark demonic wolf's past was mainly because he wanted to verify something. After all, the Eastern continent had been the forsaken land of the gods for 2,000 to 3,000 years. The dark demonic wolf had been away from the Evernight goddess's attention for a long time. It was very likely that there would be some changes in his personality and style. If he were to completely follow the information provided by the Evernight goddess to plan his actions, there was a high chance that he would make the mistake of using an expired map to bombard a target. Under the immense pressure given by the true creator and Amon, the possibility of the dark demonic wolf transforming isn't low. It might even become a pervert. Perhaps it's so mentally repressed that it's half mad. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. The dark demonic wolf, in his words, could actually be seamlessly switched to Klein Moretti or Zhoming Rue. All he needed to do was change the sentence to future tense. There was another reason why Klein insisted on pursuing the dark demonic wolf's past. It was an attempt to deceive Amon, making it difficult for him to guess that he had already grasped the key information. Of course, this might not be enough to fool the god of deceit. Klein's main goal was to obtain a mental victory so as to adjust his overly repressed mental state. He didn't need to seek Miss Justice for treatment. Yes, from the looks of it, the dark demonic wolf still maintains the clarity and rationality of the late Second Epoch. It's not as manic, bloodthirsty, and crazy as it was when it first fused with the other Beyonder characteristics. His most important personality trait doesn't seem to have changed. He is still that suspicious. He doesn't even trust his marionettes. Once he decides to migrate, he will leave behind all the marionettes he previously had and erase all connections. Also, the dark demonic wolf seems to have migrated from the east. As he thought, Klein suddenly stopped. In the darkness, without the stars or the crimson moon, he relied on his spiritual intuition to cast his gaze in a particular direction. His expression gradually turned solemn as he raised his right hand and pressed down on his half-top hat. Then Klein adjusted his direction and walked in the direction his gaze was pointing at. It was the east. In the endless darkness, the lantern in his hand dragged out a lonely shadow. His knee-length trench coat was almost the same color as the distant night. His footsteps were a little faster than before. Bakeland Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey sat in front of the dressing table and began to seriously consider how to make the release of bait appear reasonable. During this process, she suddenly thought of something. That was, if she wanted to head to the vicinity of the Beyonder gathering to monitor the thoughts of the participants, she lacked a fast and convenient method. As a sequence for demigod, she couldn't fly, nor could she teleport, much less use flames to secretly jump. It would be fine if it was late at night, as she could use dreams as a springboard to shuttle, but during the day and evening, she could only rely on her feet. Actually, my speed isn't slow, but if I were to run faster than a steam locomotive, I would definitely attract attention. There's so many powerhouses in Bakeland, so there's no lack of existences that can see through my psychological invisibility. Similarly, in my dragon form, I can fly, but it's just too eye-catching. At present, I can only let my consciousness and spirit body enter the sea of collective subconscious, and I can't bring my body in. After some thought, Audrey could only consider purchasing sealed artifacts or mystical items that had the ability to travel. She also decided to travel through dreams where there were dreams. If there weren't, she would walk, take a car, or take the subway. What a simple demigod. Yes, it's no wonder her full name is demigod. Those terrifying Beyonder powers are the side of a god, and these are the side of a human. Audrey gave a self-deprecating laugh as she pulled her thoughts back on track. Bakeland, Hillston Borough. Sitting by the fireplace, Furs had a book spread open on her thigh as a pad for the letter. She held a fountain pen and stared at the horizontal lines on the paper and the tarot cards scattered on the ground. She didn't move for a long time. What's wrong? You don't want to lie to your teacher? No, what you wrote is the truth. You don't want to plot against your teacher? Zaya walked over, squatted down, and looked up into Furs's eyes. Furs shook her head. No, it's not because of that. I do feel a little guilty, but I know that this is a good thing for him and the House of Abraham. I'm just hesitating. I have a nagging feeling that our fates will change after writing this letter. Ah. Zaya was somewhat taken aback when she heard that. She didn't quite understand what her friend meant. Furs slowly exhaled and said, "The war from before and now isn't that dangerous for us." The war from before and now isn't actually that dangerous for us. We have the ability to avoid it, obtain the corresponding resources, and continue our peaceful lives. Therefore, my feelings towards it aren't that deep. We're like people standing beside a torrent. We could have watched everything from the sidelines, but after writing this letter, we might be swept into the torrent by the surging waves. Zaya listened quietly as she gaped her mouth and pursed her lips. She pursed her lips and said, "If not for this matter, do you think we can avoid the torrent of fate?" As she spoke, she picked up a tarot card from the ground. The surface of the card depicted an angel blowing a horn and the dead. The judgment card. Furs looked at the tarot card for a while, closed her eyes and combed her hair. She smiled and said, "I understand. This is our inescapable fate." After praying to Mr. Fool and obtaining the magician's card, they were destined to an inescapable fate. The fountain pen in Furs's hand finally landed on the letter. Pritz Harbor. Dorian Gray Abraham, who had long left the Fishermen's Association and changed his identity, opened the letter sent by his student. As he quickly scanned through it, his expression changed from shock, joy, and confusion to horror. Bang! Dorian threw the letter in his hand and knocked the table in front of him, as if the piece of paper was cursed and hid a monster. He retreated to the other side, pulled open a drawer and took out some items. Then he rushed to the door and prepared to leave. When his right palm touched the brass handle, Dorian's movements suddenly slowed down and finally froze. He slowly turned around and cast his gaze at the letter on the ground with a complicated look in his eyes. After a few seconds, Dorian Gray Abraham slowly walked towards the letter. She walked very hesitantly and struggled, but she didn't stop, as if she had been tempted by the devil. Chapter 1224. Finally, Dorian stopped beside the letter. He bent down and reached out his right palm. His fingers trembled slightly as he pinched the edge of the paper and picked it up. This time Dorian was very careful. He read it word by word from the beginning. Sometimes he was enlightened, sometimes confused, and sometimes in pain. The letter from Furs wasn't long. He only took 3 minutes to read it twice before falling into a long silence. The sunlight shone in from outside the window and shone on the toppled table. Dorian Gray Abraham's lips suddenly quivered, but in the end he didn't make a sound. He rubbed his right thumb and index finger quickly across the paper, causing the letter to ignite into a scarlet flame. After doing all this, Dorian packed up his belongings, put on makeup, and left the rented house. He used the identity he had previously prepared to go somewhere else. After he settled down, he sat by the desk and stared at the brass ornament, deep in thought. As the sunlight became sparser and dimmer, Dorian's eyelids twitched as he let out a long, slow sigh. He then spread out the letter, picked up a pen, and wrote as he thought. I'm very happy to see you digest the scribe potion in a few months. This means that you really have a chance of becoming a demigod. These are the key points of acting as a traveler that I understand. But you have to remember that everyone has a different personality. There will always be some differences in acting and practice. You can't completely copy them. This doesn't mean that the key points of acting are wrong, but they can cause great conflict in your heart and affect your mental state. Sometimes making appropriate adjustments may slow down the speed of the potion's digestion, but it's more beneficial to you. You have to remember that acting is just a tool, not a master. I look forward to the day you completely digest the traveler potion. I will prepare the corresponding ingredients and a gift for you. I'm very interested in the curse of the Abraham family that the gentleman mentioned. I think you should have noticed that I have a certain amount of research in this area. Otherwise, you wouldn't always ask me about related things. Linley frowned. I hope you can take a step further to understand. After writing the reply, Dorian Gray Abraham closed her eyes and quickly folded the paper. In January 1351, the new year in Bakeland was much quieter than before. In the basement of a house in the West District, a few candles flickered with a yellowish flame, illuminating the altar, chairs, and round table placed around it. At the edge of the light, in an extremely dark place, a silhouette was faintly discernible. Sometimes it swayed, sometimes it stretched. It was a thin layer without any thickness, like a living shadow. Suddenly the figure spoke in a deep voice. You arrived earlier than I expected. Next to the candle, where the light was the brightest, a figure quickly appeared. It was a man dressed in a mysterious black robe. His brown hair was slightly curled, and each strand was hard. His eyes were deep, as if they were hiding countless things. He was one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, the saint of secrets Bootiz. Bootiz smiled. To me, distance isn't a problem. He then pulled a chair over and sat down. Saying to the long and narrow shadow, he said to the long and narrow shadow, Have you investigated the matter? Did you discover anything abnormal? The shadow that had almost fused into the darkness replied in a deep voice, No problem. Really? Bootiz instinctively doubted the definite answer. Kesma, could this be a trap? The Aurora Order's Saint Tenebrous, Kesma, slowly shook his head. The target is very careful. She definitely didn't deliberately expose herself. If she wasn't seeking to purchase the cursed item of an ancient wraith, we wouldn't have been able to detect her connection with the house of Abraham. Saint of Secrets, Bootiz said in thought. A cursed item of an ancient wraith. An ancient wraith's cursed object. This is one of the main ingredients for scribe. I remember that the Abraham family does have an extra brain of Asman. To be unwilling to directly provide the scribe beyonder characteristic and wish to do some tests is indeed the style of the Abrahams. To put it simply, they don't trust me enough. Saint Tenebris Kisma didn't echo Bodhi's words as he continued. Don't worry. He continued, even if she was seeking to purchase the main ingredient of the scribe potion, we didn't discover any problems. After all, not every believer knows the corresponding mysticism knowledge. However, she was still raising questions related to apprentices and Abraham. She's really very careful in this aspect. The circle of beyonders who seek to purchase ingredients is different from the circle of beyonders who ask questions. Different matters are handled in different circles. Besides, at times, she would hire other gathering participants ahead of time to help her raise her requests. If it wasn't for the fact that we have people in a few of the circles who eventually gathered the information, we wouldn't have noticed her. Saint of Secrets Bootiz nodded slightly and asked, "Why didn't you take action directly? Why didn't you take action directly? Why did you call me over?" Darkness floated in the shadows and answered softly, "The situation in Backlund is getting more and more tense. The Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind teams are cleaning up the area round after round. We're being watched very closely. If I were to handle this matter, it would be fine if there were no accidents. But if an accident were to happen, I wouldn't be able to graze a secret sorcerer, so I might not be able to escape in time. Besides, aren't you the one who's most interested in the House of Abraham?" Bootiz chuckled and said, "I'm not interested in them at all. I'm not interested in them at all. I just want them all to die. To ensure my own safety, the most important thing is to nip revenge in the bud. That's my philosophy." As he spoke, the Saint of Secrets took out a crystal ball from his black robe's secret pocket. The crystal ball wasn't clear, nor was it translucent. It was as if a deep night had been poured into it. As Bootiz stroked it with his palm and his lips moved, the strange crystal ball emitted a resplendent glow. Like stardust, they slowly rotated, forming a complex picture. "It's still acceptable." Bootiz glanced at the crystal ball in his right hand and nodded lightly. He then looked at the ghostly shadow. "Tell me more specific information." When he learned that there would be a beyonder gathering of a certain circle tonight and that the target might appear, Saint of Secrets Bootiz stood up and said to Saint Tenebris Kesma, "You're not the only one. I must be prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his right hand, raised it slightly, and closed his fingers. The area he was in instantly distorted and disappeared. The candles, firelight, round table, and chairs that had been there had also disappeared, leaving only the floor tiles and the ceiling. After a while, the shadows moved, and everything returned to normal. Saint of Secrets Bootiz didn't look any different from before, but Saint Tenebris Kesma's figure had unknowingly appeared from the darkness. He looked at Bootiz and said in a deep voice, "You're being more cautious than necessary, but this isn't a bad thing. I hope to resolve the problem without anyone noticing." Bootiz replied with a smile, "Follow me. Hide in the shadows and be my support. Don't appear directly. Once you discover anything abnormal, leave immediately." All right. Saint Tenebris Kesma slowly walked out of the shadows. He looked very young, and his facial features were outstanding, but his face seemed to be shrouded in a faint, dark veil. After approaching Bootiz, Kesma heard illusory chewing sounds that came from an unknown source. The sounds of gnawing and digestion made him feel an undisguised malice and hunger. This made him, a demigod, involuntarily shiver. Saint Tenebris' eyes froze for a second as he cast his gaze at Bootiz's face with a hint of shock and astonishment. Bootiz curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a slightly cruel smile. A few seconds later, one of them used teleport, while the other merged into the shadows and left the house. At the intersection of Bakeland's East Borough and Bridge District, in a dilapidated apartment building, there were a few connected rooms on the first floor of what was originally a cheap hotel. When Bootiz walked out of the spirit world, There were still 2 to 3 hours before the Beyonder gathering began. No one had arrived yet. He looked around and took in all the chairs and long tables that were placed messily. After observing the environment, Bootiz walked to a corner and pulled at it with his right hand as though he was pulling at a curtain. The area was enveloped by shadows as it distorted before disappearing. As there were no items in it to begin with, there was no objective measurement. Therefore, no one would discover that there was a space missing. They would only feel that the distance between them and the wall seemed to be a little closer. But upon careful inspection, everything was normal. This was a secret sorcerer's spatial concealment. They could use this ability to split a place into two and hide a portion of it. One had to pass through a specific door to enter. At that moment, in the area that had been hidden, the room was normal. There were floor tiles, a ceiling, and a cockroach that was crawling across in a panic. The cockroach rushed all the way to the dividing line, but it was blocked by the endless darkness. After Saint of Secrets, Bootiz surveyed the area. His gaze stopped at a transparent vortex in midair. This was a door. All hidden spaces had to have a door. Bootiz thought for a moment, reached into his black robe's hidden pocket, took out a mirror, and embedded it into the position of the door. The mirror distorted for a moment and quickly reflected the scene of the outside world. The chairs and long tables were messily placed, and there was no one there. Just like that, Bootiz used the mirror to monitor the Beyonder gathering. Time ticked by as Beyonders dressed in all sorts of disguises arrived one after another. One of the hooded figures habitually chose a corner by the window and took out a palm-sized notebook with a bronze green cover. She casually flipped through a few pages, as though she was reviewing the main points of the questions or checking if she was sufficiently prepared. Behind her, there was an ordinary mirror embedded in the wall. P.S. There will be additional updates at 7 p.m. Chapter 1225. In the hidden area, Saint of Secrets, Bootiz narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already recognized Lamino's travels. This made him no longer have any doubts about the information provided by Saint Tenebrous Kesma. He recognized the notebook and knew that it was a mystical item that the House of Abraham placed great importance on. It was one of the strongest items beneath high-sequence Beyonders, and the negative effects were negligible. Back when I was a mid-sequence Beyonder, I yearned for this notebook so much, but the Abrahams were wary of me and didn't value my needs at all. Has she learned her lesson now? This woman likely isn't a bloodline descendant of the House of Abraham. Otherwise, she wouldn't be searching for cursed items of ancient wraiths. Bootiz muttered inwardly as his expression gradually turned solemn, but it also had a hint of cruel fanaticism. After observing his surroundings for a while, he carefully reached his hand into a secret pocket of his black robe. The secret pocket seemed to hide a vast space. Saint of Secrets Bootiz pulled out a jewelry box that was split into 3 layers. The jewelry box wasn't small, making it rather difficult to hold it with one hand. It was silver-black in color, and its surface was decorated with exquisite, hollowed-out decorations. There were rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and diamonds embedded in it, making it look rather luxurious. As he held the jewelry box, Bootiz's expression revealed a hint of horror and fear. It was as though he was facing the abyss or listening to the ravings of an evil god. The gathering proceeded as per usual. Furs put away Lamino's travels and focused on listening to the different participants, as though she was seeking answers. During this process, she would occasionally raise questions, using gold pounds and spirituality materials as payment, but she failed to receive any effective answers. Gradually, the Beyonder gathering came to an end. The convener began arranging for the different participants to leave from different places. Soon, only Furs and a few Beyonders were left in the room that had been opened up. After receiving the convener's signal, Furs stood up and resisted the urge to stretch her back as she walked towards the side door. At this moment, she realized that her body had stiffened. She could barely move her head, but it was like a wind-up toy. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that the grayish-white walls had instantly turned silver-black, covered with granules, as if they were made of metal. The skin of the remaining participants and the convener had lost the luster that a human should have. Their eyes were dull, and their movements were mechanical like large dolls. In the hidden area, Saint of Secrets Bootis had, at some point in time, opened the top layer of the jewelry box. Inside was a room that wasn't exquisite enough, but it was definitely restored. Inside the room, there were chairs and long tables arranged messily. Several palm-sized dolls were either sitting or standing, as if they were simulating a real situation. Among these dolls, the one standing was wearing a hooded robe. Her chin was curved beautifully, and her lips were red and thick. It was Furs. She, the remaining Beyonders, the convener of the gathering, and the entire room silently turned into toys and were kept at the top of the jewelry box. As for the room that had been opened up in the outside world, there were only grayish-white walls and nothing else. The corners of Saint of Secrets Bootis's mouth curled up bit by bit. He exerted force with his right hand and closed the jewelry box's lid. In just a breath, he had miraculously controlled his target. This silver-black, 3-layered jewelry box was the Grade 0 sealed artifact he had snatched from the House of Abraham, as it had never been obtained by the Orthodox churches or had been deeply understood. It didn't have a corresponding number. According to what Bootis knew, this jewelry box originated from an angel from the House of Abraham during the 4th epoch. He liked to roam the cosmos and head to different places in the vast universe. But once, he silently died in his palace when he returned to his family to rest. His face was filled with fear and warped, as though he had seen something extremely terrifying. A true mythical creature, an existence that could be considered a subsidiary god in the 2nd epoch, had perished in an extremely strange manner without causing any commotion. The Beyonder characteristic he left behind combined with his corpse, forming this jewelry box that was quite different from other sealed artifacts of the same kind. And back then, Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham not only didn't attempt to shatter it and restore it to a pure Beyonder characteristic, he even gave it a rather strange name, Box of the Great Old Ones. The first level of the Box of the Great Old Ones could turn the target location into a toy, swapping places with its own internal space. Saint of Secrets Bootis had used this point to easily and bizarrely achieve his goal. The second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones recorded different locations. Once they were released, the holder and the living beings within the area of effect could directly head to the corresponding area. Just like the angel from the House of Abraham, they could roam the cosmos and explore the universe. As for what was in the third level of the Box of the Great Old Ones, Saint of Secrets Bootis knew, but he didn't dare to think about it. It was just like how he usually didn't dare to come into contact with this Grade 0 sealed artifact. After the lid of the Box of the Great Old Ones closed, Bootis grabbed with his right hand and retrieved the mirror embedded in the transparent vortex in midair. Once a certain area was hidden, if a secret sorcerer wanted to leave, they had to pass through the corresponding door or directly remove the concealment. Bootis chose the latter method. It was the most convenient and fastest. Shadows floated, and the vanished area returned to the real world. The room was finally complete. Bootis didn't stay any longer. Without even looking at his surroundings, he quickly made his body turn transparent. He held the silver-black box of the Great Old Ones that was embedded with many gems. He traveled through the spirit world, which was filled with strange creatures. In just a few seconds, he walked out of the void and attempted to enter the ruins of the Battle of the Gods through the abyss that split the sea. At this moment, Bootis slowed down and stopped in midair. He narrowed his eyes as his pupils instantly turned black, dotted with countless resplendence. It was as if a starry sky had been reflected in his eyes. The gravel formed from the stars quickly spun, causing the bottomless rift that split the sea to rapidly turn incorporeal. It made everything in front of Bootis shrink, condensing into a swaying orange-yellow flame. This flame grew on the tip of a matchstick and was about to be extinguished. Everything that Saint of Secrets, Bootiz, experienced after dispelling spatial concealment was actually an illusion. He was still standing in his original spot, and the source of this illusion was the ignited matchstick. The matchstick was held by a fair-skinned hand. The owner of the hand was a hooded woman wearing a purple-patterned black robe. She was sitting on a carriage made of a huge pumpkin that passed through the wall. Pulling the carriage was a bunch of gray rats. This was none other than Admiral of Stars Catlia, but her looks, image, and bearing had changed. This was given to her by Cinderella's magic, the core beyond her power of the mystery prior pathway sequence for a mysticologist was called mystical reenactment. It fully embodied the saying that knowledge is power. To put it simply, a mysticologist could draw power from the different mysticism knowledge they grasped and create all kinds of magic or witchcraft. And the fewer people who knew about the corresponding mysticism knowledge, the more difficult it was to spread it, the more powerful the magic would be. The converse was also true. Once a certain piece of knowledge or legend became widely known and was no longer mysterious, the magic or witchcraft created by drawing on its power would become nearly ineffective. Catlia didn't know why the queen was able to create all kinds of magical and fantastical magic from the personal fairy tales that Roselle the Great told her, but this didn't stop her from learning and applying them. After all, she had heard those fairy tales from Queen Mystic. The magic she used to transform and disguise herself was called Cinderella. The one that made Saint of Secrets Bootiz fall into an illusion was the matchstick girl. She had used this to prevent him from teleporting away, creating an opportunity for the following battle. Just as Bootiz escaped the illusion, Cinderella, who was sitting on the pumpkin carriage, stepped onto the ground and spread out her arms, causing a huge cross to appear behind her. As for Catlia, it was as though she was carrying this illusory object on her back. In the empty room, candlelight lit up, illuminating a long table with flesh and blood placed on it. Around the long table, there were 3 extremely blurry figures holding the flesh and blood as they constantly devoured it. As though sensing something, the 3 figures turned their heads at the same time and looked at Bootiz. It made the Saint of Secrets' heart beat faster as he felt a chill surge out from the depths of his soul. Following that, he heard the illusory sounds of chewing, and digestion. He felt an undisguised malice and hunger. Bootiz's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly lowered his head and cast his gaze at the box of the great old ones in his hand. At some point in time, the silver-black, mysterious box had opened by itself. The magic that Catlia had just used was called Banquet of Betrayal. It came from the mysticism knowledge of the death of the ancient sun god that she had learned from the tarot. Its effect was to temporarily awaken or bestow sentience upon the items in the target's hands, making them betray them. Without a doubt, this would be very effective when encountering a sealed artifact that was filled with malice towards the wielder. However, if it wasn't for the fact that she had obtained Mr. Fool's blessings every time she monitored the gatherings, Catlia wouldn't have dared to use this magic. Once the 3 protagonists of the Banquet of Betrayal sensed it, she would definitely die a baffling death. She would die without being able to put up any resistance, and it would be an abnormally horrifying death. Therefore, mysticologists were definitely a high-risk group. Their strength came from walking at the edge of the abyss, from what they shouldn't know, see, or hear. In comparison, Queen Mystic Bernadette, who could create magic from her father's private fairy tales, was much safer than her peers at the mysticologist stage. P.S. November's monthly votes will be added for the first time. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 1226. In the first level of the box of the great old ones that had been opened, the long table, chairs, furs, and company were like dolls. They were either motionless or powered by a spring as they repeated simple actions. Upon seeing this scene, Bootiz's hair stood on end. For some baffling reason, he had the feeling that he was about to join in and become one of them. He instinctively wanted to react to the grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand, but he saw the hooded, purple-robed woman beside the pumpkin carriage retract her right hand and half-clench it to her mouth. A dark-colored, ancient horn instantly condensed in her palm. It had an extremely heavy and powerful aura. The magical horn, the horn of destruction. Booties' pupils suddenly dilated. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the problem of the box of the great old ones. He grabbed forward with his right hand, as though he had lifted an invisible veil that enveloped the void. The area he was in distorted once again, disappeared, and was hidden. Whoosh! The horn in Catlia's hand emitted a low sound that echoed in the room, but it didn't spread out. Under the stacking of the sound waves, the shadows shattered and the ground cracked. The space that Saint of Secrets Booties had hidden was like thick glass that had been struck by a heavy hammer. Countless cracks appeared at the same time as they intertwined. On the other side, a tall knight dressed in black full-body armor leaped out of the shadows. He held a long and wide sword, and his eye sockets shimmered with crimson light. Saint Tenebrous Kesma. Whoosh! Catlia blew the horn again, and everything in the room seemed to freeze into translucent amber. Without a sound, the amber shattered. Even the knight, who was covered in black full-body armor, fell to the ground like a mirror, turning into tiny pieces. The distorted and hidden area returned to reality. However, Saint of Secrets Booties also seized the gap between the two horns to make illusory doors appear around him. Some of them were facing each other. Some were deep, some were covered in mysterious patterns, and some were hollow in the middle. One could vaguely see the endless darkness behind them. These illusory doors were numerous and densely packed. They overlapped with each other and nearly enveloped the Saint of Secrets, Booties. Booties didn't have the time to look or think. He immediately opened a grayish-blue illusory door with 7 brass keyholes and threw the box of the great old ones, which was about to open the second level, in his hand. This was a secret sorcerer's exile. He could throw a target under his preliminary control into the corresponding spatial turbulence, and different illusionary doors represented different scenarios. Danger and opportunity coexisted. This exile wasn't permanent. With Booties' sequence level, he could only keep the box of the great old ones away from reality for 20 seconds. Once the time was up, the grade 0 sealed artifact would return to Booties' side through the illusory door. However, at that time, the betrayal caused by the enemy's beyond her powers would definitely disappear. As a demigod of the apprentice pathway, he had traveled to many places, witnessed many things, and recorded all kinds of abilities. In that instant, Booties made the most correct decision. At the same time, the Black Knight that had shattered into pieces rapidly squirmed and reassembled, turning into a thin carpet of flowing flesh and blood that covered every corner of the room. As a cult that could only exist in the shadows of reality, although the Aurora Order had many lunatics, they still habitually concealed their actions to prevent themselves from attracting the official factions before they achieved their goals. Of course, as long as the matter came to an end, they would definitely announce their existence. In addition, Saint Tenebrous Kesma did this in the hopes that he could, to a certain extent, block the possible existence of the enemy, the hidden helpers, and split up the battlefield. When the floor, walls, and ceiling of the room were covered in a layer of flesh and blood, a twisted black shadow rose from the corner. This was a soul that Saint Tenebrous Kesma had grazed. It was a powerful vampire from the forsaken land of the gods, corresponding to the moon pathway sequence for Shaman King. If a shepherd grazed a target at the demigod level, due to their robust spirit bodies, they could be directly released. However, only one could be released at a time, unless the corresponding shepherd had become a sequence 3 Templar of 3 heads. Seizing the opportunity when the horn in the hands of the female demigod beside the pumpkin carriage dissipated, the twisted Shaman King's shadow dug out one of its eyes. It was an illusory eye, a bright red eye. The eye rippled with a bright and crimson glow, instantly illuminating the entire room as though the crimson moon had descended. Its pupils reflected the lady in the purple-patterned black robe and the dark-colored hood. Right on the heels of that, the the Shaman King's shadow clenched the hand that held its eyeball, causing the crimson moon to be completely swallowed by the darkness. A deep, solidified darkness appeared around Katlia, binding her to the spot, as though the scene had been fixed in place. Upon seeing this scene, Saint of Secrets Bootiz took a step forward and instantly flashed behind the enemy. Flash after flash, flash after flash. Around Katlia, a total of 8 black-robed Bodhi's figures appeared. This wasn't because he had created an avatar, but because he had blinked too quickly. There were still afterimages left in his original spot, preventing him from disappearing for a short period of time. Of these 8 Bodhis, one released a lightning storm, one condensed a blazing white spear, and one covered his entire body in black armor. He slashed forward with a heavy greatsword that seemed to be able to slice through everything. The different figures had different powers, be it attacks or control. Their target was Katlia. Almost without any pause, Bodhi's figure blinked to another corner, quickly turning transparent and about to vanish. He had no intention of killing the enemy because this was Bakeland, and the commotion from their battle would soon go out of control. It would spread outside, and when that happened, an official angel might directly descend. The reason why he had launched a counterattack before teleporting away was because he wanted to suppress the enemy and prevent her from interfering with him and Saint Tenebris Kesma's escape. This was a very reasonable strategy. However, a few seconds ago, in a room on the upper floor of the old apartment, Zio had already learned of the anomaly at the gathering through Miss Justice's mind voice. Although she was worried and anxious, she didn't panic at all. She followed her plan and jumped down from the window, turned around in midair, and pointed at the target area. Teleportation is prohibited here. After doing this, she immediately distanced herself from the dilapidated apartment, so as to not distract the demigods on her side. With such interference, Saint of Secrets Bootiz failed to successfully enter the spirit world. It was as though a rusty and abnormally heavy door had appeared in front of him, tightly sealing off the path. To Bootiz, an illusory door of such a level was unable to stop him from leaving. With a little adjustment, he could directly open the door and leave. But at this moment, another anomaly happened to the female demigod in the purple-patterned black robe. A silver glow appeared in Katlia's eyes. They connected together like a mysterious, gigantic snake. This was temporary luck, a knowledge she had obtained from analyzing the snake of fate's blood. Be it the terrifying lightning, the blazing white spear, or the black knight's slash, none of them hit their target. Katlia seemed to be standing at the core of the storm. No matter how dangerous the surroundings were, she wasn't affected. The attacks and controls either passed by her or were negated by her companions. None of them achieved the desired effects. They even helped her weaken the restraints of the darkness. In an instant, Katlia's back arched slightly as white. Illusory feathers grew out. They didn't belong to an angel, but a swan. The ugly duckling had transformed into a swan. As for what a swan was, the answer was obvious to a sequence for demigod. It was an incomplete mythical creature form, and the ugly duckling could also transform into a swan. This was a powerful spell that allowed a mysticologist to reveal an incomplete mythical creature form. It could be used once a day for 10 seconds each time. The surface of Katlia's body immediately cracked open as the flesh and blood inside condensed, forming black and white eyeballs. These countless eyeballs scanned their surroundings indifferently, as though they were the manifestation of a vast amount of mixed knowledge. As a result, the figure that bore them turned into a black blob of a higher dimension and more abstract form. Upon seeing the dense number of eyeballs, Saint of Secrets Bootiz and Saint Tenebris Kesma felt dizzy as a storm of knowledge resounded in their minds. The layer of flesh and blood that enveloped the entire room trembled slightly. It either dripped to the ground or squirmed without any order. At this moment, an unimaginable aura penetrated the barrier formed by flesh and blood and surged into the first floor of the dilapidated apartment, instantly enveloping every corner of the place. Saint of Secrets Bootes and Saint Tenebris Kesma suffered a shock at the same time. Their bodies, minds, and minds were in an uncontrollable state. This was a qualitative change in Dragon's might. This was mind deprivation. Taking this opportunity, the black blob that was covered in cracks and eyes condensed a spear in front of him. The spear looked ancient. From the tip to the handle, it was dyed with blobs of dark red. It emitted a strong aura of destruction and blood, as though it had once harmed a mighty existence. With a whoosh, the terrifying spear shot out, heading straight for Saint of Secrets Bootes, who was standing rooted to the ground. In the entire room, all the sounds and details vanished. Even the dragon's might that emanated suddenly vanished. All that was left was the blood-stained spear tip and Bootes' body, as well as the constantly shrinking distance between them. Spear of Longinus. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1227. The blood-stained spear that seemed to have appeared in an ancient era that couldn't be traced back absorbed all the sense of existence in the room and stabbed at Saint of Secrets Bootes. The brown-haired Bootes' figure suddenly turned incorporeal, turning into a pair of black double doors. At the same time, he appeared behind the door, looking at the terrifying spear from afar in a different world. In the next instant, the spear that was stained with dark red blood pierced through the black door and penetrated the space where Bootes was. Bootes' figure kept retreating as he constantly transformed, turning into one virtual door after another. Some of them were formed by two curved stone golems, while others had a fist-sized hole beside the door seam. Some had silver nails embedded in them, while others were covered in mysterious patterns. They came one after another, overlapping each other in an endless number. Silently, the spear of Longinus constantly pierced through the illusory doors without stopping at all. It didn't give Saint of Secrets Bootes a chance to escape. In less than a second, the blood-stained spear that emitted a strong aura of destruction shattered countless illusory doors. After its aura clearly decreased, it finally stabbed into its target's chest. Bootes' body instantly cracked with countless cracks, as though he was a ceramic object that had fallen to the ground. With a crack, the Saint of Secrets turned pitch black and disintegrated into pieces that scattered to the ground. This didn't seem like his actual body, but more like his shadow. This was the shadow substitution spell he had recorded from a sequence 3 Saint under the true creator. Of course, if not for the layers of doors weakening the spear of Longinus, Bootes felt that it was very likely that his shadow would shatter along with his body. After narrowly dodging the attack, Bootes endured the dizziness in his head and the impact brought about by Catlia's incomplete mythical creature form. He condensed a scaleless silver snake in his eyes. This giant snake was so huge that it filled up Bootes' eyes. There were dense patterns and symbols on its surface, forming one mysterious wheel after another. Its head and tail were connected, intersecting with countless illusory rivers, evolving into a blurry, unreal, and slowly turning giant wheel. Around the wheel, there were all kinds of symbols representing different futures. Suddenly, the pitch-black fragments on the ground that had yet to disappear flew up one by one and reformed into Bootes. The lance of Longinus that was stained with dark red blood rapidly retreated from the illusory doors that were rapidly forming until it returned to the distorted black blob. The terrifying aura receded like the tide and left the room. The black blob that was full of cracks and eyeballs wriggled and recovered, turning back into the woman wearing a dark hood and a purple-patterned black robe. Everything had returned to before the ugly duckling was cast. Fate reset. This was one of the rewards that Saint of Secrets Bootes had received for subverting the house of Abraham. It was a sequence, one beyond her power that he had recorded from the angel of fate Ouroboros. Of course, this was definitely very different from the original version. It could only reboot reality for 3 seconds, and it could only reboot a room that was connected to the ground. It couldn't even affect the entire first floor of the apartment. The moment the reboot ended, Saint Tenebrous Kesma, who was already prepared, immediately took action. The distorted shadow that was a sanguine earl that he had grazed opened its arms and made a gesture of hugging the crimson moon. The darkness around Catlia surged, instantly forming illusory but solid black chains that bound her firmly to the spot. The flesh and blood that covered the ground, walls, and ceiling gathered together, turning into a knight that was covered in black armor and wielding a heavy great sword. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. In the gap between the black knight's visor, two blobs of crimson light flickered slightly, instantly locking onto the hooded woman beside the pumpkin carriage. The shadow beneath Catlia's feet suddenly came to life. It grabbed her ankle and, like a torrent of water, bound her tightly. Black Knight, shadow domination. Then, the gigantic knight that was almost touching the ceiling took a step forward and rushed to a spot that wasn't far from its target. It cleaved down with the long, wide, and heavy great sword in its hand. On the other side, Saint of Secrets Booties' eyes had a silver-white illusory book flipping rapidly before it stopped on one of the pages. Booties then extended his left hand, and from a distance of 20 to 30 meters, he grabbed at the pumpkin carriage and the mysterious woman in the purple-patterned black robe. His arm suddenly elongated. Its surface was pitch black and sticky, as though it was flowing with an evil liquid. Amidst the liquid, pale white skulls grew out. Eyeballs with obvious blood vessels grew out. Tongues with sharp teeth grew out, and all sorts of strange things grew out. It made the feeling of extreme evil and madness rapidly spread. Inside the room, the ground instantly cracked. The few cockroaches that were still alive stiffened and died. This was an attack from a particular state of abomination, Sua. Back outside Biome City, Saint of Secrets Bootis had been attracted by Tinder. He had seemingly watched from the sidelines for a while before picking up the items and leaving. But in fact, he had been desperately recording the abilities or states of high-level existences. After many failures, due to fate's favor, he finally obtained what he wanted. Of course, during that exchange, he only had the time to record one. Under the evil, pitch-black arm, Catlia's consciousness was tainted with madness. She was momentarily unable to respond effectively. Coupled with the shackles of darkness and the restraints of her shadow, she could only stand rooted to the ground. She watched helplessly as Saint Tenebrous Kesma's great sword slashed at her, as well as Saint of Secrets Booties' left hand grabbed at her. At this moment, an invisible wind suddenly blew in a room that no longer had a wall of flesh and blood separating the inside and outside. The moment the wind appeared, it became violent as it swept towards the Saint of Secrets and Saint Tenebrous minds. Manipulator, psionic storm. Faced with a mental influence that was mixed with numerous thoughts, not only did Bootis not feel alarmed or flustered, but he even curled the corners of his lips and revealed a smile. As the switch to reboot, he naturally remembered that the demigod who rode the pumpkin carriage had a helper of the same level. She was hiding somewhere outside the dilapidated apartment. The reason why he still focused on the enemy on the surface was to lure out the hidden demigod. In the interval between the reboot of fate and the abomination state, Bootis had secretly hypnotized himself, allowing him to naturally split up most of the worms of Star to bear the brunt of mind deprivation or the information torrent. He would leave a small portion to control his body and lock onto the invisible enemy. The dragon's might from before, and the fact that he couldn't discover the target, made Bootis believe that there was a demigod of the spectator pathway lurking. Amidst his paralyzed thoughts, a few tiny pathways rapidly circulated, helping Bootis find the source of the attack. But at this moment, most of the thoughts that resounded in the worms of Star weren't as meaningless as he had imagined. In his mind, there seemed to be a voice saying thousands of words in a second. At the bottom of an abandoned castle in Delaire Forest, there's a pair of double bronze doors. It seals the corruption of the underground. The higher a sequence is, the easier it is to be affected. The cosmos is extremely dangerous. There are unknown existences watching. Dark angel is suspected to be a negative personality separated from the ancient sun god. What? Butiz was taken aback for a moment. He felt that these thoughts were dangerous, and he couldn't help but want to understand them further. In this moment of surprise, the enemy he had already found vanished once again, escaping his range of attention. As for the abomination palm that was grabbing at the pumpkin carriage and the female demigod, it also slowed down. Similarly, Saint Tenebris Kesma was also affected by the mind storm, as his actions stiffened for a second. By the time they recovered, Katlia had already opened her mouth and spat out a pea. The pea instantly grew, turning into thick green vines that dragged Katlia out the door, allowing her to escape the shackles of darkness and regain a certain degree of freedom of movement. By the time Saint Tenebris' heavy greatsword and the Saint of Secrets' pitch-black arm landed on her, all they did was shatter her shadow without injuring the mysticologist. At that moment, Katlia was the Emperor's new clothes. She was something that didn't exist at all, so she naturally wasn't injured. In the next second, the purple-patterned black-robed lady with a dark-colored hood suddenly turned transparent as she turned into a pile of bubbles. The bubbles quickly dispersed and burst one after another, leaving nothing behind. As for the green vines, they grew into midair as they ignited into flames, illuminating the surrounding streets. Everything returned to silence. It was as though the short and intense demigod-level battle had never happened. Saint of Secrets Butiz and Saint Tenebris Kesma exchanged looks, unsurprised by this development. Clearly, after the ambush failed, the two enemy demigods were at a disadvantage. They were no longer able to achieve their goals, and this was Bakeland. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, they seized the opportunity to escape. In addition, in order to interfere with the pursuit, they had deliberately created a huge commotion to attract the official factions of Bakeland. As for Lamino's travels and the sequence 7 or 6 apprentice pathway beyonder, they were all bait that could be abandoned. After nodding slightly, Saint of Secrets Butiz took out a crystal ball from a secret pocket in his black robe. He let it glow and quickly shattered, fusing into the void. He was preventing the pursuit of mysticism domains. He indeed didn't dare to stay any longer. He planned on teleporting away and returning to the Aurora Order headquarters. Then he would interrogate the bait and figure out the truth before deciding what to do next. A second later, Budiz's figure rapidly turned transparent and vanished. Saint Tenebris Kesma entered the shadows and rapidly left, constantly removing any traces along the way. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1228. After Saint of Secrets, Butiz entered the spirit world. He immediately began traversing, heading straight for the easternmost area of the Sonia Sea, the ruins of the Battle of Gods. At that moment, his thoughts suddenly blurred as he turned around and left the spirit world from another spot. By the time Budiz's spirituality gave him a warning, he tensed up and found his own thoughts. What he saw was a barren forest with nearly all its leaves gone. There was no one around him, and the crimson moon hung high in the sky. As a former traveler and astrologer, Butiz immediately recognized his location. He realized that he was still in Bakeland, but he had moved from the city to a remote area in the suburbs. At the same time, he also realized what had happened. His mind world had infiltrated someone else's consciousness at some point in time and affected his thoughts at a critical moment, changing his destination. That demigod of the spectator pathway. I actually didn't notice it. Budiz's pupils dilated as he reflected a silver-white, illusory book. The book flipped, and in a flash it reached one of the pages. Butiz immediately raised his hand and grabbed at his glabella. He pulled out a blob of darkness from the incorporeal island of consciousness and threw it into his shadow. His shadow separated from him as it distorted and stood up, revealing a female silhouette. Black Knight, Shadow of the Fallen. This was an ability that Butiz had recorded from Saint Tenebris Kesma. He could separate the depraved thoughts in his heart and combine them with his shadow, forming an independent creature that couldn't be controlled. Bootes had used it to clear away the consciousness that didn't belong to him and escape the influence of a manipulator. At the same time, this was also Bootes' counterattack. As long as the hidden spectator pathway demigod couldn't quickly resolve this shadow, the thoughts that she split out would gradually become independent, causing her to go half-mad or even lose control. Once he resolved the latent problem in his mind, Bootes didn't hesitate to leave the battlefield that the enemy had set up and teleport elsewhere. But at this moment, his spirit suddenly became manic. He felt that the entire environment was making things difficult for him, and he could no longer contain his anger. As the silver book in Bootes' eyes flipped, the entire forest collapsed with a rumble. The black shadow almost collapsed into a ball. After going berserk, Bootes' mood became extremely low again. He couldn't lift his spirits for anything and felt that he was useless. He was the burden of others and the world. Mental plague. In the previous battle, Bootes had been infected with the mental plague, and now it was finally acting up. The reason why Katlia had used Matchstick Girl from the beginning wasn't only to interfere with Bootes' teleport away, but it was also to help Miss Justice hide her traces, allowing her virtual persona to infiltrate Bootes' mind without triggering his spiritual intuition. All she did was secretly plant the source seed of the mental plague. It was precisely because of this that when the ambush failed, Katlia and Audrey dared to activate the contingency plan and retreat on their own, allowing the Saint of Secrets Bootes and Saint Tenebris to separate and return to their own places after they were no longer in danger. In the end, Katlia burned the green vines and created a huge commotion. On the surface, it looked like it was to attract the attention of the official factions and make the enemies give up on their pursuit. But in fact, it was to force the Saint of Secrets Bootes to leave as soon as possible. He didn't have the time to carefully examine his deeper situation. Therefore, at the critical moment of his teleportation, his thoughts were altered by Audrey's virtual persona. He went straight to the outskirts of Bakeland, to the uninhabited land that Tarot had chosen. And when he finished off the manipulator's virtual persona, the mental plague broke out. In fact, if Bootes had used Reboot of Fate earlier, he would have definitely been able to return to a state without any latent problems. However, it was only when he was nearly killed by the Spear of Longinus that he decided to use this trump card. And at that time it had been more than 3 seconds since his mind world had been invaded. At this moment, the depressed Bootes, who was trying his best to resist his mental illness, saw an insubstantial ball of yarn roll out from the void in front of him. Behind the ball of yarn, bright yarn extended into the infinite distance. Following this thread, Katlia, who was wearing a purple-patterned black robe and a dark hood, walked over from the spirit world and appeared in front of the Saint of Secrets, Bootes. She was unable to track the enemy who had interfered, but she could establish a connection with the predetermined battlefield and track Justice Audrey's virtual persona. As soon as she arrived, Katlia closed her eyes and split into a phantom before falling towards the invisible coffin. Bootes, who was already depressed, instantly felt extremely exhausted. He couldn't help but close his eyes as he wanted to collapse. Sleeping Beauty. On the other side, Audrey's virtual persona, who hadn't truly become independent yet, was like a dark shadow. With a sense of depravity, she raised her hand and pinched her forehead. Her pupils silently turned vertical, pale gold and cold. Bootes' mind immediately exploded as bubbles of light appeared on the surface of his body. Amidst the bubbles, starlight condensed into worms that had their heads and tails fused into the void in an attempt to burrow out. Psychiatrist Frenzy. This could completely ignite the target's emotions and even cause him to lose control. Bootes had already been infected with the mental plague and was in an extremely abnormal state. Later on, he was affected by Sleeping Beauty, so he was in an extremely low mood. At this moment, with Frenzy detonating all of this, he immediately found it difficult to control himself as he showed signs of losing control. Seizing this opportunity, Katlia opened her eyes and raised her right hand. rapidly forming a ball of slowly spinning star sand in her palm. The forest, under the night sky, turned even darker. The crimson moon in the sky vanished as stars appeared one after another. They were densely packed and dazzling. These stars scattered beams of light, converging into a magnificent pillar of light that enveloped the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz, and the area around him. Under the stress, Bootiz sobered up a little. His figure quickly turned incorporeal as he constantly blinked, creating more than 10 afterimages in the forest. However, he couldn't escape the envelopment of the starlight no matter how hard he tried. He was unable to teleport out. One Bootiz after another was dissolved by the starlight and dissipated. Finally, all that was left was Bootiz, who was kneeling on one knee and pressing his palm to the ground, struggling to hold on. This Bootiz's body was in tatters, and his eyes were dark red. He was on the brink of madness. When the starlight couldn't be maintained, he blinked and dodged the follow-up attacks from Audrey's virtual persona. Then he kept blinking, creating one avatar after another beside Katlia and Audrey's virtual persona. One of his avatars grabbed with his left hand, distorting the area where the shadow corresponding to Audrey's virtual persona was located, hiding it and using this to restrain the enemy. As for his other avatar, he spread out his arms and summoned a thick pillar of light that swirled with holy flames, allowing it to fall into the hidden space. During this process, Bootiz's other avatars secretly removed the concealment of the space. Hence, the moment the shadow corresponding to Audrey's virtual persona escaped the restraints, it was enveloped by the blazing holy pillar of light and quickly melted away. In his blink state, Bootiz could use Beyonder powers faster than normal, but he wasn't able to maintain it for long. This was achieved through the effects of the Worms of Star. On the other side, Saint of Secrets Bootiz was similarly attacking Katlia. He used one ability after another, coordinating with each other to unleash a large number of attacks on the target in a short span of 1 to 2 seconds. This forced Katlia to constantly use the Emperor's new clothes to dodge. She was temporarily powerless to counterattack and was in a precarious situation. A few seconds later, Bootiz's blink finally slowed down, and the frenzy in his heart eased significantly. At this moment, thick grayish-white scales suddenly appeared outside the forest. They were faintly discernible, as though they formed an extremely oppressive behemoth. In the dark night where the crimson moon was obscured, a nearly invisible and transparent breath descended from above, enveloping Bootiz and Katlia. The two demigods immediately felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Their psyches were torn apart as their spirit bodies seemed to be penetrated. The Mind Dragon's breath. Bootiz, who was already in a terrible mental state and had used several of his trump cards, had his mind go blank. Beams of light flashed in front of him as his body couldn't help but tremble. As for Katlia, she had the moon paper figurine she had obtained from the magician's furs. This could help her withstand a psychic piercing. Although this couldn't completely eliminate the effects of the Mind Dragon's breath, it could allow Katlia to recover faster. This meant an opportunity in a battle at the demigod level. In just a second or two, Katlia's eyes returned to normal. As for the dragonized Audrey, who was hiding in the darkness outside the forest, she gave Bootiz another mind deprivation. Without any hesitation, Katlia raised her right hand and condensed the terrifying spear that was stained with blood. She threw it at the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz. This time, Bootiz was unable to dodge or resolve it. His chest was penetrated by the spear of Longinus. His body stiffened for a moment before rapidly collapsing, turning into worms of star that shimmered with resplendent light. Some of these worms of star directly vanished, some devoured each other, and some fused in the distance, reassembling into Bootiz. Bootiz's eyes were completely devoid of reason. His body was constantly collapsing, and he was about to reveal an incomplete and extremely weak mythical creature form. At this moment, an illusory door suddenly appeared beside him. It was grayish-blue and had 7 brass keyholes. The illusory door quickly opened and spat out a silver-black, three-layered jewelry box embedded with all sorts of gems. The box of the great old ones that had been exiled had returned. With a crazed look in his eyes, Bootes caught the box and revealed a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. He suddenly opened it. Third level. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of 2019. Chapter 1229. With regards to the return or recovery of Bootes' Grade 0 sealed artifact, Katlia and Justice Audrey had made plans. After all, they weren't confident that they could kill a demigod in such a short period of time. If it wasn't for the fact that Bootes had fallen into a trap and suffered from mental plague, sleeping beauty, frenzy, and fatal strikes, causing him to be in a frenzied state, he would have had many chances to teleport away without being able to stop him. In that case, Katlia and Audrey could only wait for Bootes to return to the safe house and release Furs. They would then wait for the Eye of Mystery prying on Furs to give them feedback. Then, they would exert their influence remotely and create a chance for Miss Magicians to summon the historical void projection. At that moment, facing Bootes, who had clearly lost control of the passageway and was unable to reverse it, and facing his crazy attempt to fully activate the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Katlia, who was in the middle of the scene, and Audrey, who was hiding outside the forest, did the same thing at the same time. They took out a slightly transparent dark charm and chanted a word in Jotun, Star! This was a teleportation charm. Klein had created it based on the patterns, labels, and symbols recorded in Lamino's travels. Since Sapphira Castle could mobilize the powers of the Marauder pathway, there was no reason for it not to respond to the prayers of the apprentice domain. As for the materials needed for the charm, be it mysticologist Katlia or traveler Furs, they had a certain level of understanding. There was no need for Mr. Fool to teach them. When Audrey and Furs were about to activate the charm and teleport away, preparing to return in a minute or two to confirm the situation, Bootes, who had a cruel smile and eyes filled with madness, suddenly stiffened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the third level of the box of the great old ones. It was extremely heavy, as though it was enveloped by layers of power and suppressed. There was no way to open it. This made Bootes feel like he was trying to open a new world, not a box. An instant later, he seemed to have sensed something, and the madness in his eyes receded and was replaced by extreme shock, horror, and fear. Drip, drip, drip. Balls of light slid down from the surface of Bootes' body, one after another. When they touched the ground, they turned into insects condensed from dazzling starlight. The bodies of these insects were bent into a semicircle, forming a magical light that looked like illusory doors. Bootes, who was transforming into an incomplete mythical creature form, suddenly and uncontrollably collapsed. With two thuds, his eyeballs fell to the ground and were stained with dust. These two eyeballs were frozen with an indescribable fear. They were perfectly intact, completely different from the rest of the body. A sequence for secrets, Sorcerer had died, just like that. Pah! The box of the great old ones, which had a silver-black surface and was embedded with many gems, landed beside Bootes' two eyeballs. It looked like a jewelry box commonly seen in noble families. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and put down the sea god's scepter in his hand in puzzlement. He had just been about to mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle and use the level of an angel to push Lightning Storm to prevent Bootes from opening the third level of the box of the great old ones. In the end, the Saint of Secrets' counterattack, which involved everyone dying together, failed. He had suffered an unexpected failure from the beginning. After Zio left the first battlefield, she immediately prayed to Mr. Fool according to the plan. Klein used this as a reminder and found an opportunity to enter the world above the gray fog. Through the crimson stars corresponding to the Hermit and Justice, he monitored the battle. And during the process of moving to the second battlefield, Audrey also found an opportunity to pray, allowing Klein to use her crimson star to directly interfere with the real world. This was also the reason why Audrey's true body arrived at the destination a little later than Katlia. According to Rhodes, the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones hides something terrifying. I thought that the true creator had given it to Bootiz to create a terrifying disaster at a critical moment, so as to show the true colors of an evil god, who knew that it couldn't be opened at all. Klein glanced at the crimson star representing the magicians and realized that it was covered in a layer of black ash. It seemed to have solidified, making it impossible for him to see the scene inside and confirm Miss Magician's condition. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was enough to show the level and strangeness of the box of the Great Old Ones. And the Sleeping Beauty magic and the Spear of Longinus that he had previously seen also gave him some ideas. After learning about the beyonder power of mysterious reenactment at a private gathering, Klein overturned his previous guesses about Bernadette's fairy tale magic. He originally believed that the Emperor had specially created it for his daughter based on the fairy tales on Earth, or that Bernadette had deliberately created it based on the fairy tales he had told her after her father perished to express her sorrow. But from the looks of it, the answer wasn't likely to be the case. Some fairy tales from before the first epoch might be mysterious. This meant that those fairy tales originated from mysterious events that had really happened. They were spread among the people and gradually became stories. They were recorded by writers and reworked. This corresponds to the prophecy of the stars returning to their positions. Mysteries have never left and have always been around. It's just that in the Earth era before the first epoch, they were suppressed or sealed by some power. If that's the case, some of the legends and stories on Earth can be explained from another angle. It's no wonder there's the Spear of Longinus. I wonder if the Peach Blossom Spring involves mystery. I'll tell Ma I'm Hermit later and see if she can create new magic based on this. I wonder if Bernadette became a mysticologist before the Emperor perished. If she did, it's really hard to tell if these fairy tale magic were created by the Emperor who had switched to the mystery prior pathway sequence, one pathway, or if it was created by Queen Mystic Bernadette herself. But no matter what, the Emperor should have discovered that these fairy tales are also mysterious in his later years. He can draw power from them. Yes, Bernadette doesn't have a corresponding diary. I can't see the Emperor's reaction and guess back then, could one of the reasons why he insisted on going to the moon be to verify something? Unfortunately, most of the myths are fake. There's no way to draw power from them. It's the same for the Internet era. Klein sighed slightly, leaned back in his chair, and continued paying attention to the battlefield. In the collapsed forest, Katlia and Justice Audrey tacitly gave up on injecting their spirituality and using charms when faced with Bootiz's anomaly. Maintaining her dragon form, Audrey continued hiding in the darkness outside the forest, wary of any accidents or official demigods who might have sensed the commotion and come to investigate. Katlia was pushed by the wind towards the area where Bootiz had died, carefully avoiding the box of the Great Old Ones. As a scribe could use many abilities, and demigod-level sealed artifacts often had extremely powerful negative effects. Other than the box of the Great Old Ones, Bootiz only left behind a black pocket. It seemed to be part of the robe he was wearing. Apart from that, there were the gathering beyonder characteristics, 2 eyeballs, and about 10 worms of star. Most of the worms of star had been destroyed. Considering the horror displayed by the box of the Great Old Ones, as well as the fact that Bootiz was a high-ranking member of the Aurora Order, and that he might be blessed by a god, Katlia didn't rashly pick up those items. She was afraid that an accident would happen and cause the situation to develop in a bad direction. During the private gathering, they had discussed how to deal with such a situation. If they had the time and opportunity, they would first sacrifice it to Mr. Fool before distributing it above the gray fog. After all, touching many items without knowing the negative effects could very well bring about unknown dangers. And there was a high chance that Bootiz had a grade 0 sealed artifact. For a sealed artifact at this level, just knowing of its existence and certain information would cause it to suddenly die. According to Leonard, it was best not to come into contact with such sealed artifacts. It was best not to inquire about them, describe them, or pry into them. Only a true high-level existence could suppress them. Without any hesitation, Katlia took out silver candles and other ritual items from the various hidden pockets of the purple-patterned black robe. Everything was simple as she set up the sacrificial ritual. During this process, she pinched her lips and whistled, creating an invisible servant to help her. It only took her about 10 seconds to set up the altar. After quickly chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name and using the spiritual materials to open the door of sacrifice and bestowment, Katlia heaved a sigh of relief. She got the invisible servant to move the box of the great old ones, the black pocket, the 2 eyeballs, the gathered beyond her characteristic, and the 9 worms of star over, and place them on the altar. Amidst the howling wind, these items flew up and passed through the illusory door. Upon seeing this, Katlia immediately pinched her lower lip with her thumb and index finger, preparing to whistle again and no longer maintain the invisible servant's existence. Amidst the whistle, the servant remained motionless, as though it had nothing to do with Katlia. Katlia's eyelids twitched slightly as she clenched her right hand into a fist and brought it to her mouth, preparing to use the magical horn. At this moment, a blazing, silver-white ball of lightning appeared out of thin air at the altar. Layers of interweaving lightning snakes formed a destructive storm that enveloped the invisible servant. All of this quickly calmed down, and the mutated servant was completely destroyed. Katlia exhaled, lowered her head, and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. Then, she followed the procedure to end the ritual, packed up the items, and used Snow White, which was closer to prophecy, to clean up the scene and eliminate any traces. And at this moment, Justice Audrey had already used the teleportation charm from before and left the scene. Katlia looked around, and considering that Mr. Fool might need things to be more ritualistic, she took out a card from a hidden pocket in her robe and threw it into the middle of the collapsed forest. The card was half inserted into the soil, revealing the image of an old man with a cane who was holding a glass lamp and exploring alone. Tarot card, the Hermit. P.S. I wish everyone a happy last day of 2019. P.S. 2. Recommending friends to sweep the world's horizon new book, Creation Chart. It's a story that redefines words and changes creation. It's very interesting. It's over 300,000 words. Chapter 1230. When I wrote this, I glanced at last year's year-end summary. At that time, I wrote 798 million words. Now, the total number of words is 381. 2. In other words, in the past year, opening calculator, I wrote 204 million words. That's an average of 170,000 words per month. This means that my updates are quite stable. I can only brag about it. During last year's year-end summary, because I didn't write it out, I actually forgot how many subscriptions I had at that time. I only had a vague impression that the subscriptions were around 30,000, and the average subscriptions were less than 50,000. After this year, the subscriptions and average subscriptions have almost doubled. The average subscriptions have reached 93,000, and the peak of the subscriptions has reached 63,000. The 60,000 subscriptions have lasted for more than a week. Now, the other members of the Tarot have about 54,000. I have to thank everyone for this. From getting into the character leaderboard, to getting first place in the monthly votes, from the birthday parties, to getting fleeced by Chidian, to Amway after defeat, from all kinds of love-generated drawings, songs, video clips, interactive games, to Jinchi, unexpected side effects, to the various lame jokes in the comments of this chapter, the language class representative, the hard-working administrators, and the moderators. You are the ones who brought mysteries to where it is today. Of course, one of the reasons is that my writing is not bad, laughs. Therefore, in the new year, I want to say thank you. Thank you all. There doesn't seem to be much to write about this month's summary. After writing the part about Amon, I had already summarized it once. This verified an idea of mine. Sometimes you can break out of the protagonist's comfort zone. That way, there will be a different kind of tension in the plot and a fresh and exciting feeling. After the part about Amon, because of the tension and relaxation, it wasn't good to continue this kind of scene. It was easy to be repetitive and monotonous, and there was a lack of change. Change should be placed in more important moments, not the daily chase. Therefore, in the latter half, I expanded my perspective and wrote about the other members of the tarot to lay the groundwork for the later parts of the novel. This might cause the plot to be a little flat, but it can't be helped. If not for the opening scene, I would have slowed down and drawn more details. That way, the effect would have been better. As for 2020, my goal is to finish writing mysteries. According to my calculations, I won't be able to finish it until the second half of the year. I'll probably finish it around May. At the latest, it'll be June. The more I wrote, the more nervous I became. I felt like I was walking on thin ice. All I could do was tell myself that I had to stay calm and finish the story properly. That way, more readers could follow me to the end. At that time, when he looked back, he would be able to truly conclude whether the characters he created had achieved their goals, and whether many of the things he wanted to express had been expressed. On the first day of 2020, I'm begging for monthly votes. Let's finish the last few months of mysteries. Also, I wish everyone all the best in 2020. Actually, I wanted to say that I wish everyone a happy 2020, but I thought that mysteries might make you sad, so I changed the words of blessing. After all, the background of this world of this book has already been brewed, and there will always be the knives that should be there. Last but not least, it will be updated tomorrow at the normal time. I'm begging for monthly votes. You won't lose out if you vote during the double time period. Chapter 1231. After a while, the sky above the collapsed forest suddenly tore apart as an illusory and mysterious door appeared. The door opened silently as a black-haired, golden-eyed, mature, and elegant handsome man walked out in a well-ironed suit. Before he could observe the scene, he heard a sonic boom and sensed a violent hurricane blowing over. He saw a middle-aged man with an astonishing aura in front of him. The middle-aged man had rather obvious large earlobes. His hair was dark blue and thick, and his eyes seemed to hide countless bolts of lightning. He was the cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the archbishop of the Bakelin Diocese, deep blue officiant Randall Valentine. This clergyman, who was wearing a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm, looked around and cast his gaze at the golden-eyed man. He asked with a thunderous voice, "Celt, what happened here?" The golden-eyed man, known as Celt, shook his head. "I just arrived as well." Just as he said that, a mountain-like, nearly transparent spirit body appeared in the void on the other side, placing a figure in midair. The figure wore a black archbishop robe with red patterns. His eyes were deep, and he didn't have a beard. He was none other than the person in charge of the Church of Evernights, Bakelin Diocese, Anthony Stevenson. After the gigantic spirit body completed its mission, it immediately shrank and entered Saint Anthony's mouth. At the same time, a spirit with long black hair covering its face and a transparent lower body appeared behind Anthony. It held his shoulder and prevented him from falling. In the next second, turbulent air currents rushed over from Bakelin, pushing a figure towards the area at high speeds. Soon the figure stopped. It was an elder wearing a white priest's robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He had a benevolent and gentle expression. The air that spewed out from the elder's back vanished as the black tube that shimmered with a metallic luster retracted into his body. This was the Archbishop of the Church of the God of Steam and Machineries, Bakelin Diocese, a member of the Divine Synod, Horamic Haydn. He strangely stopped in midair and surveyed the area. Although the battle here isn't too intense, it's certain that it's at the saint level. Also, the remnant corrupted aura is simply. As they spoke, the four demigods lowered their heads at the same time and looked at the center of the collapsed forest. There was a tarot card inserted there. The card depicted an old man with a cane and a glass lamp. The hermit card. Randall Valentine, Celt, Anthony, and Hormick immediately fell into silence. No one spoke for a moment. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein frowned as he looked at the box of the Great Old Ones in front of him. The moment the Grade Zero sealed artifact was sacrificed, the entire Sapphira castle stirred, as though it had reached a boiling point. Boundless energy was automatically activated like steam, gathering into a torrent that completely drowned the box of the Great Old Ones, wrapping it in layers and binding it tightly. At this moment, the silver-black, three-layered jewelry box embedded with gems seemed to have become a bug in amber, unable to move at all. Previously, when Sapphira Castle was triggered, it was when I spied on a true god or a king of angels and suffered damage. This is the first time it has experienced such a change due to an external object. Klein couldn't help but raise his right hand and wipe his non-existent sweat. To be honest, he felt a little afraid. He felt that he had gone a little too far after gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle. In the past, he didn't dare let a Grade Zero sealed artifact enter this place. But this time, because it didn't involve the uniqueness, and because he had undergone a qualitative improvement compared to the past, he had the thought of giving it a try. Thankfully, it's under control. In the future, I have to tell Ma, Hermit, and the others that they can't sacrifice everything they pick up to me. It's not like I'm a trash collector. Klein mumbled and began inspecting the box of the Great Old Ones. He remembered that Miss Magicians was still inside the sealed artifact, so he planned on figuring out the situation with the box of the Great Old Ones as soon as possible to prevent the bait from dying because of any delay. This sealed artifacts level is very high. A Rhodes's understanding of it is rather limited. I'll have to do it myself. From the looks of it, as long as I don't attempt to divine what's in the third level or try to find the source of the power, the danger can be endured. There might not even be any. Klein relied on his spiritual intuition and made a preliminary judgment. Right on the heels of that, he conjured a pen and paper and began divination. After an unknown period of time, he finally opened his eyes and muttered silently to himself. The first level can swap the location of the internal space with the target area, and it can reduce the corresponding scene into a toy. This is an ability that can barely be used. A living being that has been transformed into a toy has to be released within 24 hours. Otherwise, it will be permanently transformed. Even a spirit body won't be able to sleep in peace. The release is very simple. I just need to designate an area so small that it's almost devoid of living beings, and swap it with the internal space. There's a limit to the range of this ability. At most, it's a city as big as Bakeland. Why did I use this as an example? The second level records different scenes. There's the abyss, the cosmos, and all kinds of places. It can allow the wielder and the living beings within a certain range to directly move to the target area. The problem with this is that it's random. A small portion of the time, one can designate the location and release the corresponding location. Most of the time, the location chosen will change, and the final destination will be unpredictable. As for when the designation will be effective and when there will be an anomaly, there's no way of knowing. Furthermore, this seems to be something that good luck can affect. Or rather, good luck below sequence 0 can affect it. This means that there's no way to use the box of the Great Old Ones beyond her power to directly transfer the City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. If I could, my miracle invoker ritual would be very simple. I'll try turning it into a toy later. The third level is very dangerous, very, very dangerous. I won't take the risk of prying after repeating the important words thrice. No, this should be called courting death. By prying, the negative effects of the box of the Great Old Ones are very simple. The wielder will randomly vanish, die, or mutate. If there's no wielder, the living beings in the surrounding area will encounter this terrifying matter one after another according to their distance and size. The largest range is similar to the first level. These Grade Zero sealed artifacts are terrifying fellows that can destroy cities and kill millions or even more people with just a single wrong word. It's no wonder they have to be sealed according to the highest standards. No prying, inquiries, or descriptions are allowed. Where the Vanishers go seems to be related to the scene on the second level. The reason why the Saint of Secrets dares to take action with this sealed artifact is that he has the blessings of the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. It can minimize the randomness of the negative effects. But even so, he doesn't dare to hold it for too long because the blessings will wear off. From the looks of it, his failure to regain his lucidity in advance and find a chance to teleport away has something to do with his bad luck. Saints that are valued by large organizations are really difficult to kill. Hermit is considered experienced and clear-headed. She didn't make contact blindly. Instead, she created an invisible servant to take it. Furthermore, she sacrificed this grade 0 sealed artifact to me in the shortest amount of time possible. In theory, I can summon a projection from the historical void to take this item. After all, it doesn't matter if it dies, disappears, or mutates. However, there's no guarantee of how long it can be used unless I obtain Will Oseptin's blessings in advance. The way to seal it is to place it in the spirit world. That's not enough. I have to distort and hide a space in the spirit world. Then I have to regularly fill it with ordinary water, allowing the box of the great old ones to play with microorganisms every day. With so many living beings, it can last for a very long period of time. After grasping this line of thought, there are still many ways to seal it. After roughly figuring out the exact situation of the box of the great old ones, Klein looked at the grade 0 sealed artifact and felt that its third level no longer had the heavy feeling that it couldn't be opened. Vaguely, he believed that as long as he reached out and removed the seal of Sapphira Castle, he would be able to easily open the third level of the box of the great old ones. What a strong temptation! Klein retracted his gaze and waved his hand, making the box of the great old ones fly to the junk pile in the corner. Who cares if it's a grade 0 sealed artifact? I'll head there first to sober up. As a terrifying grade 0 sealed artifact, it has to have a number before it can be ranked. Unfortunately, I don't know what the grade 0 sealed artifacts of the 7 churches are. It shouldn't exceed 50, right? Yes. I'll temporarily call the box of the great old ones 0 to 61. I'll adjust it according to the situation in the future. If Hermit is unable to create a good sealing environment, I can place 0 to 61 above the gray fog. I'll apply for it when there's a need. Of course, I have to pray for Will's blessings in advance. I wonder when I, the King of Yellow and Black, who wields good luck, will be able to live up to my name? A miracle invoker has a portion, and an attendant of mysteries should have a portion as well. Klein entertained himself for a while before picking up the Beyonder characteristic left behind by the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz. It looked like a crystal, and countless rays of light refracted inside, transforming into illusory and resplendent doors. Klein stared at it for a few seconds before suddenly throwing the Beyonder characteristic into the air. The power of Sapphira Castle boiled once again. Under Klein's control, it formed a corporeal, translucent wave that slammed into the crystal. The crystal instantly shattered, splitting into countless tiny points of light. Pitch-black gas emitted from it and rapidly melted in Sapphira Castle, disappearing without a trace. Under the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence, the tiny points of light gradually gathered together. In nearly a minute, they reformed into the beautiful and dreamy crystal from before and landed in Klein's palm. The contamination inside had been removed. In Sapphira Castle, Klein was equivalent to a sequence 2 angel. However, most of the time he only had strength and was unable to use the Beyonder powers of the corresponding level. He needed the help of the correct supplementary items. After putting away the secrets Sorcerer Beyonder characteristic, Klein cast his gaze at the 2 remaining eyeballs of Bootiz. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the new year. It's double now. There's no need to wait PS2, as it will be completed in the middle of the year. There's no need for it to be on the annual rankings. Every month, it's mainly to earn a recommendation spot, laugh. Everyone, just subscribe and vote normally. Try not to spend too much money and don't get angry. I'll also sacrifice old you and recommend the former unparalleled. The writing is very good. and the story is exciting. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 1232. Booties' eyes had already turned dark, frozen with an indescribable horror. It made Klein's heart palpitate just by looking at it. It was as though he could sense the intense changes in Booties' emotions before his death. After a series of inspections and the method of divination, Klein confirmed that the 2 eyeballs didn't contain any Beyonder characteristics, but they contained strong corruption and unknown powers. They could be used as a medium for curses, and they could also directly affect the target. They were rather dangerous spirituality materials with an extremely long shelf life. I can't carry them around for long periods of time. Otherwise, my mind might weaken, and I'll have nightmares every day, causing my body to deform. Klein casually summoned a square metal box and placed Booties' 2 eyeballs inside. He didn't attempt to purify them because once the item was shattered and the corruption was removed, there would be nothing left. It would be too wasteful, as there was nothing wrong with the Worm of Star, and it was also a material that Klein knew the best. He quickly focused his attention on the black pocket. The results of the divination surprised him because it was a so-called spatial item. The pocket looked like it could only fit an adult man's palm, but in fact it was the size of a 2-bedroom apartment that the Moretti family had rented back in Tingen City. It could store quite a lot of things. This was made by Booties using his secret's sorcerer powers. In essence, the pocket wasn't an item but an entrance. First, I used the power of spatial concealment to isolate an area in the spirit world. Then I used the fact that the spirit world overlaps with reality and is chaotic. As long as I have the correct coordinates, I can directly reach my destination and open the door to the hidden area in this pocket. This is very similar to the method used to seal the box of the Great Old Ones. However, one door is in the spirit world, while the other is in reality. This causes the negative effects of the sealed artifacts and mystical items in the spatial pocket to also affect the carrier. From the looks of it, it's not very useful. It can't eliminate the negative effects. Besides, I'm in the forsaken land of the gods, so I can't connect to the spirit world. It's useless even if I have this pocket. Also, I have to strengthen the powers of spatial concealment every once in a while. Otherwise, it will gradually lose its effectiveness. It's only suitable for demigods of the apprentice pathway or organizations that have demigods of the apprentice pathway or sealed artifacts providing support. The name interspatial pocket is too vulgar. I wonder what Booties originally called this item. Let's call it traveler's luggage. After confirming the level of danger, he conjured a fake hand and let it reach into the black pocket. Walala, a pile of various gems poured out as the artificial hand retracted, landing on the long mottled table. The sparkling red, azure, green, pale white, deep black, and transparent instantly filled Klein's eyes. I should have expected this. The corresponding material for the apprentice pathway is gems. All gems. Klein's expression turned lively as he sighed with a smile. He then stretched out his other hand and picked up a few gems to feel their weight and material. Apart from these, there were also quite a number of spiritual materials in traveler's luggage. Some were commonly used, while others were relatively rare. Box of the Great Old Ones, secret sorcerer's Beyonder characteristic. 9 worms of star, Booties' eyeballs, traveler's luggage, large amounts of gems and materials. This operation can be considered a bountiful harvest. It's enough for everyone to distribute. Unfortunately, Booties can record Beyonder powers and certain states. There's no need for him to bring too many sealed artifacts and mystical items with him. That would instead cause him to be affected by many negative effects. As a demigod, he should have a few good sealed artifacts. I wonder if they're hidden somewhere in the spirit world or in the Aurora Order headquarters. Unfortunately, Booties' soul collapsed just now, preventing him from channeling his spirit. Klein shook his head and immediately returned to the real world. He found a concealed spot, set up a lantern, and set up a bestowment ritual. He wanted to try and see if he could bring 0 to 61, which was also the box of the Great Old Ones, to the forsaken land of the gods. If he could turn the entire city of silver into a toy and place it in the first level of the sealed artifact. He could then directly send it to the outside world through the sacrifice and bestowment ritual. This way, it would be equivalent to bypassing the giant king's court and dark angel Sassurer and ingeniously completing the miracle invoker ritual. After busying himself, Klein, who had completed the preparations, stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. He pulled out another version of himself from the air while his main body leaped into the fog of history and hid in the void before the first epoch. He was worried that after the box of the great old ones passed through the door of sacrifice and bestowment, it would randomly cause him to die. In the fragment of light deep in the grayish-white fog, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and returned above the gray fog. He responded to his prayers. When the mysterious and ancient door of sacrifice and bestowment took shape and slowly opened, he beckoned for the box of the great old ones, which was wrapped in layers of power. He threw it into the gap of the illusory door, throwing it into the deep and endless darkness behind the door. At that moment, the darkness of the void suddenly seemed corporeal, as though it had formed an invisible barrier that blocked the box of the great old ones from passing through the door, causing it to float and be unable to move forward. Klein frowned slightly as he watched this scene. He attempted to pry open the power of Sapphira Castle and use the level of an angel to push it, but he was still unable to make the box of the great old ones break through the barrier. Indeed, the forsaken land of the gods has a seal. However, I have a close relationship with Sapphira Castle. I can use it to respond, but this can exceed a certain limit. Klein nodded slightly, retracted the box of the great old ones, and threw it into the junk pile. Then he conjured the world's German sparrow and got the fake person to inform Ma, Hermit, and Miss Justice of the detailed information regarding the box of the great old ones. This was a reminder to them that they had to bring the box of the great old ones back to the real world within 24 hours and release magician's furs. Among them, Klein informed Miss Justice that before praying for the box of the great old ones, she had to remember to sacrifice some top-grade ice cream to a particular blessed of the snake of fate. As for Katlia, due to her temporary luck, there was no need for her to seek external help. However, she had to complete everything in a few minutes and sacrifice the box of the great old ones above the gray fog. Bakeland, at the intersection of East Borough and Bridge District, in an apartment that had been in disrepair for years. Leonard, who was wearing red gloves and a black coat, was leading his team members to seriously inspect the scene. As a mobile force of the Church of Evernight, they were undoubtedly filled with energy at nearly 10 o'clock at night. Captain, the walls here are severely cracked, and some parts are even shattered. This apartment might not be able to survive next summer's hurricane season. Cindy, who had long burgundy hair, came over and reported to Leonard. Leonard's green eyes scanned the surroundings and nodded slightly. Fortunately, this is a dilapidated house, and no one has been living here for a long time. However, it's very strange that there aren't even any homeless people here. Cindy thought for a moment. Captain, are you saying that a Beyonder is using this apartment to secretly drive away the tramps sleeping here? Another red glove, Bob happened to be checking the bottom of the wall as he casually added. Then they had an internal strife and a battle broke out, igniting something. I can't rule out this possibility, Leonard replied rather professionally. But have you noticed? Every part of this room has traces of corrosion, and it lacks the remains of tables and chairs that should be there. It looks too empty. This doesn't look like something a low or mid-sequence Beyonder can do. I suspect that it might involve a relatively higher level of power. After a series of inspections and discovering many abnormalities, the Red Glove team belonging to Leonard failed to find any further clues. All they could do was return to St. Samuel Cathedral first. Just as they arrived underground, a bishop came to Leonard and got him to bring 2 team members upstairs to participate in a meeting. Leonard nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask anything. He led Bob and Cindy through a secret passageway into St. Samuel Cathedral. Following that, they followed the spiraling staircase and under the illumination of the crimson moon through the stained glass, they came to a room with a blackboard and many people. With just a glance, Leonard discovered many members of the mandated punishers, Machinery Hive Mind, and MI9 whom he had worked with before. Then he noticed the three demigods, Hormick Hayden, Randall Valentine, and Anthony Stevenson, as well as a black-haired, golden-eyed man who was clearly at the same level as them. Without waiting for Leonard to greet him, St. Anthony, who was wearing a black robe with red patterns, stood up and said in a deep voice, "A high-level battle happened in the outskirts of Bakeland." There was a high-level battle in the outskirts of Backlund. There was terrifying corruption and a tarot card left at the scene, the Hermit card. I noticed that you've previously done some investigations on a large number of incidents involving tarot cards and raised the corresponding guesses. Now, give everyone a detailed introduction. The Hermit card? Leonard showed genuine surprise, but it was mostly because he had been given such a mission. Ahem. He cleared his throat and walked to the blackboard. He turned to face the demigods and beyonders of the three churches and the military, and he drew a crimson moon clockwise on his chest. After organizing his words, the Red Gloves captain solemnly said, "In the past 2 to 3 years, incidents involving tarot cards have really entered our sights. In the past 2 to 3 years, incidents involving tarot cards have really caught our attention. It was the death of Lenivis. He was involved in a plot to make the true creator descend, and his body was covered in tarot cards. After that, tarot cards appeared again in the Capum case, but this time the way the tarot cards were placed was different, with emphasis on the Judgment and the Emperor cards. Back then, I linked these matters to an organization that suddenly appeared in Bakeland that believes in the Fool. As you know, the Fool is the starting card of tarot cards. This bold guess made the demigods and beyonders present nod slightly. They felt that there was indeed a connection in the meaning of mysticism. Leonard paused before saying, "And under the Fool, this organization might have quite a number of official members. And under the Fool, this organization might have quite a number of official members. They use tarot cards as their code names, such as Judgment, the Emperor, or the Hermit in this case." As he spoke, Leonard picked up the tarot card that was used for demonstration and casually drew one. He glanced at it and chuckled. For example, the star. P.S. Seeking monthly votes on the first day of the new year. Chapter 1233. In response to Leonard's demonstration, the demigods and beyonders present nodded one after another, indicating that they completely understood what the Red Gloves captain was trying to express. One of the mandated punishers raised his arm and took the opportunity to ask a question. In other words, the tarot cards left behind at the scene represent the member who carried out the mission. That should be the case. Leonard didn't give a definite answer. The mandated punisher from before continued asking, "Then what do the tarot cards that were scattered all over Lenivis's body represent when he died?" "There's no specific direction." Leonard immediately picked up a piece of white chalk and wrote the name Lenivis on the blackboard behind him. Then he drew a circle. As I said earlier, in the past 2 to 3 years, incidents involving tarot cards have really entered our sights because of the Lenivis case. This is very likely the beginning of everything. Therefore, there's no specific direction. The randomly scattered tarot cards might represent the whole. This means that the organization that uses tarot cards as a code name has officially stepped onto the stage of history. Haha! Please forgive me for using poetic language. That makes sense. The few mandated punishers were convinced by Leonard. Leonard looked around and continued, "Let me use the Aurora order that everyone is very familiar with as an analogy. Let me make an analogy with the Aurora order that everyone is familiar with. We all know that the Aurora order has 22 oracles, and each of them is in charge of a region's affairs. The organization that uses tarot cards as a code name is very likely the same. Members like Judgment, the Emperor, the Hermit, and so on should have their own influence in a certain region." Upon hearing this, a Machinery Hive Mind member thought for a moment. "But Backlund has produced 3 members with cards, Judgment, the Emperor, and the Hermit. According to what you said, does this mean that the organization that uses tarot cards as a code name isn't that large in scale? The members are all concentrated in Lone or even Backlund. After all, the Aurora Order only has one oracle in charge of Bakeland. As for Saint Tenebris, he's targeting all of Rouen. Leonard nodded slowly, indicating that he understood what the other party meant. He organized his words and said, "We can't rule out this possibility. We can't rule out that possibility. After all, this is an organization that has only been around for 2 to 3 years. Of course, there might be another reason. That is, this organization doesn't divide its scope by region. Instead, it defines whether or not it should be handled by itself based on the matter or domain. It also works together when there are overlapping situations, just like the Capum case." Seeing that the Beyonders of the 3 churches and MI9 didn't raise any other questions, Leonard deliberated for a few seconds. "These are all my personal guesses, and there are some problems with them. This may be the direction of future investigations. First question, what is the purpose of this organization? If they're like the Aurora Order, spreading the faith of an evil god, then why haven't we discovered anyone who believes in the Fool? Even if there were, they were scams in the name of the Fool. The second question is, what do they have in common? I haven't found it for the time being. The third question is, high-ranking members who use tarot cards as codenames can't be at a low sequence level. They also have their own factions, but they don't have any fame in the Beyonder world. This is very abnormal. You have to know that although the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order hide their identities, they have more or less clashed with us. Under our witness, they rose from low sequence to mid-sequence, and finally took over the position of an oracle after the death or advancement of their predecessor. They have long been on our list. Having said that, Leonard paused for a moment. If the organization that uses tarot cards as codenames is really an organization that believes in the Fool, then there's someone who can answer my third question. He's the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. Rumor has it that he believes in the Fool. This name made the Beyonders of the 3 churches and MI9 fall silent, as though they were quickly recalling the relevant information. They had long heard that German Sparrow had a mysterious background and that he believed in the Fool. Furthermore, they had quite a bit of information on him, but they didn't make the connection like Leonard and connect the dots. After a few seconds, the Church of Evernights Archbishop of Bakeland, St. Anthony, said in a deep voice, "German Sparrow is suspected to have close ties with the original Death Consul of Balaam. He's an angel that's still active on Earth." This alarmed the Beyonders, who weren't demigods, as they instinctively sat up straight. They knew about Admiral Hell, but due to the confidentiality restrictions, they didn't know that the Death Consul represented a grounded angel. That Death Consul doesn't seem to belong to any faction of the Charismatic Order, an MI9 Beyonder said hesitantly. Leonard nodded with a serious expression. Perhaps he is a member of that secret organization that uses tarot cards as a code name. Death God card. There was another bout of silence. Celt, Randall, and the other demigods had no choice but to admit that there was such a possibility. The secret organization that used tarot cards as a code name instantly rose in status, reaching a level that was equal to the Aurora Order. In short, German Sparrow is a clue. Leonard, secretly, drew a breath and slowly exhaled. "Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done." St. Anthony nodded slightly, stood up and looked around. He surveyed the area and said, "Up to now, this secret organization that uses tarot cards as a code name has yet to target us. They have shown a certain degree of friendliness, and now that the war is tense, we are severely lacking in manpower. It's very difficult for us to take any big actions. Therefore, I suggest that we try our best to avoid conflict with them and not attempt to wipe them out for the time being. Of course, the necessary investigations have to be done. Such a secret organization with a grounded angel represents danger. If we don't understand them and don't have sufficient information, we won't be able to react in time in the future to stop any possible conspiracies. Horamik and the other demigods thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Anthony Stevenson surveyed the area and stopped his gaze on Leonard's face. "You'll be the leader of this investigation mission. Coordinate it well." Leonard solemnly agreed. At this moment, Deep Blue officiant Randall Valentine said to Leonard impatiently, "Give them a name." "We can't always say that it's a secret organization that uses tarot cards as a code name. That's too troublesome." "Do you have any objections?" Leonard seriously considered it and said, "Tarot." "Tarot Club?" "Sure." Randall stood up and said with a thunderous voice, "Let's call it the Tarot Club." Late at night, in the Hall family's villa in Empress Borough, Tim, the exclusive dessert chef, suddenly woke up from his dream and stared at the ceiling in the darkness. He had dreamed that he was enjoying an ice cream, and he woke up with a start the moment he tasted it. The more Tim thought about it, the more he was filled with desire. Finally, he overcame the thought of finding it troublesome. He got out of bed, put on a thick robe, walked out of the room, and came to a small kitchen not far away. As a famous dessert chef in aristocratic circles, Tim had been bestowed with some privileges by Earl of Hull. He could enter the small kitchen at any time and use the ingredients here to experiment with his new ideas. And Tim had returned Earl of Hull's trust with new and high-quality desserts. Of course, he would often come here in the middle of the night to get busy because of his sudden appetite, just like now. After some serious and hard work, Tim used the leftovers and ready-made preparations to make a few cups of ice cream. He enjoyed eating half of it. Then he rubbed his stomach, washed the cutlery, and left the small kitchen in satisfaction. He left the remaining cups of ice cream in a corner, as though he had completely forgotten about them. Chowood Borough, by the Tussock River in an uninhabited shoal. Audrey, who was wearing a dark cloak, first used dream traversing to arrive nearby before walking over with her feet. She skillfully set up a ritual and prayed to Mr. Fool for a bestowment. Soon, a silver-black jewelry box, inlaid with many gems, passed through the illusory door and landed in front of Audrey. Audrey tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear, and without any delay, she picked up the box of the great old ones, numbered 0 to 61. She aimed at a spot where there were only a few rocks and lifted the lid of the first layer. Silently, long tables and chairs appeared in the area. Several beyonders, who had used various means to cover their faces, appeared. Among them was the hooded Furs. Their skin quickly changed from that of a toy to that of a human, and their eyes began to move. Furs, who had the highest sequence, was the fastest to recover. She looked around and was extremely surprised to find that she had unknowingly arrived at the shoal by the river from inside the apartment. Furthermore, this change was only in the environment. The situation around her was no different from before. Where am I? What happened? Furs cast her gaze at the empty altar and thought for a second. She seemed to understand something as she asked in surprise, "What happened?" "It's over?" "Yes," replied Audrey, who was using psychological invisibility. "It's over. It's over just like that." Furs asked in a daze. "It's over." "How's the target?" "Dead." Audrey was distracted controlling the other 5 or 6 beyonders. So her answer was very simple. "Dead. Saint of Secrets Bootes is dead. I haven't participated in the battle yet. I haven't summoned the German Sparrow's historical void projection." Furs's mouth gaped slightly as she felt like she was dreaming. She felt that she had only been afraid for a second and that her mission had been completed. At that moment, she saw the beyonders around her come to life, but they weren't surprised by the changes in the environment. It was as though this was the original gathering venue. They skillfully destroyed the chairs and long tables and threw them into the Tussock River. Then, one after another, they left the shallows and returned to the place where the light from the street lamps shone, returning home. So this is a manipulator. How terrifying! Furs jumped in fright and completely woke up. "Go back first." Audrey didn't have the time to explain. She turned around and used the altar from before, preparing to sacrifice the box of the great old ones above the gray fog. First glanced at it and didn't ask or say a word. She made her body quickly turn transparent and disappear. P.S. I originally wanted to write official debut in the title of this chapter, but it wasn't serious enough. P.S. 2. Seeking monthly votes during the double period, end of this chapter. Chapter 1234. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, beams of crimson starlight shot up, forming a few figures. Leonard casually swept a glance, and his gaze suddenly froze. He stopped at the silver-black jewelry box placed on the long model table. If he didn't remember wrongly, this was likely the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the box of the great old ones that World Klein Moretti had specially emphasized during the private gathering. Saint of Secrets, Bootiz, really wields this Grade 0 sealed artifact? Furthermore, he used it? Ma, Hermit, and Miss Justice succeeded in the end? Leonard's pupils dilated slightly as he almost couldn't believe his eyes. As an Orthodox official beyonder, the Red Gloves captain of the Church of Evernight, he had a clear understanding of Grade 0 sealed artifacts. He knew that these things could easily destroy a city, causing people to suddenly die without any resistance. When facing them, not only was he not to come into contact with them, he didn't even try to understand them. Leonard originally believed that after encountering a Grade 0 sealed artifact, Hermit and Miss Justice would leave the battlefield according to the plan and think of a way to save Miss Magicians. To his surprise, they actually succeeded. Furthermore, they had snatched the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the box of the great old ones. Hermit's mysterious reenactment, is this powerful? The banquet of betrayal she mentioned can really make a sealed artifact rebel? Or should I say Mr. Fool provided some help? As Leonard muttered silently, he glanced at World Klein Moretti, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table. He realized that his former colleague was rather calm. Klein surveyed the area and laughed hoarsely. Congratulations, everyone. This hunt was very successful. All the spoils of war are here. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and condensed a lot of mysticism knowledge into a blob of pale white light. He also included a few legends that originated from the East, such as Peach Blossom Spring and Lank Chess Game. He wanted Hermit to test if they were mysterious and if they had a real source. Madam, this is your reward. World Klein made the pale white light fly towards Catlia. Then he pointed at the box of the great old ones, the secret sorcerer beyonder characteristic, traveler's bag, Bootiz' eyeballs, the 9 worms of star, and a large number of gems and materials on the table. In addition, you have the right to choose first. After hunting the Saint of Secrets Bootiz in a demigod-level battle, Catlia truly had the bearing and confidence of a saint. She first received the blob of pale white light and closed her eyes to digest the mysticism knowledge contained within. In the second epoch, the ancient gods believed that the original creator left behind some items. That might be a kingdom formed from a portion of his body, or it might be something he created. These items contain Sphirot, and there are a total of 9. They are Chaos Sea, Sapphira Castle, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge More, Shadow World, Brood Mother, Nation of Disorder, City of Calamity, Key of Light. The ancient sun god came from a place called Chernobyl. The Marauder Pathway Sequence 0 is called Error. Roselle the Great's fairy tales might have originated from something that had happened in the past. As the mysticism knowledge reverberated, Catlia couldn't help but open her eyes and look at the world, German Sparrow. There are too many things that shocked her, overturned her understanding, and opened the door to a new world for her. In the past, I couldn't figure out Mr. Fool's origins at all, but now I can vaguely grasp a little. A thought flashed through Catlia's mind as she came up with a guess. She immediately controlled herself, unwilling to think too deeply, nor did she dare to think too deeply. She was afraid that she would come up with a horrifying answer that would make her lose control. This is one of the 9 Sphirot. Mr. Fool's goal is to gather all the spherote and attempt to recover. Raising her right hand and nudging the heavy glasses on her nose bridge, Katlia forced herself to focus on the small stories. She decided to return to the real world and completely digest the potion. Then, she would attempt to create magic based on it and use mystical reenactment to draw power. Of course, she also believed that not every one of them would succeed. She believed that some of the stories were purely fictional. After all, this was a gift from Mr. World, so there was no guarantee that it would be effective. Furthermore, back then, Roselle the Great had told Queen Mystic many fairy tales and ancient legends. Only a small portion of them could actually produce magic. After taking a few seconds to compose herself, Katlia cast her gaze at the middle of the long mottled table, preparing to choose her spoils of war. Without a doubt, the most eye-catching item was the box of the Great Old Ones numbered 0 to 61. The silver-black jewelry box, embedded with many gems, completely concealed the light of the other items. Katlia wasn't too unfamiliar with Grade 0 sealed artifacts. This was because Queen Mystic Bernadette had more than one of them. And it was also because of this that the element dawn created by this queen was able to compete with the ancient organization, the Moses Ascetic Order, which was born in the early 4th epoch. The difference between an angel and a saint wasn't something that powerful and dreamy fairy tale magic could make up for. To become a truly important figure, one had to advance to Sequence 2 or possess a Grade 0 sealed artifact. It wasn't that Katlia didn't have any desire for the box of the Great Old Ones, but when she thought of the hint that the World German Sparrow had received from Mr. Fool, she felt a sense of horror when she thought of the terrifying negative effects, the extremely dangerous 3rd level, and most of the beyonder powers that she couldn't control. Although she had brief luck, she lacked the ability to seal the box of the Great Old Ones to date. After an intense struggle, Katlia pointed at the dreamy crystal and said, "I want the beyonder characteristic of a secret sorcerer." If she could find a suitable high-sequence artisan, it could become a rather good sealed artifact that could barely withstand the negative effects. As for Queen Mystic Bernadette, she had such resources, but she might not be able to succeed. Even if the final product is just teleportation, it would be enough. But it's obvious that a secret sorcerer won't only grasp teleportation. Even if the negative effects are unbearable, I can get the queen to shatter it and make multiple attempts, or I can sell it to Miss Magicians. Yes, she said that her teacher would prepare the ingredients for her. Katlia then nodded at the World German Sparrow, indicating that she confirmed her choice. Choose the secret's sorcerer beyonder characteristic? Upon hearing Ma M. Hermit's answer, a scene surfaced in Klein's mind. A lady wearing a purple-patterned black robe and a dark-colored hood relied on Blink to leave behind a dense number of avatars. Then they lit a match at the same time. The little match girl has become countless match witches. This is a horror version of a fairy tale. The World Klein couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he tersely acknowledged. "All right, that's your right." He then cast his gaze at Miss Magicians. "It's your turn to choose. I didn't do anything." Magicians first said guiltily. Klein chuckled and said, "You've perfectly completed the job of baiting me." Furs didn't know what expression she should show in response, but she heard Mr. Star laugh. Furs didn't know what expression she should show in response, but she heard Mr. Star laugh. Frankly speaking, she wanted to choose the box of the Great Old Ones because it was an item that had been stolen from her teacher's family. Frankly speaking, she wanted to choose the box of the Great Old Ones because it was an item that had been stolen from her teacher's family. She didn't want to use it herself and wanted to return it to her teacher. But considering that she was really just a bait, Furs felt that she didn't have the right to take an item of this level. She had already gained a deep impression of how rare, precious, and dangerous a Grade 0 sealed artifact was through Mr. Star's introduction. She knew that the value of the box of the Great Old Ones was incomparable to a saint's beyonder characteristic. Recalling that she was choosing under the watchful eyes of the World's German Sparrow, Magician's first finally gave up her impulse and pointed at the pair of eyeballs. "I'll take them." She wanted to bring the pair of eyeballs to her teacher and tell him that Bootiz was dead. All the hatred was over. Apart from that, Bootiz's eyeball could also be made into a powerful cursed object or used as a medium for curses. It was also a pretty good item. Klein nodded slightly and didn't try to persuade him. All he did was point at the gems, materials, and worms of star. "You also paid the price of the moon paper doll. You can choose something else as compensation." "Okay." Furs agreed, reflexively. As many charms and rituals of the apprentice pathway required gems as materials, and these things could still be appreciated, Furs took a portion of the gems and waited for the bestowment ritual after the gathering. Klein moved his gaze and said to Miss Judgment, "That's right. It's your turn." Zio also knew that she hadn't contributed much, and she knew that she didn't have the ability to resist the negative effects of the box of the great old ones. Therefore, without even looking at 0 to 61, she pointed at the black pocket. "I choose traveler's bag." This way, she could carry some heavy weapons with her, and she might even be able to drag out a cannon at a critical moment. As for the problem of having to reinforce the hidden space after a period of time, she had also considered it. After all, it could still be used for about a year. In the future, she could rent a sealed artifact from Ma, Hermit, to maintain it. Besides, by that time, Furs might have already become a secret sorcerer. World Klein nodded and looked at Leonard. "It's your turn." Leonard didn't stand on ceremony as he scanned the items and tapped a few times. 3 worms of star, 20 gems, and those materials. "This makes me feel like I'm paying a protection fee to an official faction." Klein lampooned his poet classmate before saying to Miss Justice, "The mission was very successful. I'm very satisfied. Although you've already received the payment, you can choose a little more." Audrey could read the sincerity in Mr. World's words, so she didn't decline. She chose a worm of star and a third of the spirituality materials. At this point, as the person who had entrusted the mission, World German Sparrow, his harvest was 5 worms of star, a grade 0 sealed artifact, the box of the great old ones, a third of the spirituality materials, and nearly 30 high-quality gems. He smiled and looked at Magician's Furs. "Remember to tell your teacher about this. Just say that this is my goodwill, and I wish to make a deal with him. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period, Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens." Chapter 1235. With regards to Mr. World's request, Furs wasn't surprised. She nervously replied, "That's not a problem." She replied nervously, Okay. What kind of deal is it?" During this period of time, she had already exchanged letters with her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Under Miss Justice's guidance, she had laid the groundwork. World Klein chuckled hoarsely and said, "You don't have to tell him what I want for now. Just give him my chips and see if he's interested. Your bargaining chip is still the promise to remove the curse from the house of Abraham." Magicians, Furs cautiously sought confirmation. Klein nodded and pointed at 0 to 61 on the long model table. "It can also be this box of the great old ones. Something that requires a grade 0 sealed artifact to be exchanged for is definitely not simple." Be it Justice, Audrey, or the hermit, Catlia, they suddenly came to this realization. Magician's Furs placed more importance on the promise to remove the curse. This was because she had personally experienced it and knew how tragic her teacher's family was. Without any hesitation, she solemnly replied, All right. Bakeland, Westboro, in the basement of a house. Saint Tenebrous Kesma, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly grew out of the darkness. He turned his head as though he was listening to something. The muscles on his face gradually twitched, not in patches, but bit by bit. Not only did they fail to connect with each other, but they even interfered with each other. It looked extremely strange. In just a few seconds, Kesma revealed an expression of extreme pain. His skin tore apart inch by inch, and his flesh and blood squirmed as though they were boiling, mixed with a deep blackness. With a thud, he fell to the ground and crawled towards the altar, spitting out large amounts of organs and shimmering points of light. Saint Tenebrous' head was pressed tightly to the ground as he kept muttering to himself crazily, "Bootiz is actually dead. A secret sorcerer with a grade 0 sealed artifact died just like that. There was a tarot card at the scene. The hermit, the two enemies are both saints. One is a mysticologist, and the other is a manipulator, an organization that believes in the fool and uses tarot cards as code names. German sparrow, Aztec eggers." After muttering uncontrollably, Saint Tenebrous Kesma cried in frustration and pain, "I repent! I repent! I repent!" A few days later, in a certain room of an apartment in Pritz Harbor, Dorian Gray Abraham, who had disguised herself, received a letter from her student, Furs. He carefully checked it, and after confirming that there were no problems and no unusual signs, he picked up the letter opener and took out the letter inside. The letter began with the usual greeting, and Furs went straight to the point. "We have already killed the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz, and obtained the items on him." Dorian, who had originally planned on skimming through it, was suddenly stuck on this sentence. She read it back and forth several times, forgetting to continue reading. Dorian had a deep understanding of how strong Bootiz was, and she knew very well how terrifying a secret sorcerer was. But now, the new student he had taught for more than a year had told him in a very calm tone that she had already taken care of Bootiz. For a moment, Dorian's mind was filled with thoughts like impossible, lies, and conspiracy. She suspected that Furs had already been controlled by Bootiz and the Aurora Order. In any large faction, a sequence 4 Beyonder was an absolute upper echelon. They were very important members, so how could they be killed so easily? Dorian's Adam's apple squirmed as she forced herself to focus and continued reading the contents of the letter. "We've obtained the box of the great old ones. I believe you're no stranger to it." After reading another line, Dorian's eyelids twitched a few times. He felt that the letter in his hand was as heavy as a boulder. Of course, he was no stranger to the box of the great old ones. This was the grade 0 sealed artifact of the House of Abraham, proof of their former glory. The one who was killed was Bootiz, who held the box of the great old ones. As Dorian grew more and more alarmed, he felt that things had exceeded his imagination. At the same time, he inexplicably felt that it wasn't impossible. Perhaps the one who killed Bootiz was actually the box of the great old ones. He knew very well how dangerous the grade 0 sealed artifact was. At the same time, he finally noticed a word, "we." This was the first time Furs had indicated that she had companions and collaborators. Of course, Dorian had long guessed it, but he tacitly didn't expose her. As expected, Dorian sighed and eagerly read the rest of the content. "The operation against Bootiz this time is because a friend of mine wishes to show his friendliness to you. He said that he's willing to use the box of the great old ones or the promise to remove the curse of the House of Abraham to make a deal with you. I wonder if you're interested? He doesn't know where you are, and I won't tell him. You can completely reject the promise to remove the curse." Dorian skipped over the box of the great old ones and ruminated over the extremely important words to him. After the previous few letters, he had completely understood the essence of the family curse. He was both sad and helpless. In the midst of the pain, there was a glimmer of hope. Before this, who would have thought that the reason why generations of descendants of the House of Abraham had lost control was because of their ancestors' cry for help? This was like a terrible joke from fate. Dorian didn't know if Mr. Dorr understood the consequences of his actions, nor did he know how to describe his complicated feelings. However, he couldn't help but begin searching for a way to make Mr. Dorr return and completely remove the family curse. This was an extremely unlikely path, but to the House of Abraham it was enough. This was because a ray of light had finally appeared in the darkness. After an unknown period of time, Dorian folded the letter and muttered to himself with a bitter smile, "Friendliness! Such friendliness is really terrifying." After muttering to himself, he fell into silence again. His expression alternated between being gloomy and clear, as though he was struggling internally. Gong! The wall clock rang on time, jolting Dorian awake. His expression gradually turned solemn as he finally made up his mind. After making up her mind, Dorian felt much more relaxed. There was even a smile on her face. He first burned Furza's letter, then packed his luggage and went straight to the steam locomotive station in Pritz Harbor. He was going to Southville, but it wasn't to hide, but to make some preparations. He planned on handing over the family items and potion formulas he had been keeping to a family member who had settled down there. Then he would return to Pritz Harbor and head to Bakelin to meet his student, Furs as Dorian Gray. He wanted to meet the powerhouse who had shown friendliness. When the time came, he would consume a type of medicine in advance, allowing himself to suffer a strong curse that was rooted in his spirit body. He would have to consume another type of medicine at regular intervals to maintain his life. This way, even if he was controlled and couldn't commit suicide, he would die quickly because he didn't have the chance to consume the medicine. As his spirit body dissipated, he wouldn't leak any critical information. For Dorian, this journey no longer concerned him with life and death. For that fleeting hope, he was willing to give up his life. Bakeland, North Borough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral. Leonard, who had just had a case discussion with the mandated punishers, Machinery Hive Mind and MI9, returned to his office and sat down. At this moment, Palaz Zorost's slightly aged voice echoed in his mind. They've finally found the exact location of the Jacob family's treasure trove and are about to enter. Ah, Leonard was momentarily stunned, unable to react in time. Previously, at the gathering of the Hermits of Fate, he had sold the news of Jacob's treasure trove. As no one knew what was inside, no one was willing to offer a high price, and Leonard's main goal wasn't to trade, so he only exchanged it for some rare spirits. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry. Old man, how did you know?" "Ha! I obviously sent an avatar to monitor the area," Palaz Zorost replied in a bad mood. "Aren't you underestimating an angel of the Marauder pathway?" Leonard laughed dryly. "Old man, you've recovered quite well. You even have an extra avatar. I'm already at the Sequence 2 level." Palaz Zorost scoffed and said, "Don't go out next. Stay in the cathedral to prevent any accidents from happening." "Are you worried that there's a trap in the treasure trove?" Leonard asked in thought. How can there be no traps in the treasure trove, left behind by a marauder angel? Palaz Zorost scoffed. "I can't predict what will happen, but staying in the cathedral's underground is definitely safe." Leonard nodded and suppressed his voice. "Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Old man, you promised me that if you successfully obtained a Sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic, you would steal a Grade 1 sealed artifact from the items they obtained." He didn't care if he gained anything, but mainly used this method to ease his sudden nervousness. "Didn't you reject the word steal?" After mocking him, Palaz fell silent, as though he was focused on monitoring the situation at Jacob's treasure trove. About an hour later, he heaved a long sigh of relief in Leonard's mind. Although there were many traps and accidents, I ultimately achieved the desired goal. Ha ha! I only took the characteristic and one sealed artifact. The rest will be their payment. Don't be in a rush to leave. Wait for me to absorb the characteristic before leaving. When that happens, there won't be any problems. Leonard immediately relaxed as he leaned back, crossed his legs, and leisurely read the newspaper. In the evening, Palaz Zorost finally spoke again. "All right." His voice contained plenty of emotions, but as it was too complicated, Leonard couldn't tell. Seeing that there was nothing else, and that old man might still need to digest, Leonard stood up and rubbed his temples. He left St. Samuel Cathedral and returned to 7 Pinster Street. Just as he passed through the porch, he suddenly saw a person sitting on the sofa. The person was wearing a classic black robe and a pointed hat. His right foot was crossed over his left leg as he leisurely read a newspaper. As though sensing Leonard's entrance, the person looked up and adjusted the monocle on his right eye as he revealed a teasing smile. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. PS2. Recommended book. I'll become stronger even in death. Ma Sha died and ran to the world where the greatest force was in the hands of scientists. This had an interesting Frankenstein system. Chapter 1236. Amon. Blasphemer Amon. Leonard was no stranger to the person in front of him. Not only had he faced his avatar, but he had also heard from Taro and Old Man Palaz Zoroast about his deeds and nasty personality. At that moment, Leonard's thoughts were almost completely frozen. His mind was blank, and only a small number of thoughts could be processed. At this moment, Amon's lips quivered as he spat out ravings that were completely at the level of godhood. In Leonard's mind, voices echoed one after another, as though they came from countless Amons. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? After realizing that I couldn't obtain Sapphira Castle in a short period of time, I shifted my focus to Bakeland. If it wasn't to deceive you, why would I play such a simple game of cat and mouse with him? I believe the two of you should be in contact. He must have told you that I'm still tracking him, sabotaging his operations, and setting up traps at his destination. That's just an avatar that's close to Sequence 1. All right, Palaz. I forgot to tell you. In the later stages of the fourth epoch, I pretended to be the ancestor of the Jacob family for a long period of time. I had long secretly devoured him. Then I watched as his descendants panicked and thought of a way to add a secret treasure to the place where Tudor became Blood Emperor. I didn't finish off these guys because I had a premonition that this treasure trove would be very useful. I have an avatar that has been sleeping there for more than 1,000 years, patiently waiting for someone to open the treasure trove. As for the other avatars, I didn't synchronize this information with them. This way, I might be able to inadvertently mislead them. Yes, this kind of synchronization is my invention. Palaz, you're behind the times in order to truly determine your whereabouts. I watched those guys destroy the traps and take away the items. I watched our avatar steal the characteristics and sealed artifacts from their hands, and I watched as he carefully devoured and digested them. And now, my patience has finally paid off. I'm guessing that you must be thinking of how to stall for time and wait for the deity's descent. The voices overlapped with each other, tearing apart Leonard's thoughts and stinging his soul. It made his head expand and contract physically, made short black hair grow on his face, and made his ribs and waist bulge out as if they were about to form new limbs. Leonard was on the verge of losing control with just a few ravings. He was in extreme pain and had no ability to resist at all. This was the son of the Creator. This was a king of angels. At the same time, 7, Pinsta Street underwent changes. Pitch-black stone pillars had been erected at some point in time, propping up a majestic and magnificent cathedral. Every pillar, every arch, and every dome of the cathedral was inlaid with the bones of different races. They were densely packed together in an extremely chaotic manner, staring at the tiny Leonard in the middle of the hall with their hollow eyes, as if they were holding a trial. Amon stood in front of the 100-meter-tall cross in the depths of the cathedral. He smiled at Leonard, who was bending over with a twisted expression. This corpse cathedral isn't bad, right? It hasn't been long since I stole it. This way, if they wish to discover any abnormalities here and descend, there will be at least a delay of 30 seconds. That's enough. As he spoke, Amon raised his hand and pinched the crystal monocle, his face beaming. A clang suddenly sounded in Leonard's ears. It was illusory and ethereal, as though it came from an infinite distance. This caused the ravings that were tearing apart and contaminating Leonard's spirit body to come to an abrupt halt, causing everything around him to fall silent. In Leonard's eyes, beams of light shot out from his body, condensing into a pure and clear figure in front of him that resembled an angel, but one without wings. This figure was also 100 meters tall. Its body constantly flickered with faint light, as though it was indicating the passage of time. Leonard's body was pushed by an invisible force as he flew towards the door of the corpse cathedral. On the door, transparent and distorted faces appeared, sealing the inside and outside, isolating the spirit world and the astral world. Clang! Another bell rang, and the transparent faces that were filled with pain suddenly froze. Leonard's figure was no longer obstructed. In this short interval, he passed through the corpse cathedral's door in a seemingly incorporeal manner. Everything in front of him immediately returned to normal. There was still some light in the sky, and the gas lamps by the side of the road were already emitting light, illuminating the dark 7, Pinsta Street. And from the outside, the building was silent, peaceful, and dark. There was no one there. Old man. At this moment, Leonard finally regained his senses. His heart tightened as he took a step forward and returned to the building. However, the door to 7, Pinsta Street, stood there with a heavy weight. He was temporarily unable to open it. With such an obstacle, Leonard finally regained some of his rationality. As he anxiously retreated, he quickly thought of what he could do to save Old Man. After a few steps, he stopped, lowered his head with a serious expression, and quickly chanted in Jotun. That's right. He quickly chanted in Jotun. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Leonard already knew that the one inside was Amon's true body, and to deal with Amon's true body, he could only seek help from a deity. With the lantern in hand, Klein, who was walking in the darkness, immediately entered the fog of history. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. After hearing the contents of Leonard's prayer, Klein, who was originally a little puzzled and a little inattentive, instantly woke up. It was as though he had just woken up in winter and had crawled out of bed only to be splashed with a basin of ice water. Amon's true body went to Bakeland. Amon's true body found Leonard and Palez. Amon stole his brother's corpse cathedral to delay a deity's descent. It turns out that when he suggested playing the game of who would find dark, demonic Wolf Kotar first, he didn't really want to determine the victor. He didn't care what the stakes were. His goal was to attract attention and make me believe that he is still pursuing me and thinking of ways to seize Sapphira Castle. The trap of Jacob's treasure, which Amon had buried for 1,000 to 2,000 years, has finally come in handy. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he raised his right hand and summoned an item from the junk pile. 0 to 61, box of the Great Old Ones. This was a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and it also belonged to the Apprentice Pathway. It could better mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle and come up with more tricks. Against Amon's main body, this might give Pallas some hope. At the same time, Klein used the prayer light to confirm that Leonard wasn't parasitized by Amon. He immediately instructed in the tone of Mr. Fool, "Leave the scene and go to the dark church. While you're at it, pray to the darkness." Below deities, a battle at the top of the sequences was definitely not something a Beyonder at Leonard's level could participate in. Even if Klein had gained initial control of Sapphira Castle and held 0 to 61, he didn't have much confidence. He only hoped that he could stall for time until a deity descended. Outside 7, Pinsta Street, Leonard's ears echoed with Mr. Fool's words. Startled, he raised his head and looked at the tightly shut door. Then he pulled his gaze back and turned around abruptly. Using the knuckle of his right fist, he fiercely knocked a tooth in his mouth. Illusory soil surged out and sprayed at Leonard's head, enveloping him from top to bottom. Suddenly, Leonard seemed to turn into a mud doll as he constantly sank and fused with the ground. This was a rare natural spirit that he had exchanged from the Hermit Order Fate. It didn't contain any Beyonder characteristics, and its powers mainly came from the spirit world. It allowed Leonard to traverse through the soil at a speed far faster than a steam subway. As Leonard left the battlefield, Klein had already picked up the gem-embedded box of the Great Old Ones and stirred the power of Sapphira Castle. He cast his gaze at the huge, pitch-black cathedral that overlapped with 7, Pinsta Street. The cathedral isolated his true vision, preventing him from seeing the situation inside. He could only determine that the battle hadn't ended through the flickering light on the stained glass. Using the power of the first level of 0 to 61 to swap the corpse cathedral with the interior space? No, wouldn't this be equivalent to letting Amon enter Sapphira Castle? Just the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones can't imprison him at all. Activate the second level and move 7, Pinsta Street to another place? No, that won't do either. If I leave Bakeland, there won't be a timely deity's descent. Palez Zoroast will be in even more danger. The third level? If I open it, Sapphira Castle might change owners on the spot. As his thoughts raced, Klein had an idea. It was to shrink the target area and break through it. He wanted to swap the door of the Corpse Cathedral with the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones that was pushed by Sapphira Castle, making the seal that isolated the spirit world and the astral world lose its effectiveness. That way, the deities would sense it, and the deity's descent would be brought forward. At the end of the long, mottled table, Klein sat on a high-back chair. He aimed at the crimson star that represented Leonard and opened the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones. The surging power in Sapphira Castle suddenly calmed down and returned to its concealment. It silently pierced through the crimson star. In the real world, 7, Pinsta Street, the door of the Corpse Cathedral that overlapped with an ordinary building lost its luster. Then it turned into a shallow beach with gravel and pebbles. The interior and exterior were suddenly connected, and the situation inside was clearly reflected in Klein's eyes. In front of the 100-meter-tall cross, Amon, who was dressed in a classic black robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle, faced the open door and slowly turned around. In his hand was a crystal pillar formed from light and shadow. Many 12-ringed worms of time were rapidly swimming inside as they wandered about. Everything around him seemed to come to a halt. Amon raised his head and looked up into the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period, 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 1237. Too late? After Klein's heart sank, he suddenly felt the box of the Great Old Ones in his hand tremble violently. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the surface of the Corpse Cathedral's door, which had shrunk into a toy, was glowing with light. Every white skull and distorted face seemed to come alive. Adam's Corpse Cathedral is of such a high level? Just a door was enough to resist the first level of 0 to 61? Without any hesitation, Klein used the crimson star representing Leonard to lock onto a gas lamp pole outside 7, Pinsta Street. Suddenly, the door with the distorted face embedded in the white bones returned to the real world. As for the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones, there was an additional Toy Street lamp. Right on the heels of that, Klein aimed at Amon, who was inside the Corpse Cathedral. His right hand slid down to open the second level of 0 to 61. At that moment, Palaz Zoroast was no longer on the battlefield. Klein could move Amon elsewhere without any qualms. He had targeted the astral world, hoping that Amon would be cared for by the 7 deities. However, he didn't know if there would be a random anomaly. At this moment, the door returned to the Corpse Cathedral. Then the magnificent building that overlapped with 7, Pinsta Street, quickly collapsed. The process of collapse was very orderly. It began with the dome, followed by the arches and walls, and finally the pitch-black stone pillars. The items that fell didn't hit the ground. They disappeared in midair. Amon, who was standing in front of the cross, also dissipated inch by inch as the Corpse Cathedral collapsed. It was as though he had also imagined something that could be removed at any time. Of course, Klein knew very well that this was only Amon using a loophole. He had used the end of the Corpse Cathedral's imaginary conjuration to make himself an imagination and leave Bakeland. Boom! At some point in time, thick, dark clouds appeared in the sky. A ball of lightning the size of a house dragged a silver-white stream of light as it ruthlessly smashed into the Corpse Cathedral and Amon, who had yet to completely collapse. Tiny cracks suddenly appeared on Amon's crystal monocle, and the pointed hat on his head collapsed. However, this angel of time didn't panic. After his face twitched uncontrollably, he maintained his smile. With the crystal pillar formed from light and shadow in hand, he dissipated like a phantom, disappearing into the sea of light that filled the interior of the corpse cathedral. In the next second, the majestic church with a black base and inlaid with white bones completely turned into a fantasy. At this moment, the house at 7 Pinsta Street still existed, but there was an exaggerated mark on the floor of the living room. It was as if a person had laid there and turned into charcoal. This was left behind after Amon's countless clones were killed, but Klein knew that Amon's main body had successfully escaped and achieved the desired goal. Once he recovered, this king of angels only needed a ritual to ascend to the throne and become the embodiment of all the mistakes in this world. After I swapped the door to the corpse cathedral, the first one to sense and react was the Lord of Storms. The goddess really has no way of performing a divine descent. All she can do is use various mediums to slightly interfere with reality, making it difficult for her to affect him. When Amon's main body is prepared, I was still happy that I had escaped Amon, satisfied that I had repeatedly avoided his traps, but in the end he silently did such a huge thing. When did he shift his focus to Bakeland? Yes, it should be after I used the law of deception to reincarnate in another land. He sensed Palez Zoro's shadow, as well as the fact that he has a connection with me. He began to set his goal on obtaining the last sequence, one Beyonder characteristic, to become a true god. Leonard didn't go into detail when he prayed previously. He only mentioned that there was a problem with Jacob's treasure. For a sequence, one angel like Palez Zorost, who's so familiar with Amon, to not notice anything amiss and directly step into a trap. Amon must have done something impressive again, phew. Although I've rapidly grown in my battle of wits and courage with Amon and completed my transformation, I'm still far inferior to a top swindler like him. I'm still too inexperienced. Once Amon becomes a sequence 0 error and his ability to walk on land, it will be too difficult for me. No, I have to figure out the Marauder Pathways apotheosis ritual and think of a way to wreak havoc. I can't let Amon easily ascend to the throne, but could this be what Amon wishes to happen? He deliberately held a ritual and waited for me to deliver myself to his doorstep? As his thoughts raced, Klein let out a long sigh. Then he sent a message to Leonard with the attitude and tone of the fool. There's no need to pray. Inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard had just emerged from the soil in the garden and was attempting to rush into the prayer hall when he heard Mr. Fool's words. There's no need to pray. Leonard's footsteps gradually slowed down as he repeated the sentence in a daze. He slowed down and finally stopped beside a stone pillar. He lowered his head and raised his hands to cover his face. At this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What's there to be sad about? I'm not completely dead yet. Ah, Leonard released his hands as he said in a daze and pleasant surprise, Old man, you're not dead yet. His eyes were already slightly red. Look, what are you saying? Palez Zorost's voice was clearly weak. Ahem, to put it simply, I've died once, but I'm not completely dead yet. Leonard finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention before suppressing his voice. You successfully deceived Amon? It can't be said to be a fraud. Palez Zoros sighed and said, All these years, the thing I've been thinking about the most is what to do if Amon's true body really finds me. After repeated experiments, I've also created a method. After my true body dies, I can revive in my avatar, but I will lose my sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic and passively lower my level. I'm not too far behind the times. In other words, Amon killed you once and obtained your sequence 1 characteristic, and you revived at the level of a sequence 2? Leonard roughly understood what was going on as he asked in confirmation. Palez Zoros sighed and replied, That's about it. Actually, it's not like Amon didn't notice it. When I pushed you out of the corpse cathedral, he didn't stop me. He left me a sliver of hope, making me lose the determination to fight to the death in the subsequent battle. Sigh, if not for that, I wouldn't have been finished off by him so quickly. After absorbing the Beyonder characteristic from the treasure, I've basically recovered. Leonard blurted out in surprise. Old man, you pushed me out of the corpse church because I have your doppelganger in me? Pallas immediately scoffed. What do you think? Do you really think I see you as my grandson? Don't you have other doppelgangers? Leonard muttered. Pallas grunted and sighed. To think that Amon would even deceive his own avatar. This time, I have nothing to say about my loss. If he hadn't known from absorbing Amon's avatar that this angel of time didn't know the exact situation of Jacob's treasure trove, he would have definitely been more cautious on this matter and would have been more prepared for Amon's appearance. This was the most important reason, be it the ancestor of the Jacob family or the fact that Klein Moretti was dealing with Amon's main body in the forsaken land of the gods. None of them were factors that made him make up his mind. Leonard thought for a moment and comforted him. Old man, this is the most fatal trap in this treasure trove. No matter what, you will step into it. It will be good enough if you can survive. That's not it, Pallas immediately retorted. If I had a premonition of danger, I would have directly chosen to believe in an orthodox God and become his grounded angel. Under his blessings, I would head to Jacob's treasure trove. Sigh, after I absorbed the characteristic and recovered my sequence one strength, I was considering this problem. Should I directly join the Church of Evernight, cooperate with your fool, or remove the parasitism and hide like before to avoid Amon? Upon saying this, his emotions became very complicated. Old man really has a plan. Why are you so familiar with seeking refuge? Leonard sighed inwardly and focused his attention on the most important matter. Old man, after Amon obtains your sequence, one Beyonder characteristic, is he going to prepare for the apotheosis ritual? Yes. Pallas replied in a deep voice. This means that for a very long period of time, your former colleagues and us will at most suffer the harassment of Amon's lower-level avatars or nothing at all. What are the requirements of his apotheosis ritual? Leonard pressed. Pallas fell silent for a second. Take his place during someone else's apotheosis ritual. At this point, Pallas laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Amon's next focus will definitely be the apotheosis ritual. This will be our last period of peace. Once he becomes a god, he will definitely seek you out and use you to deal with the fool. Although I can abandon you and run ahead of time, I have to worry that he will have thoughts of retrieving all the characteristics at the angel level. Quickly grasp those rare spirits, digest the potion, become a demigod, wield a holy artifact, and obtain the blessings of Evernight. Leonard's expression turned solemn as he slowly nodded. He then found a quiet spot and informed Mr. Fool of some necessary information through prayer. Someone else's apotheosis ritual? The only one with a chance of becoming a god seems to be Adam. It'll be good if the two brothers fight. The final period of peace. I hope that the avatars that Amon left behind to interfere with me aren't too strong. I hope that I can find traces of the dark, demonic wolf as soon as possible. I hope that Dorian can agree to that deal. Klein sighed and returned to the real world. He continued walking in the darkness with the lantern in hand. P.S. This chapter on Saturday will be updated in advance. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1238. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough, 22, Hope Road, Hattricken. The broad-shouldered and thick-armed Dorian Gray Abraham unconsciously paced back and forth in the room, waiting for her student Furs to visit. No matter how calm he was and how mentally prepared he was, he couldn't help but feel nervous and apprehensive at the final moment when he really needed to face the answer. After an unknown period of time, knocking sounds came from the door of the room. Dorian listened to the rhythm for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, walked to the door, twisted the handle, and pulled back. Outside the door was Furs with slightly curly brown hair, a dark dress, and tinted glasses. Dorian habitually looked behind Furs. After confirming that no one was paying attention to them, she stepped aside and let the students pass. At the same time, he glanced at Furs's hands and realized that his student was not carrying a suitcase. Dorian immediately retracted her gaze and walked to the center of the room. She found a seat and sat down, then pointed to the sofa opposite her. "Take a seat." Furs cautiously lifted her skirt and sat down. She then took the opportunity to ask, "What's up?" "Good morning, teacher." Dorian didn't get straight to the point. "Did you really kill Bootiz?" "Yes." Furs took out a long and delicate cigarette case from a hidden pocket in her clothes. She opened it and showed Dorian what was inside. It was a pair of pitch-black eyes that were frozen with an indescribable fear, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying before they died. Dorian had been mentally prepared to receive a horrifying head made of blood and debris like the last time. However, the student did not carry any luggage and only took out a lady's cigarette box. This made him think that it was a relic that could prove Bootiz's identity, but the truth was once again beyond his expectations. This was still Bootiz's corpse, but there were less of it than Lewis means. There's only a pair of eyeballs left. The spiritual intuition of an astrologer made Dorian believe that the eyeballs belonged to Bootiz. Seeing that her teacher was silent and did not speak, Furs subconsciously explained, "His body has completely collapsed and dissipated. Only his eyeballs are still intact." She paused for a moment before continuing. "This eyeball contains remnants of Bootiz's horror before his death and the corruption from the box of the Great Old Ones. It's a very powerful cursed item, so I didn't send it to you directly. That would cause the postman who handled it to encounter something bad. They might even die unknowingly. The corruption of the box of the Great Old Ones." Dorian nodded in enlightenment and sighed with a smile. Did he eventually die in the box of the Great Old Ones? This is really fate. Back when Bootiz rebelled and attracted the Aurora Order, the first item they snatched was the box of the Great Old Ones. Furs had listened to Ma, Hermit and Miss Justice's recount of the battle spoils of war during the private gathering. She understood how beautiful and dangerous the battle she had missed was. At that moment, she thought and said, "I guess so." However, he had already begun to lose control before he was corrupted by the box of the Great Old Ones. Dorian wasn't surprised as she said to her student, "Put it away. Keep it. It's your spoils of war." After Furs closed the cigarette box and placed it back into her secret pocket, Dorian leaned forward, clasped her hands, and pressed them against her nose. "Bootiz is one of the people with the most talent as an apprentice I've ever seen. Who knew that he would end up like this?" At this point, Dorian let out a long sigh, as though she was reminiscing about something and regretting something. Furs didn't really understand the details of what had happened back then, so she didn't dare to speak rashly. She could only remain silent and wait for her teacher to walk out of his own emotions. After about 10 seconds, Dorian straightened her body and asked, "How did you digest the scribe potion?" This was not only to show concern for the students, but also to accumulate experience and provide some reference for the other members of the family to teach the students. Fur's expression suddenly became a little complicated, as if she had recalled something she did not want to remember. "It's mainly because someone helped me. On the one hand, they helped me record many strange or high-level abilities. On the other hand, they took me to many places in a few months and recorded different folk customs and sceneries." Dorian was silent for a while and nodded. "It's not easy to imitate?" he then asked German Sparrow. "Yes." Furs gave an affirmative response. Dorian fell silent again. What kind of deal does he want? Or rather, what does he want? Furs pulled herself together and replied a little embarrassedly. "He wants the Planeswalker potion formula and uses the box of the Great Old Ones to exchange for one of the 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts in your hands." This price was definitely generous. Furs originally imagined that Mr. World was going to use his promise to exchange for the Planeswalker Potion formula and grade zero-sealed artifact. She never expected that there would be an additional box of the Great Old Ones. Of course, the promise of freeing the House of Abraham from the curse was definitely worth a lot to Dorian, but a promise was always a promise, and it might not be fulfilled. Dorian wasn't surprised by German Sparrow's request for a grade zero sealed artifact. She was already mentally prepared. Instead, she felt that the conditions were unimaginably good. After all, there weren't many things in the House of Abraham that a demigod coveted. He frowned slightly and said, "What does he want the Planeswalker Potion formula for?" "I don't know," Furs answered honestly. Dorian stood up and began pacing. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Furs. "I need to meet him and talk to him before I can make up my mind." "All right." Furs agreed without any hesitation. Dorian, secretly, heaved a sigh of relief. He prepared to send his student away before quickly taking out the potion and consuming it. He had arranged to meet at this time because he knew that his curse was about to erupt. If anything were to happen, the enemy definitely wouldn't be able to communicate with his spirit in time. However, after Furs stood up, she didn't walk towards the door. She stood on the spot and grabbed at the void in front of her. Her arms suddenly sank as she quickly pulled back, dragging out a figure in a black trench coat and a silk top hat. This figure had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were deep and cold. He was none other than German Sparrow. German Sparrow's eyes moved slightly as he quickly recovered from his daze, becoming no different from a real person. "Teacher, he's here," Furs said solemnly. "He's the German Sparrow." This made Dorian Gray Abraham's mouth gape slightly. She forgot to close it and didn't respond for a moment. Although he came from an ancient family and knew many secrets, he was only a sequence 7. There were many things that he couldn't truly imagine even after seeing the descriptions. After Klein's consciousness returned, he reached into his clothes and took out a golden pocket watch. He opened his pocket watch and glanced at it. Without any emotion, he said to Dorian, "You have 3 minutes." "He's exactly as rumored, cold, arrogant, and crazy." Dorian didn't dare to waste any time and said straightforwardly, "Give me a reason to believe your promise." Klein closed the pocket watch and put it back inside his clothes. "Actually, I've already grasped the ritual to make Mr. Dorr return." Dorian's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to ask, she heard German Sparrow add calmly, "But I'm not going to do that." "Why?" Dorian and Furs were both confused, but one dared to ask, while the other didn't. Klein looked out the window. "Do you know about the pollution from the starry sky? Apart from true gods and angels, the House of Abraham definitely ranked first when it came to understanding the stars." Klein believed that they must have left some hints and obscure records. Dorian nodded solemnly. "I know. I suspect that Mr. Dorr has been corrupted by the cosmos." Klein gave a simple explanation. "As for my promise, it has a way to fulfill it now, but you may not be willing to. Plus, it doesn't completely remove the curse." "What's the solution?" Dorian held back his surging excitement and asked. Klein's expression instantly turned serious. "You and the members of your family should convert to my lord. That way, when the full moon and the blood moon arrive, you will receive protection and will no longer be troubled by the curse." After completely digesting the scholar of your potion, Klein no longer needed to pull people above the gray fog to avoid Mr. Dorr's ravings. He could directly use Angel's embrace to resolve it. At present, the only thing he needed to worry about was that there might be more people in the House of Abraham, making it difficult for him to deal with the situation or the lack of spirituality. "Who is your master?" Dorian asked after a moment of silence. Klein suppressed his shame and said solemnly, "Honorable Mr. Fool." "The Fool? Are you from the Antigonus family?" Dorian suddenly made some connections. Klein shook his head, denying the other party's guess. Dorian fell silent again, but considering that she only had 3 minutes, she hurriedly asked, "Believing in him will save us from the curse." As a member of an ancient family, he knew very well how dangerous it was to believe in an unknown existence. He was afraid that after resolving Mr. Dorr's ravings, he would be burdened with other curses. Klein answered frankly, "This is only a temporary solution. This is only a temporary solution. I will find a better solution for you." Dorian nodded and hurriedly said, "This is only a temporary solution. I'll try to believe in your Lord and give you the Planeswalker Potion formula. If this can really temporarily resolve the curse, we'll complete the deal for the Grade 0 sealed artifact." He planned on using himself as an experimental subject to see if the method was effective. Furthermore, he didn't plan on telling the other members of the family. He wanted them to wait for the better solution mentioned by German Sparrow until they couldn't wait any longer. All right. Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote down the fool's honorific name. As for Dorian, she began using the crystal ball to help her recall and record the Planeswalker Potion formula. After the exchange, Klein cast his gaze at the supplementary ingredients and ritual. Supplementary ingredients: 1 worm of star, 1 worm of time, 1 worm of spirit. Advancement ritual: leave behind a legend in 9 places outside this planet. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period, Divine King of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 1239. To leave a legend in 9 places outside the planet. Isn't that the cosmos? Klein looked at the potion formula in his hand and nearly frowned. He felt that this was even more dangerous than the advancement ritual of a miracle invoker. Although the box of the Great Old Ones and the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the House of Abraham, as well as a number of Grade 1 sealed artifacts, had the ability to send people into the cosmos, making the ritual not seem difficult, Klein clearly remembered that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, had once warned him that the cosmos contained extremely terrifying corruption. It was dangerous to even understand it unless one was at the level of an angel. If one isn't a planeswalker, they will be corrupted by the cosmos, and to become a planeswalker, one has to roam the cosmos. This has become a dead end that can't be resolved. Perhaps the House of Abraham has records of relatively safe places in the cosmos. I can't be too pessimistic. Also, I have to use divination to verify the authenticity of this formula when I return. Dorian won't lie to me, but that doesn't mean that he won't be lied to by others. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at Dorian Gray Abraham. Where are the Planeswalker Beyonder characteristics? Dorian, who had already memorized the fool's honorific name, thought for 2 seconds and said, 2 are in our family in the form of Grade 0 sealed artifacts. 2 of them are in our family in the form of Grade 0 sealed artifacts. 1 of them has evolved into the box of the Great Old Ones. It said that 1 is in the hands of the Demonist sect, and 1 is in the hands of the Church of the God of Combat. The last one has gone missing since the Second Epoch. If I can use the box of the Great Old Ones to exchange for one of the 2 relatively normal Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the House of Abraham, I don't have to worry about obtaining the Planeswalker Beyonder characteristic, but the advancement ritual is really a headache. Furthermore, the essence of this ritual is clearly to leave a mark in the cosmos. No matter how I change it, I can't bypass the cosmos. Klein controlled his expression and nodded at Dorian. I hope you can find the answer when the crimson moon turns round. With that said, his figure quickly faded. He had already reached the limit of Furz's endurance. Dorian watched as German Sparrow left, just like that. She subconsciously looked down at the piece of paper with the fool's honorific name in her hand and realized that it had turned illusory and vanished. Dorian was unable to find the correct answer from the various Beyonder powers recorded in her family's records. She turned to look at Furz and opened her mouth, planning to ask. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart and his pupils dilated. Oh no, the curse was about to activate. Dorian hurriedly took out a small metal bottle from a hidden pocket in her clothes. She unscrewed the cap, brought it to her mouth, and gulped it down. Dang! He was in such a hurry that the lid of the metal vial fell to the ground. Furs watched as her teacher's face turned pale and clutched his chest. For a moment, she couldn't react to what had happened. As a former surgeon, she quickly made a judgment and hurriedly said, "I'm fine." "Teacher, do you have heart disease? Did you bring any special medicine?" After asking the last question, Furs realized that she had been too anxious and concerned, making her appear a little silly. The bottle that teacher drank just now was definitely the special medicine. "Do you need any more help?" "I have the ability to record a doctor," Furs asked again when she saw her teacher's expression ease up. Dorian shook her head, indicating that she was fine. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. "It's because you didn't act according to plan and directly summoned German Sparrow in the room, preventing me from having the time to drink the medicine. That's why I'm in this state." Sonia Sea, the capital of the Röhrsted archipelago, the city of generosity, Byam. The Blue Avenger docked at the harbor in the evening. Previously, the Church of the Storm's destruction of Sonia Island's maritime communications had finally attracted the demigods of the Faesac Empire. Many captains had died in the line of duty as a result, and the fleet had suffered an extremely serious blow. Alger Wilson and his crew, who had been waiting for an opportunity to attack the harbor in the island's primeval forest, managed to escape the attack. After the Church of the Storm and the Rouen Navy announced that the battle had basically achieved its goal and could end, they returned to Pasu Island to rest. After that, Alger deliberately requested to fight. He appeared pious, hot-blooded, and impassioned. He was praised by the cardinals. Because he was familiar with the Röhrsted archipelago, there was no doubt that he was sent here to strengthen the naval forces of this important colony. Of course, in order not to contradict his past identity and to leave clues for other matters in the future, Alger and his crew arrived in Byam under the guise of being recruited as pirates. In this war, many pirates were recruited and became an effective supplement to the navies of various countries, just like mercenaries in the early and middle Fourth Epoch. While there was still some light in the sky, Alger got off the ship and headed straight for the Church of Waves, where Sea King John Cotman was. As a Sequence 5 ocean songster, he was already qualified to meet the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers. As he walked, Alger suddenly saw a familiar face. It was a middle-aged man in a formal suit, a bow tie and glasses. He looked rather refined, but Alger knew very well that he was a believer of sea god Cavituous. He had once been a pirate, and now he was a merchant who did business in both the underworld and in the underworld. "Ralph, long time no see." Alger greeted the illegitimate son of Rouen, Faesac, and Röhrsted. Ralph was taken aback, as if he couldn't recognize the captain of the Blue Avenger. "Alger? Captain of the Spectre ship?" he asked in surprise after a few seconds. Alger smiled. "Have I changed a lot?" Ralph furrowed his brows slightly and replied, "Your temperament has changed a lot. You're more like the sea and dark clouds before a storm. You have good taste, but I'm just deliberately showing it. If I didn't have such changes after consuming the ocean's songster potion, I wouldn't look like a member of the Church of the Storm." Alger sighed. "Because there are too many things to worry about. Now, I've been hired by the Church of the Storm." Ralph's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly felt a sense of wariness in his heart, but on the surface he laughed. "This is indeed a good thing if there is no war." Alger glanced at the spot where Ralph had come from and asked, "What's wrong?" "Since when was there a school here?" At a glance he could see the 4-story building, the cement playground, the garden lawn, and many children playing happily. The children's skin was darker, but some of them were not as tanned as the natives. Their hair was only a little naturally curly, but it was not too obvious. There was no doubt that part of it was mixed blood. Ralph looked back and sighed with a smile. "Didn't you donate money to my charity fund?" "Under God's guidance, I built schools in several major cities on the island to provide education, meals, and boarding for these discriminated children." Our childhood was not bright enough. I don't want them to be the same." While Ralph replied, Alger kept staring at the school. Only after he said that did he retract his gaze. "I thought you would take at least half." Ralph could not help but laugh. "Looks like I left a bad impression on you. What do you think of this school?" Alger sized him up for a while. "Do you think I'm someone who has been to school?" He paused for a moment before continuing. "Which street is your charity fund on? I might need you for something in the future." Recalling that he had been hired by the Church of the Storm, Ralph didn't dare to expose his connection with the resistance. He chuckled and said, "Donations are fine, but there's no need to come for anything else." After giving him the address of the charity fund, Ralph returned home. He went up to the second floor and knocked on the door of a particular room. "Lord Donnas, I have something to report." Inside the room, a deep and dignified voice replied, "Come in." Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Dorian, who rented a house here, walked to the window and watched the sun set as the sky gradually darkened. The crimson moon would be full tonight, and the curse of the house of Abraham would descend once again. Dorian hadn't shaved for days. Around his mouth, the sides of his cheeks, and his lower jaw, there was a white beard. It was a stark contrast to his middle-aged appearance. After looking for a while, Dorian lowered his head and chanted in Jotun, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After finishing his prayer, he returned to the middle of the room and found a sofa to sit on. He waited for the crimson moon to rise, waiting for the period when his spirituality was at its strongest. At that moment, above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein had already sat in the seat belonging to the fool. He beckoned for a paper figurine. Under the protection of Sapphira Castle's power, the paper figurine passed through Dorian's prayer light and landed on him. During this process, Klein deliberately didn't show his effects, allowing the angel to silently hug Dorian. He felt that if Mr. Fool made his presence too obvious, it would instead scare the members of the ancient family, so he chose to keep a low profile. The process of waiting for the outcome was always torturous. From time to time, Dorian would take out his pocket watch and snap it open to take a look. He wanted to know how long it would be before the full moon's spirituality was at its strongest. This could be calculated using his knowledge of mysticism. Finally, when it was almost midnight, Dorian instinctively bent down, hoping to reduce the pain brought about by the curse. However, as time passed, there was only silence in his ears. There was no buzzing of ravings. The crimson moonlight passed through the window and shone on Dorian. He looked up in a daze and felt that his surroundings were peaceful, tranquil, peaceful and indifferent. Nothing abnormal had happened. Dorian then looked out the window and saw the crimson full moon. It was wholly dignified, gentle, and dreamy, as though it was hanging in his heart. After a moment of silence, Dorian lowered his head, took out his pocket watch, and opened it. He raised his right hand and rubbed his eyes, covering his face. He didn't loosen his grip for a long time. The white beard on his face gradually became messy, stained with tears and snot. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday.